Chapter 1, Through Naruto. Ding! Congratulations to the host for crossing Hokage, the system has been activated. As soon as the computer's mechanical sound entered Yoon Xi's body instantly, before Yoon Xi could speak, another prompt followed. Ding! The God-level selection system has been activated successfully, please choose a place to travel through the host. Choice 1, Water Country, Reward, Random Mist, Hidden Blood, Restriction, or Specialty. Option 2, Fire Country, Reward, Random Konoha Blood Succession Limit or Specialty. Choice 3, Land of the Earth, Reward, Random Crags, Hidden Blood Following Limits or Specialties. Choice 4, Kingdom of Wind, Reward, Random Sand Concealed Blood Following the Limit or Specialty. Choose 5, Thunder Country, Reward, Random Union Village Blood Succession Limit or Specialty. What on earth is it? After murmured, Yoon Xi slowly opened his eyes. He clearly remembered that he was just playing a Naruto game before. But I didn't expect to come to such a place as soon as I closed my eyes. Why did you come to such a place? After sending out the doubts in his heart again, Yoon Xi subconsciously looked at the surrounding environment. A barren and silent darkness. And 5 options. Have you crossed? When Youngzi was puzzled, the system issued a reminder again. Ding! The selection time is up. Random selection option 2, the crossing location is Konoha. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful crossing. Crossing location, outside Konoha village. Ding! Congratulations to the host Youngzi for gaining a new identity commoner Konoha, Youngzi. Ding! Congratulations to the host Youngzi for obtaining Konoha's exclusive specialties, Uchiha Clan, Mastery in Fire Escape Ninjutsu. Boom! As the system made the decision automatically, several mechanical sounds appeared in Yoon Xi's mind again. At the same time, an inexplicable milky white halo was also slowly injected into Youngzi. In an instant, Yoon Xi slowly fell to the ground. This, I'm going through now. Regaining consciousness again, Yoon Xi found herself in a dense forest. Looking at the surrounding verdant forest, Yoon Xi probably also guessed her current situation. After all, it's the system again. It's Hokage again. Yoon Xi is not a fool either, she must have passed through this situation. Well, anyway, there is nothing to miss in the previous life. It is also a good opportunity to bring this so-called God-level system to the world of Naruto. After repeatedly confirming that he had come to the Hokage world, Yoon Xi did not continue to struggle. After all, this kind of thing is not something Yoon Xi can decide. Since he can't make a choice, Yoon Xi's mind is naturally how to better survive in this Naruto world. I have passed through, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, but Yoon Xi still has some inexplicable entanglements in her heart, and there is silent sadness on her handsome cheeks. This system is too cheating. In fact, if Yoon Xi were to choose by herself, she would definitely not choose Konoha. Although in the world of Naruto, most of the plots are happening around Konoha, theoretically, this is a very suitable place to travel through. Not only Youngzi can know most of the plot trend, but also can prepare in advance. But crossing to Konoha is not a perfect thing. Inside Konoha itself is a shinobu village that is very particular about the background. Throughout Konoha's history, there are only 4 generations of Hokage wave Fengshuman and Ashimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, in the real sense of civilians. But the ending of these 2 guys doesn't seem to be very good. One died young. Although the one who went to the blog post, it seems that it was also fed by Konoha. And the most important thing is that Youngzi has no idea how much help this so-called selection system can bring by itself. It's okay if it is stronger. But in case this system is too salty, Youngzi might be about to open the gate. Leaving aside Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha, Pen destroyed Konoha with a single blow to Shinra Tianzheng. Even if it was the plot of the Ashimaru and Sand Ninja invading Konoha in the early midterm ninja exam, Youngzi might drink a pot. In Yoon Xi's memory, in the plot of the Zongnin exam in the original Naruto book. The dead are far more than the 3 generations of Naruto Tobi hero. Especially Shinobu Moonlight Hayate. A large number of NB elites. And the large number of Konoha civilians around. Yoon Xi doesn't think that when she travels into the world of Naruto, she really becomes a child of luck, able to walk sideways in the realm of forbearance. Especially, the random reward given by this system is actually just a Uchiha clan's fire escape ninjutsu mastery. Fire escape ninjutsu. It's the fire escape ninjutsu that never burned to death in the original Naruto. Even the basic shurikens, kunao, detonation talisman, and other basic ninjas have outstanding combat achievements. Shuriken and kunao killed one of Shinobu, and the detonation talisman killed Tsunade's younger brother, Tsuki. But, in addition to killing some unnamed ninjas, Huo Dian ninjutsu has not killed even named dragon sets. One such a reward. How could Yoon Xi be happy? But things have happened. Yoon Xi has not been entangled in this matter. MMP, the start avalanche. Looking at the setting sun gradually falling, Yoon Xi left tears of helplessness, and her heart was full of sadness and a trace of inexplicable hungry. This really cannot be blamed on Youngzi. Although in the face of such things as crossing, eating can only be regarded as a trivial matter. But, basically, I haven't eaten anything from Youngzi before I crossed, and I haven't dripped water for about a day. Yoon Xi feels that if she continues to wander in the wild, I am afraid that before he officially becomes a ninja, he will starve to death outside of Konoha village. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the selection system. The temptation to return to the village. Option 1, go back to Konoha to fill your stomach. Reward, a bowl of special yul ramen. Choice 2, awaken, only betrayal and forbearance is the perfect choice. Reward, 3 body technique practice scroll. Hey, what the hell is yul ramen, and what the hell is renin? Looking at the options on the virtual light curtain in front of him, Yoon Xi left a helpless look on her face. It was clear that the system's prompt sound was a kind of emotionless computer mechanical sound, but Yoon Xi could feel the ridicule of the system inexplicably. The so-called big man does not buckle for 5 buckets of rice. But Yoon Xi resolutely murmured, I choose option 1. As soon as the words fell, a bowl of ramen with golden halo appeared in Yoon Xi's hand. Big bowl of wide noodles. Looking at the unique yul ramen in her hand, Yoon Xi inadvertently remembered a famous scene in her previous life. This side is big and wide. This bowl is big and round. Ding! Congratulations to the host Youngzi for eating the special yul ramen. Since this food is a specialty of Konoha village, it can increase the damage of fire ninjutsu by 20% after consumption. Is this turning my fire escape ninjutsu from flames into flames? Chapter 2, God Level Selection System. After the meal, Yoon Xi did not continue to struggle with the task rewards given by the system before. Although yul ramen is so fragrant. But this is definitely not the main reason why Youngzi chose the option of returning to the village. After all, judging from the rewards given by these 2 choices, a 3 Shenzhen skill training scroll cannot make Youngzi choose to defect to Ninja Village. Yoon Xi didn't want to, but when she became a leader in the ninja world, when she was asked why she defected to Konoha, she replied, I was originally to obtain a 3 knowledge method. Not to mention whether others believe it or not. It's embarrassing to think of this scene of Youngzi. Besides, Konoha is not good, but Yoon Xi is such a person who abandons her choice at will. A trivial 3 body technique is not enough to make Yoon Xi betray Konoha. Of course, this reason is not actually the main reason. The real reason. Now he doesn't dare to let Youngzi defect to Konoha. Let alone Yoon Xi unarmed. Penniless. Don't know how to ninjutsu. There is no pretty lady. Crossed out. Even the above things have Youngzi. He still wouldn't choose to be a ruthless betrayal. After all, Yoon Xi remembers that in the original Naruto works, it seems that none of the traitors will end well. Not to mention Akatsuki organized this rebellious den. Even the two guys, Dai and Bai, who were the former villain boss, are simply dead. After Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru. It looks like it's all closed. Isn't your ramen fragrant? After thinking for a while, Yun Xi also silently opened her mouth to comfort herself in her heart, and at the same time, Yun Xi was also silently studying the usefulness of this system in her body. An hour later, Yun Xi finally figured out this so-called selection system. As long as Yungzi encounters a critical event, this selection system will automatically appear, and appropriate rewards will be given according to the choice made by Yungzi. As for the quality of the reward, basically, it was decided according to the seriousness of the problems encountered by Yungzi. But whether the problem is serious does not seem to be Yungzi's own judgment, but the system's judgment. For example, the two choices that Yun Xi encountered earlier. One is to let Yungzi choose a place to pass through, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, and the other is to choose Yungzi to cross to the growth route of Hokage. Although Yungzi feels that these two choices are very important, from the point of view of the rewards given by the system, these two choices don't seem to be very important. Forget it, don't think about this stuff. After trying to figure out the situation for a long time, Yun Xi did not continue to struggle, but started to walk in the direction of Konoha. Although the world he had traveled through was the Naruto world, and his location was outside the village of Konoha, Yungzi still had a major issue unresolved at this time. That is, Yun Xi didn't find out what period she was in Hokage at all. Although Yun Xi can be regarded as a small fan of Naruto, Yun Xi knows some of the plots from the first Ninja War to the blog post. But this does not mean that Yun Xi doesn't care about his timeline. You should know that the Ninja World at the time of the First Ninja World War and the Ninja World at the beginning of the original story are not the same thing. In the former, the 5 major ninja villages in the Ninja World have not yet been established, and they are extremely dangerous. For the latter, although there are some open and secret struggles in the major ninja villages, they are still restrained after all, and they are relatively safe compared to the previous timeline of the Ninja World. At least Yungzi hopes to cross the timeline of the beginning of the original plot. First, you can use your predictive ability to buy time for your own development. The second is that Yungzi doesn't want to start with an avalanche while also choosing hell difficulty to start. Great! After walking along the forest path for more than 10 minutes, it seemed that Yun Xi had been on the road all the time, and Yun Xi also heard the sound of rapid breathing. But this can't affect the joy on Yun Xi's face. From the dense and verdant dense forest, Yungzi finally saw the periphery of Konoha village through the gap. And the historical Hokage statues erected at the highest point of Konoha village. There are 4 in total. Respectively, the first generation of Hokage Senjuzuma, the second generation of Hokage Kinshou Jiunjiun, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Rikut, the 4 generations of Hokage Wave Wind Water Gate. Judging from the 4 Hokage statues, Yun Xi's anxiety also dissipated a lot. At least Yungzi can judge that the timeline he is in should also be after the Third Ninja World War, otherwise the 4th generation Naruto Fengshuman statue will never appear on the Hokage Rock statue. If this is the case, it is still acceptable. After figuring out the approximate timeline he was in, a smile appeared on Yun Xi's face, and then she continued to walk towards Konoha, but when Yun Xi came to Konoha's gate, a black figure appeared. Sudden appearance. Call out. Before Yun Xi could react, a kunmyu that exuded a sharp cold light struck Yun Xi, and the person who launched the attack did not give Yun Xi any chance to react. He came directly behind Yun Xi, took the previously thrown suffering with one hand, and at the same time controlled Yun Xi in place. Who are you? Why are you wandering around Konoha for a long time? Listen to the sound. The crisp young voice, with a unique killing intent in his indifference. Yun Xi in the previous life was just an otaku. Never encountered such a situation. However, Yoon Xi was not too timid. She secretly suppressed the fear in her heart, and at the same time temporarily forgot the sharpness that rested on her neck, and slowly turned her head to prepare for an explanation. But the moment Yoon Xi turned her head, the people behind him surprised Yoon Xi. Long black hair, Konoha forehead guards on his forehead, and a silent expression on his face. Uchiha Itachi. And it was Uchiha Itachi before he defected to Konoha. How come I met Uchiha Itachi here? Although after meeting Uchiha Itachi, Youngzi has basically been able to determine that the timeline he is currently in is before the Uchiha family annihilated. It was in the first few years of the Naruto story. But Yoon Xi still has some surprises in her heart now. And Uchiha Itachi also showed a trace of doubt on his face, especially when Youngzi not only ignored her inquiry, but also looked at herself with a strange expression. Just ask you again, who are you? Facing the silent Youngzi, Uchiha Itachi spoke again. At the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the selection system. Reply to Uchiha Itachi. Option 1, tell the truth about your civilian status, reward, chakra extraction method. Option 2, find an excuse to fool Uchiha Itachi, and later become a bohemian rebel. Reward, Uchiha Itachi friendship degree -100. Chapter 3, The Messy System. System, are you messing with me? Seeing the familiar choice, a trace of helplessness flashed across Yoon Xi's face. Unless Yoon Xi's head is kicked by a donkey, how can he choose the second option of rebellion? There is no need to make a choice at all. At the moment when a reminder appeared in his mind, Yoon Ziguo said, I choose option 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host Youngzi for getting the reward, chakra extraction method. I'm just an ordinary villager in Konoha village. While making a choice, Yoon Xi slowly spoke about her identity, and then saw that Uchiha Itachi still had some doubts on her face. Yoon Xi continued, I really didn't lie to you, you are Uchiha Itachi, right? You know me. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Uchiha Itachi's face. Although Uchiha Itachi can be regarded as an infinite genius in the Uchiha clan and even Konoha, but because he has been in the Anbi all the year round. In fact, not many people have seen his true face. What's more, this time he was only planning to go out of the village to relax because of something, but he didn't expect to meet someone who knew him outside the village. Coupled with this person's previous sneaky appearance, the doubt on Uchiha Itachi's face can't help but get deeper. It's true, my name is Yoon Xi, and I am a villager from Konoha. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi still doesn't believe in his identity, Yoon Xi immediately said, not only do I know that you are Uchiha Itachi, I also know that you have a handsome brother named Uchiha Sasuke. Oh! As Yoon Xi's words just fell, Uchiha Itachi, who was still full of suspicion, changed in an instant. From the beginning, his serious face quickly turned into a smile. Then he said in a joking tone, Sasuke is indeed a cute guy. As expected of Hokage's first brother. Seeing the slightly smiling expression on Uchiha Itachi's handsome face, Yoon Xi also secretly complained in her heart, but Yoon Xi did not continue to struggle with this matter. Although in the anime, Uchiha Itachi gives people a very kind feeling and a good person who is also a perfect brother. But in fact, this is not the case. In Yoon Xi's memory, the current Uchiha Itachi is not only a member of Anbi, but also a double agent between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha executives. Although young, but there is not a lot of blood in his hands. In fact, from the very beginning I saw Uchiha Itachi. Yoon Xi could feel the killing intent contained in this immature body. Ahem, what? After I figure out my identity, there should be nothing wrong, right? Yoon Xi is not stupid, although he admires Uchiha Itachi very much, but as far as the current situation is concerned, Yoon Xi will not stay in place stupidly. But just before Youngzi took 2 steps, Uchiha Itachi spoke as slowly as possible, it's okay if it's okay, but you can't go now. Okay. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. As soon as he said this, a trace of sweat appeared on Yoon Xi's forehead. Hasn't I figured out my identity? No, I didn't tell you to stop for this. That is. Seeing Uchiha Itachi walking slowly, Yoon Xi also had some inexplicable doubts on her face. I thought that Uchiha Itachi wanted to check his identity again for allowing him to stay, but Yoon Xi was not difficult to judge from the previous dialogue. Uchiha Itachi seems to have other things now. That is. Seeing Yoon Xi stopped, Uchiha Itachi continued to speak with a solemn expression, "The little guy near Tianation's house, when you return to the village, don't tell me what happened to me today. Actually, because of this." After listening to Uchiha Itachi's explanation, Yoon Xi was also a little surprised, and at this moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Relationship host activation option Big Mouth /secretary. Option 1, after returning to Konoha, he will meet Uchiha Itachi to publicize the event. Reward, assassinated by Uchiha Itachi. Option 2, keep your mouth shut on this matter. Reward, Uchiha Itachi Fire Escape Ninjutsu Training Method X1. Is it a reward for him to be assassinated by Uchiha Itachi? Faced with such a choice, Yoon Xi felt that this system was doing things. Although there are two options on the surface. But Yoon Xi is not a fool, alright. Without any hesitation, choose the second option decisively. After making the choice, Yoon Xi also spoke to Uchiha Itachi, who was standing aside slowly in a serious tone. "Itachi, don't worry, I will definitely not say anything about it." Well, you guy is pretty reliable. It seems that the system has created a very good identity for Yoon Xi. Facing Youngzi's answer, Uchiha Itachi didn't doubt too much. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Itachi also disappeared into Youngzi's vision. Ding! Congratulations to Youngzi for obtaining the Uchiha Itachi Fire Run Ninjutsu Training Method X1. After half an hour, Yoon Xi, who was sitting on the edge of Konoha Main Street, looked at the white diary in her hand. A trace of melancholy flashed across his face. It's meow. Does the dog system really intend to let him completely embark on the growth path of Fire Dunjutsu? Actually, it's not that Fire Dun Ninjutsu is not good. Mainly, this ninjutsu is really out of hand in the Naruto world. Thinking of the whole Naruto, Yoon Xi only thought of Uchiha Madara, who had used Fire Dane and fire fighting in the Fourth Ninja World War. The only thing that counts as a decent ninjutsu. But the truth is that Uchiha Madara himself has a lot of chakras. In essence, this fire escape and fierce fire extinguishment is just a B-level ninjutsu. In the original work, the fundamental reason for being so powerful is just because the person who uses it is Uchiha Madara. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the hidden option becoming a member of Konoha. Reward, 10 times the chakra cultivation speed, limited edition. I don't know whether the system felt Youngzi's resentment or just a coincidence. Just when Youngzi was sitting on the main street of Konoha, feeling melancholy, looking up at the sky, the system actually gave a reward that looked very awesome. This excites Yoon Xi. I directly clicked on the system prompt. 10 times the speed of chakra cultivation, limited edition. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden option and becoming a member of Konoha. As long as the host Youngzi is within the range of Konoha village, you can have 10 times the speed of chakra cultivation. This stuff. After reading the reward introduction, Yoon Xi was also a little bit inexplicably excited. But in the meanwhile, a bigger doubt appeared in Yoon Xi's mind again. That is, if I chose to become a betrayal instead of going to Konoha, will they get different rewards? Chapter 4, Get the Writer's Eye. System, what the hell is going on with you, always makes me choose to be a traitor. In the end, Yoon Xi spoke out the doubt in her heart. From a confused crossing to sitting on Konoha Main Street now, I am full of confusion. Yoon Xi just wanted to scold her mother at this time. But although Yoon Xi took the initiative to ask, the system did not explain. But it just left a reminder in Yoon Xi's mind that seemed to be serious but really a bunch of nonsense. Ding! Any selections released by this system are random releases, and all task rewards are for the host to choose by himself. Gan. After turning off the system notification bar, Yoon Xi did not continue to focus on the system, but began to study the additional chakra practice scrolls in his hands. But at the moment Yoon Xi took out the chakra practice scroll, a little loli with a bun head wearing a white silk dress and a little hyuxia embroidery on the dress stood in front of Yoon Xi at some point. 4 eyes facing each other. Little guy, who are you looking for? Looking at the little Lolita who is crying without tears in front of her. Yoon Xi is a little flustered. Wow, woohoo! Brother, don't you want every day? In an instant, an unexpected thing happened to Yoon Xi. The little Lolita who was so cute and exploded in front of her actually took the initiative to rush into Yoon Xi's arms. While hammering Yoon Xi's chest with a small fist. Howling and crying. Trench. Yoon Xi, who had never brought a child, had mixed feelings in her heart after encountering this situation. At the same time, he was still scolding his mother silently. What kind of ghost status does the SB system arrange for itself? And many more. This little Loli says she is Tian Tian. Looking at the little Lolita in her arms, Yoon Xi immediately stunned. Thinking back, I found out that when I met Uchiha Itachi, he did mention his identity. The little boy who lives next door to Tianation's house. After murmured to herself, Yoon Xi also had some answers in her heart. Thinking of this, Yoon Xi immediately replied, no. Every day is so cute, why would my brother abandon you? Really? Xiao Tian looked at Yoon Xi who was a little embarrassed with Shui Lingling's eyes. He went around Yoon Xi and then continued to speak, but before, brother Yoon Xi said that he would take Tian to go outing in the wild. FK, what's going on? Upon hearing this, 10,000 grass clay horses galloped past Yoon Xi's heart. Because the system that allowed oneself to traverse only gave himself the identity of a Konoha civilian, the memory related to it was not passed on to himself at all. Dog system, please come out and explain to me what is going on. Thinking of the omission of the system, Yoon Xi's heart was full of resentment, and she cursed directly, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, I don't know if he felt Yoon Xi's anger or the system happened to happen. As soon as Youngzi's words fell, the system unexpectedly appeared. Ding! Found an unknown error, turn on the repair mode. Ding! Complete the repair, to make up for the loss received by the host, get a random lottery chance x1. Congratulations to the host for winning the Shanguyo Sharanyan x2 through a random lottery. After reading these 3 system messages, Yoon Ximen is gone. At the same time, a bunch of unfamiliar information suddenly appeared in Yoon Xi's mind. Orphan. Konoha common people. The oldest student in the ninja school. Friends every day. It took about an hour before Yoon Xi finally figured out the situation contained in this strange message. Simultaneously, Yoon Xi finally figured out his detailed identity in the Hokage world. A 12-year-old has not graduated from Konoha Ninja School. Gan. After silently complaining, Yoon Xi did not entangle with her identity, but directly said to Tian, Xiao Tian has something to do with brother today, I will take you to play next time. Okay. Looking at Yoon Xi with an anxious look, Tian did not entangle too much, and walked to Konoha's open training ground with the kunao in his hand. At this time, Yoon Xi also returned to her home according to the memory in her mind. After half an hour, Yoon Xi pushed open a vacant wooden door. The thing that catches the eye is very simple. Except for some simple wooden furniture, there are only some very simple daily necessities in the whole room. After seeing this scene, Yoon Xi just shook her head helplessly. Then I found a cleaner place to sit down at will. The poor living conditions in front of him didn't make Yoon Xi mind. What he cares most about right now is not these. It's the writing wheel that I just got. This can definitely be regarded as starting from obtaining the system. Youngzi obtains the best things from the system. At the same time, it is also the only capital that Youngzi currently has to survive. Although in the original Naruto book, most of the ninja world presented to the audience is peaceful. But Yoon Xi understands that this is just the world in the eyes of the protagonist Naruto. Whether it's the secret conflict in the 5 ninja villages, it's still a battle between ninjas. It will definitely not be as beautiful as the original work. All these battles must bring about killing and death. Although Yoon Xi was not very resistant to crossing into Hokage, but he wants to live. Want to live in this cruel world of forbearance. And the only way to survive is to become stronger. Become the strongest. Only in this way Yoon Xi can survive in the hands of many shadow level and even 6th level ninjas. Only then are you qualified to stand on the pinnacle of the ninja world with them. And writing round eyes. It is the root of Yoon Xi's survival. This is also the most fundamental reason why Yoon Xi cares so much about this system reward. What is gained from the system is not just a blood inheritance limit. It is the capital for Youngzi to survive. Ding! It is detected that there are no enemies around the host, whether to receive the reward. After temporarily suppressing the melancholy in her heart, Yoon Xi's mind once again flashed the system prompt. Without any hesitation, Yoon Xi directly and firmly said, "I'm sure to accept it." The words just fell. A pair of scarlet eyes with dark power appeared in the midair in front of Youngzi. Is this what Xiaolunyan looks like? Seeing the red jade in front of him, there was also a single go jade writing wheel with a dark black go jade rotating in the pupil, and a smile appeared at the corner of Yoon Xi's mouth. There was a few seconds of silence. Yoon Xi suddenly muttered, "It's so beautiful. The reward has been accepted. Is it integrated into the host's body?" Yes. After appreciating the Xiaolunyan, Yoon Xi did not continue to observe, but directly chose to integrate the Xiaolunyan suspended in midair into herself. Gan. Dog system, why don't you tell me in advance that the process of merging Zhuanyan will be so painful? As the writing wheel eyes entered Yoon Xi's body, a pain like a knife cut into Yoon Xi's heart. Chapter 5, Plug into the account. This kind of pain is a kind of pain that is hard to describe in words. It's like a knife scraping, but it's more than that. It's like a person using a sharp blade to make a gap in the delicate skin. Then he applied hot chili to the wound. And these are not the point. Mental torture is the unbearable pain Yoon Xi can bear. Every second is like someone hitting Youngzi's heart with a sledgehammer. Shocked and painful. I don't know that after a long time, Yoon Xi, who was still smiling, was already covered in cold sweat, with her pale face as if she had been fished out of the water. But fortunately, it's all over. As Yoon Xi slowly opened her eyes, a pair of ruby-like single Guyu writing wheel eyes appeared in Yoon Xi's pupils. The system, you come out to explain. Realizing that the process of fusing the writing wheel eyes was over, Yoon Xi slowly stood up leaning on the table next to him, wiped away the cold sweat from her body, and asked the system again, "Why do I look at the original work and other people get the writing wheel? The eyes only need to go through surgery, but I am so painful." Ding! This system is fair and just, and will never play with the host. The reason for adopting this mode of fusion of the writing wheel is that the host itself contains the blood of the Uchiha clan. Only through this method can the writing wheel be used. The power of the eye is exerted to the extreme, and at the same time, it can also avoid accidents when the writing wheel eye evolves. Haha! After listening to the explanation of the system, Yoon Xi sneered and ignored it. Instead, he started to move his body. From the beginning of the journey, Yoon Xi didn't have much time to comprehend her body carefully. After some activities, the expression on Yoon Xi's face was not very good. The reason is simple. That is, this body is too weak. Although Yoon Xi was only an otaku in her previous life, she usually exercised regularly. And now this body is not to be compared with other Xiaren. In Yoon Xi's view, at best, he is only equal to his previous life. If it is in the ordinary world, there must be nothing. But then Naruto world. And before Youngzi arrived, the former owner of this body was still in Konoha's ninja school for a long time. I don't know how this guy got into the ninja school. After a lot of complaints, Yun-Xi did not entangle the physical quality of this picture. Instead, he directly started to look at the writing wheel eyes in his eyes. Right round eyes, the unique blood of the Uchiha clan. Divided into single go jade, double go jade and three go jade, the color is red. The more Goyu, the stronger the ability. In addition, there are kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes and eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes on the 3 Goyu Jade writing wheel eyes. It is one of the most powerful pupil techniques in the Naruto world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In essence, the Shurawanyan is the blood inheritance boundary owned by the Uchiha clan, the descendant of Indra, the eldest son of the 6 ways of immortals. And the ability is very powerful and extensive. Basically cover all types in the ninja world. It not only has powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis, but also allows the holder to have insight beyond ordinary people. You can also observe the flow of chakra, and you can apply and see illusion spells, duplication spells, and non-blood succession-bound ninjutsu. A lively protagonist plug-in. Yun-Xi can obtain such rewards through the system, which is also very good. As Yun-Xi turned the 2 writing wheels into motion, a unique force also entered Yun-Xi's body. It's not just power that becomes stronger. Become even better in responsibility and agility. Compared with the unopened writing wheel eye, Yun-Xi's strength has at least doubled. Sure enough, it's the protagonist plug-in. After feeling the surging power in his body, a smile appeared on Yun-Xi's face again. This is not in vain the tremendous pain Yun-Xi suffered when he got the Shaoyuan. But at this moment, an inexplicable sting suddenly came from Yun-Xi's eyes. Well, the physical quality of this picture is still too bad. After all the calculations, Youngzi did not take more than 10 minutes to fully open the writing wheel. But even in such a short period of time, Yun-Xi could feel that because of his poor physical fitness, the Shuanyun was forcibly closed. Thinking of this, Yun-Xi directly asked the system, is there any way to improve physical fitness? Ding, I recommend Baemon Dunjia, the first generation of Naruto cells, Thunder Dun physique forging, and Konoha body techniques. In the face of Yun-Xi's inquiry, the system also listed a series of methods to enhance physical fitness in Yun-Xi's mind. But very helpless. None of these Youngzi can be obtained through secret methods or physical arts within a short period of time. Forget it, let's practice basic physical skills honestly. After dissipating the quick thoughts in his mind, Yun-Xi readily picked up the basic body technique cultivation secrets left by his predecessor and began to practice. The practicality of basic physical skills is not strong. The actual combat ability is also relatively tasteless. So anyone who can learn ninjutsu will never try this type of physical exercise. But this basic physical technique is unexpectedly suitable for Youngzi. Although the actual combat ability of basic physical skills is basically no, but the actions recorded in it are not difficult. Extremely suitable for the current Youngzi. After some training in Zayamahuahu, Yun-Xi actually felt a unique heat flow from her body. And with the deepening of Youngzi, in a mere half an hour, Yun-Xi has been able to skillfully use the moves in this basic physical technique, FK. As the movements in her hands become more proficient, Yun-Xi has an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Isn't he a physical genius? But just as Yun-Xi's words fell, the system's ruthless prompt instantly broke Yun-Xi's illusion. Ding! This physical technique is a basic physical technique, and the host has already mastered it before. System U. After feeling the system's compensation, a twitch appeared in the corner of Yun-Xi's mouth. After slowly putting down the basic physical skills in his hand, he roared, "Don't talk when you shouldn't talk." After being manipulated by the system in this way, Yun-Xi naturally didn't have the mood to play physiques. In addition, it coincided with noon. After feeling the exhaustion in the body, Yoon Xi was ready to take a nap. And just now, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. After a few breaths, a knock on the door broke the silence in Youngzi's house. Who is it? In this situation, Yoon Xi did not get up and open the door for the first time, but sat halfway on the ground, with some doubts in her face. The reason why Youngzi is so entangled is very simple. That is, in the memory given to him by the system, Yoon Xi's predecessor had no friends at all except Tian Tian. At this time, Tian Tian was still wandering on Konoha Main Street. It's impossible to find yourself at this time. Chapter 6, Root Organization. Here, please wait a moment. After thinking for a long time, Yoon Xi finally decided to open the door. After all, if you really come to trouble yourself, even if you don't open the door now, you will definitely make a comeback in the future. And Yoon Xi also wants to see who is looking for herself. Get up and walk slowly to the wooden door. As Yoon Xi slowly opened the door, the incoming people also appeared in front of Yoon Xi. There were two people who came to find Yoon Xi. All of them are men, wearing an inch black robe. The most eye-catching is the mask on the face. Anbi. After seeing this dress, Yoon Xi took 2 steps back subconsciously, her face full of surprise. But just after Youngzi took a closer look, I found out that these guys may not be Anbu, but the Root members. An assassination department even more terrifying than Anbu. Root, also known as the training department of the Dark Ministry. A mysterious organization established and commanded by the king of Wanyan Backpot. Yamato, Ashimaru, Tou, Heiji Kakashi, and others have all been in the Root organization. Facing such an organization, a look of astonishment appeared on Yoon Xi's face instantly. FK. After realizing the true identities of the two, Yoon Xi also jumped out of the classic national curse. He didn't expect that the two guys who knocked on the door at this time were actually members of the Root. No, how can someone from the Roots come to me at this time? For a moment, Yoon Xi's brain began to spin frantically. Suddenly, Yoon Xi thought of something. That is Uchiha Itachi. Is it because I was in contact with Uchiha Itachi for a period of time, and was targeted by the Root organization? However, after sorting out the whole thing, Yoon Xi dispelled this conjecture. The reason is very simple. Although the current Uchiha Itachi is not as powerful as the original, it is definitely considered to be the top powerhouse among Konoha. Although the members of the Root organization can be regarded as Konoha's elite force. But, compared with Uchiha Itachi, it's still a far cry. And Uchiha Itachi's own anti-reconnaissance capabilities are also extremely good. It is absolutely impossible to be tracked by the Root organization. After eliminating this idea, Yoon Xi once again fell into entanglement. If someone else came to Youngzi, he could also guess the reason based on the description in the original book. But the Root organization. It really made Yoon Xi too surprised. Generally, there are only 2 reasons why Root organizations actively seek out people. 1. This person is a Konoha genius, and Danzo wants to win him over. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. 2. The Root organization wants to kill him. As for Youngzi's current strength, it's definitely not connected with the word genius. Could it be? In an instant, the second possibility emerged in Yoon Xi's heart, looking at the 2 Root organization members standing in front of the door like door gods. Yoon Xi secretly prepared to run away. Don't be nervous, kid, we are not killing you, but Master Danzang is looking for you. It seemed that he felt the tension on Yoon Xi's body, and the higher of the 2, the Root Zongnan, spoke first. And said the reason for coming to Youngzi. Why did this old fellow Danzo come to see me? After hearing these words, Yoon Xi secretly put the Kobo back in her hand. But new doubts also emerged in his heart. Judging from the performance of the predecessor, whether it is ninjutsu talent, physical skill talent, or illusion, any kind of ability is absolutely irrelevant to the word genius. According to the original statement, what Youngzi is alive now is a crane tail. And it's still a crane tail that has been repeating grades for many years. According to common sense, this kind of waste material will never have anything to do with Danzo. But, in fact, it is true that Danzo actually sent someone to invite Yoon Xi. What the hell is this guy Danzo? Why would he stare at me? For a moment, a trace of entanglement flashed across Yoon Xi's face. Judging from the original works of Naruto, there are basically very few people who have gone to the root organization. To go is to die. If you don't go, you may die. Faced with these two possibilities, Yoon Xi didn't know how to choose. Please follow me. It seemed that Yoon Xi was too entangled to dislike Yoon Xi, and the root ninja who had spoken earlier also urged Yoon Xi in an indifferent and threatening tone. This made Yoon Xi, who was already a bit tangled, even more nervous. Even Yoon Xi is ready to start the writing wheel. But at this moment, the system suddenly popped up with an option. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating Choice Life and Death. Option 1, follow the two routes Zongren to the root organization headquarters, reward, the first 4 of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Option 2, become a Bohemian rebel, kill the 2 routes and flee Konoha. Reward, Chakra has doubled. Option 3, I won't go. Reward, none. It's meow. After seeing the 3 options given by the system in front of him, Yoon Xi's anger did not come at once. The first option is actually acceptable whether it is mission goals or rewards for Youngzi. After all, for the current stage, the fastest way to improve one's own strength, except for the eternal kaleidoscope of relics to right round eyes, and the eyes of reincarnation, there is only learning Beiman Dunjia. If only one visit to Danzang would be able to obtain half of the 8-gate Dunjia, Yoon Xi would still be happy to go. And from the second option, the system is starting to be rude again. System, you will die of this mind, I will never be a betrayal. After some secret curse, Yoon Xi's face also showed inexplicable anger. After all, it is an old tradition in this system to let oneself choose to become a betrayal. Yoon Xi can be said to be strange. If the rewards were richer, Yoon Xi might have become a traitor with half a push. But what the hell are these rewards from him? What was the 3-body technique first, and now it's the reward for doubling the amount of chakra. Although the reward placed in front of Youngzi is very good. But this system did not consider the real situation of Youngzi at all. Now the amount of chakra in Youngzi's body is pitiful, even if he gets the reward of doubling the chakra. It's like a drop in the bucket. It has no effect at all. And this option also allows Yoon Xi to kill the 2 roots in front of him. If I can kill these 2 guys, I'm still entangled in a fart. While secretly complaining about the system's unreliability, Yoon Xi made a choice. Following the training methods of the first 4 schools and 8 schools of Dunjia, Yoon Xi also slowly said to the 2 people in front of him, let's go, I will go to see Master Danzang with you. Seeing that Yoon Xi did not make any weird movements, the 2 rooted Zongren just put on Yoon Xi's face with an unopened mask. Then he took him directly to the root base. After a few breaths, a black shadow immediately appeared in Yoon Xi's house. Chapter 7, See Danzo. This kid will be spotted by the roots. Not long after Yoon Xi followed the 2 Zongren from the root organization, a black shadow appeared in front of Yoon Xi's house. If Yoon Xi saw this scene, you will definitely find that the person in front of you turns out to be Uchiha Itachi, whom you met outside the village before. Originally, Uchiha Itachi wanted to return directly to the residence of the Uchiha clan after returning to the village from outside the village. But she was worried that Yoon Xi would tell the news of her appearance outside the village. So I planned to come here to warn him. But it didn't show up. Yoon Xi, this kid was actually taken away by the root. A trace of caution flashed across Uchiha Itachi's face when he saw this scene. After all, what is the root organization? Itaki Uchiha couldn't be clear. After some thinking, Uchiha Itaka finally decided to follow up and see what was going on. And on the other side, Yun Xi, who was blindfolded by the mask, slowly followed the footsteps of the two roots. On the one hand, he was thinking of ways to escape in his heart. How could the root organization find me? After Yun Xi came out of home, Yun Xi thought about this question now. And haven't figured out yet. Forget it, where are you waiting to see what the purpose of this old fellow Danzang is? Although in the original Naruto works, Danzo can basically be regarded as Konoha's biggest villain. At the same time, he is also the king of Wanyan's back pot. But Yun Xi is actually not very panicked. After all, Danzo often does some assassination and investigation tasks. However, Yun Xi did not discover that Tuanzang had indiscriminately killed innocent people. In other words, no one now knows that Yungzi came through. In the eyes of everyone, he is just a Konoha civilian. Danzo will never count on him. Go in. About half an hour later, the roots that led the way slowly lowered the mask on Yun Xi's face, and then signaled Yun Xi to go in. Being in a dark environment for a long time caused Yun Xi to subconsciously squint his eyes when the mask was taken off on Yun Xi's face. Is this the root? Rubbing her eyes, Yun Xi followed the two roots while observing the environment in the roots. The overall environment of the roots is actually not much different from the ordinary wooden leaf buildings. The main body is a wooden structure, and the dark trails are also illuminated by dots of fire. The only difference is that Yungzi can feel an inexplicable breath in the house. It seems to kill. But it's different. It's like it's obviously a hot summer day, but there is a strange feeling of inexplicable overcast wind. Other than that, there is no particular highlight. Remove the killing intent that made Yun Xi inexplicably uncomfortable. If you didn't inform in advance, this is the headquarters of the root organization. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Yun Xi thought it was an abandoned building. Boy, don't look around. Seeing Yun Xi watching around, standing at the root of Yun Xi's right side, Ren took the lead to remind Yun Xi, then came directly to Yun Xi, and said in a very serious tone, "If you don't want to die, be honest." Okay. Under the eaves, people had to bow their heads, facing the murderous roots. Yun Xi could only bow her head helplessly. Then straight behind them. It must be stronger. Although Yun Xi didn't have any resistance at this time, her determination to become stronger was a little bit more. If Yun Xi now has the strength above the shadow level, he still needs to be afraid of a Zhongren? It is a pity. The current Yungzi has not subverted Konoha's strength. But it does not mean that there will be no future. After secretly writing down the figures of the two in front of him, Yun Xi also secretly vowed in her heart. One day, the heads of these two bastards must be sent into Konoha's drain. Master Danzo, I have brought it. After walking along the gloomy path for a few minutes, Yun Xi also came to a relatively spacious lobby under the leadership of the two roots Zongren. The decoration style in the lobby has not changed much. Still the same as the dark trail before. The same scattered lights. It's also filled with a strange silence. The only difference may be that the space has become broader. And one more person. Danzo. Got it. Realizing that Yun Xi was right in front of him, Danzo, who had originally leaned on Yun Xi, also slowly turned around. There is not much difference between Danzo at this time and the appearance in the original work. It was still a white robe and a gloomy fish face. At the same time, there was an aura that made Yun Xi very uncomfortable. Go down. Cold words came from Tuanzang's mouth. Following Danzo's wanton wave of his hand, the two roots standing beside Yun Xi ren and disappeared from the same place after a glance at each other. Suddenly, only Tuanzang and Yun Xi were left in the huge lobby. What the hell is this old fellow Danzo doing? Looking at Danzo, who was silent but kept staring at him. There was also a whisper in Yun Xi's heart. Obviously, judging from the current performance, Danzo seems to be able to come to him. But Yoon Xi couldn't think of what it was because of him. When Yoon Xi was puzzled, Danzo speaks. Yoon Xi, male, orphan, the longest repeater in Konoha Ninja School. After reading out Yoon Xi's information, Danzang slowly raised his expressionless face, and then locked Yoon Xi with a dead fish eye with killing intent before he said, "Really? Master Danzo, why bother asking me if you know it?" Originally, Yoon Xi wanted to subconsciously answer yes. But instead of passively accepting cross-examination, might as well take the initiative. Sure enough, as Yoon Xi spoke in a playful tone, a weird smile appeared on Tuanzang's face. Obviously it is an inexplicable smile. But Yoon Xi had a feeling that was worse than crying. Interesting, what an interesting kid. At this time, Danzo finally shook his head, and the smile on his mouth did not disappear. Slowly took out a white document from his arms, and then walked towards Yoon Xi. He first handed the document to Yoon Xi, and then took the initiative to speak. "The Tale of the Crane, do you want to become stronger? FK. Just listen to this." Yoon Xi, who was still a little sleepy, instantly became energetic. This Danzang does not follow the routine so much. Yoon Xi instantly started to complain about the Danzo in front of her. Really? Before coming, even if Youngzi was killed, Danzang would take the initiative to send someone to invite himself to the headquarters of the root organization. And still waiting for myself here in advance. It turned out to be to take the initiative to solicit yourself. And the most important thing is to see from the information revealed in the previous words. Danzo seems to want to help himself become stronger. Chapter 8, Goodbye Uchiha Itaki. In fact, Youngzi cannot be blamed at all. After all, according to the portrayal of Danzo in the original Naruto book. And look at what Danzo has done. Yoon Xi's unexpectedness of Danzang's purpose is also very normal. According to the logic envisioned by Yoon Xi, Danzo asked Genbu Ninbu to invite himself to his own home because of the lack of experimental targets. Then his predecessor itself was the #1 waste material among Konoha. And apart from Tian Tian, there are no friends. That's why I pulled myself into the root tissue as a material for human experiments. After all, in the original, it is true that Danzo has worked with Dashimaru to study the mutant cells of the first generation of Naruto Senjutsu. But just when Youngzi was ready to open the writing wheel and rush out, Danzo actually asked if he wanted to become stronger. How could this kind of anti-routine Youngzi be guessed? Okay. And when Yoon Xi was entangled whether to agree to Danzang, the face of Danzang standing in front of Yoon Xi was also a little unhappy. Obviously, Yoon Xi's hesitation in front of him has already made Tuanzang a little unhappy. Master Danzo, are you kidding me? In order to alleviate Danzo, Yoon Xi didn't have any nervous emotions in her face, instead she showed a wry smile. It seems to be mocking his talent. Although I want to become stronger, my talent is really not good enough, so I still ask Master Danzo to find other people. In the end, Yoon Xi refused Danzo with her talent. You actually rejected me. Obviously Danzo did not expect Yoon Xi to reject herself so decisively, even not grasping the opportunity before him. Master Danzo, it's not a refusal. There was also a hint of surprise in Tuanzang's face. Yoon Xi continued to speak, it's just that I am really not suitable. If I have the opportunity, I would definitely hope to join Master Danzang. It's a pity. Get out. Seeing the resentful look on Yoon Xi's face, Danzo did not continue to speak, but waved casually. Directly signal Yoon Xi to get out. Okay. Upon hearing this, Yoon Xi immediately seized the opportunity and ran out. Although her heart was full of discomfort, a slight respectful smile appeared on Yoon Xi's face. It's just that Danzang has already secretly recorded it in Youngzi. Although, the current Youngzi is not Danzo's opponent. But don't forget, Yun Xi is a systematic man. After rushing out of the headquarters of the root organization, Yun Xi's nervous heart was finally able to relieve a little. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, but just when Yun Xi was ready to go back home, there was an inexplicable noise behind him. Who is it? After hearing the voice behind her, Yun Xi immediately took out the key hidden in her body, and her face was also full of caution. While stepping back cautiously, while preparing for the battle. Although Yun Xi has now left the root organization, the necessary precautions are still needed. If you want to kill you, you don't need to make a sound. The moment Yun Xi closed her eyes, a cold voice instantly appeared beside Yun Xi. Yun Xi decisively opened her eyes. I realized that the guy standing next to me turned out to be Uchiha Itachi. FK. After seeing it was Uchiha Itachi, Youngzi's heart ran past 10,000 grass mud horses, and then she said, "Can you not be so scary next time?" "Is this scary?" Uchiha Itachi smiled. Then picked off a weed on the ground and said after holding it in his mouth, "You have been brought into the root tissue. You follow me." After hearing this sentence, Yun Xi was taken aback, but finally nodded and said, "Yes, it just came out just now, but how did you know?" "I wanted to go to you before and make your mouth tighter." Standing up, Uchiha Itachi looked at Konoha's distance, and then said, "But I didn't expect to find that you have been targeted by the root organization as soon as I arrived at your house. I just happened to have nothing to do, so I followed and looked. So it's like this." After hearing Uchiha Itachi explain the reason, Yun Xi also suddenly realized. Indeed, according to Uchiha Itachi's character, being cautious is the most correct possibility. After all, if you follow the timeline in the original book, Uchiha Itachi should be the most tangled time now. Thinking of this, Yun Xi directly spoke to Itachi Uchiha with a very serious tone, "Although we have only met twice in my influence, including this time, I am not the one who likes to share with others. Secret person, so you can rest assured of this." "Hope so." Looking at Youngzi who was so serious, Uchiha Itachi didn't say much. Just agreed and walked forward. "Are you going?" Youngzi said immediately when she saw this. "Come back home." "Oh." Seeing Itachi turned home, Youngzi did not stay on Konoha Street for a long time. But just when Yun Xi turned her head, a scroll was thrown directly from a distance. Youngzi glanced at it and found that it was Uchiha Itachi who had lost it. Not far away, Uchiha Itachi flashed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then smiled, "The people who are targeted by the root organization will probably not end well. Try to become stronger." After speaking, Uchiha Itachi made a sudden leap and disappeared into the street. Yun Xi opened the scroll given by Uchiha Itachi. I found out that there were some sea-level fire escape ninjutsu. Although, most of the sea-level fire escape ninjutsu is not very famous in the original Naruto works. Even the ninjutsu used by some dragon characters is more advanced than these ninjutsu. But Gu Youngzi recalled that even in the ninja school, he would only teach the basic 3 Shen arts. If you want to learn ninjutsu that can be used in combat, remove the inheritance in the family. The only way to get it is to earn contribution points by completing the task to be able to redeem it. What Yun Xi did not expect was that Uchiha Itachi would actually give herself a complete sea-level fire escape ninjutsu. It can be said that this thing is definitely the most suitable thing for Youngzi. Before Youngzi received the special Ilaku Ramen and Uchiha clan's blood, the fire escape blessing, able to increase the power of fire escape ninjutsu. But Youngzi doesn't know any fire escape ninjutsu at all, so Sora has a bunch of buffs but nowhere to release. But now it's completely different. At this time, the training method of this fire escape ninjutsu in hand is definitely a surprise. "Itachi, I've been a fan of you all my life." After some jokes, Yun Xi did not stay on the street for a long time, but went straight back to her home. The plan to practice Huodayan ninjutsu has started. And at this moment, the various forces in Konoha village also slowly focused their attention on Yun Xi. Chapter 9, Undercurrent. Konoha Village, the headquarters of the root organization. Master Danzang, why do you want to put back the kid you caught earlier? After Yun Xi left, the two roots of the roots that Yun Xi had brought before also appeared in front of Danzo again. Looking at the leaving Yungzi and the silent Danzo, the two ninjas also had doubts in their hearts. After they joined the root organization, they seem to have never seen outsiders enter the root organization and go out safely. And still a civilian role. But Tuanzang's desire to be okay with the slightest answer, after looking at the two men under the steps with a pair of dead fish eyes, disappeared directly into the shadow. Yes, Master Danzo. After feeling the killing intent on Danzo, the two roots couldn't resist any stay. In just a moment, the two disappeared in an instant. After a long time, two figures appeared again in the root organization. In addition to the Danzo who left earlier, there is one more person. That is Orochimaru. One of Konoha's three ninjas, Osakimaru. How are the experimental materials prepared? The cold Yuan looked at Danzo, who was a little unhappy beside him, and asked the first question. Then, while pacing slowly, he said in a very casual tone, there is no problem with the transplantation of Shilanyan, but the experiment of the first generation of cells still requires a lot of manpower. Don't rush, I will send someone there when the time comes. A haze flashed across Danzang's face at this time, and then he murmured, originally there would be an extremely good material today, but I didn't expect to reject me. Who is it? Hearing this, a hint of curiosity flashed through Oshimaru's brown eyes, and then said in a joking tone, I would like to know who among Konoha would dare to refuse Danzo-sama. A Konoha civilian with extremely poor talent. Seeing the temporary ally Oshimaru asked himself, Danzo did not conceal the meaning, and directly stated Yun Xi's identity. In fact, Danzo did not focus on Yun Xi at the beginning. Although Danzo needed the materials for the experiment very much after the experiment started. But it's not that I can't find. And Yun Xi is not only unusually poor in talent, but also very low in her pure sense of existence. In the beginning, Danzo actually didn't notice him. Until the first 2 days, Danzo received reports from his subordinates. It is said that Yungzi possesses extremely powerful recovery ability, and may be more suitable for experiments with primary Naruto cells. That's why Danzo will focus on Yungzi. It's just that Danzo did not expect that Yun Xi would directly reject herself. In order to prevent Yun Xi from alert, Tuanzang simply put Yun Xi back first. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I will never look for opportunities again in the future. Yun Xi. After listening to what Danzo said, Dashimaru muttered Yun Xi's name silently while slowly looking into the distance. At the same time, a halo flashed through the grey-brown eyes. After a long time, he spoke to Danzo again, give me this guy's information, and I will investigate. Although, Yuan doesn't know how powerful the so-called recovery ability is. But the guy who can make Danzo cares must be very good. Dashimaru is also full of interest in different Yungzi. You can give you the information, but don't do anything with Konoha. The time between Danzo and Yuan is not 1 or 2 days. As Dashimaru spoke, Danzo naturally understood what he was thinking. After giving Yungzi's basic information to Oshimaru, Danzo couldn't help but warn him. Although among Konoha, Danzo can be regarded as an absolute Konoha high level. But now the Oshimaru has defected. If it is really because of Oshimaru's action in Konoha, it was discovered by the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi. So, even Danzo, who is a senior advisor to Konoha, will never feel good. Hehe, don't worry. Faced with Danzo's warning, Dashimaru didn't care very much. After just sneered, he took the lead to leave the root organization. An inexplicable haze flashed across Danzo's face at this time. I don't know, it was because of Yun Xi's refusal before. Still is. Dashimaru's attitude. However, Danzo did not stay in the same place for a long time. After Oshimaru left, Danzo also disappeared in the same place. At the same time, Konoha, in the Hokage building. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi was sitting in front of the Hokage desk, staring at the crystal ball in front of him. And the picture displayed in the crystal ball is the root base. I don't know Huo Xianjian, is there any trend in Danzo recently? After a long silence, the third generation of Hokage took the initiative to ask Shiranui Genma standing behind him. Report to Master Naruto, Master Danzang has nothing unusual recently, since he had specially summoned a civilian named Yungzi before. Shiranui Genma is a special shinobu of Muiin village, the land of fire, and was once one of the guards of the 4 generations of Hokage. Following the death of the 4th generation of Hokage, he followed behind the 3rd generation of Hokage. Mainly responsible for transmitting information and notifying the orders of the 3 generations of Hokage. After telling the 3 generations of Hokage what happened before in the roots, Shiranui Genma also slowly took out a document from the ninja bag on his waist. After handing it to the 3rd generation of Hokage, he slowly said, Master Hokage, this is the detailed information of Yungzi. Yun Xi. After reading the information in his hand, the 3 generations of Hokage also repeated the name of Yun Xi in his mouth. Obviously, in the minds of the 3 generations of Hokage, the name Yun Xi still has some impressions. The longest student Konoha stayed in the ninja school, the 3rd generation of Hokage was very curious, why Danzo would summon such a crane tail. After some thinking, the 3 generations of Hokage did not think of a very reasonable reason. Therefore, the 3rd generation of Hokage directly opened the mouth and said, I don't know Huo Xianjian, during this period of time, pay attention to this child named Yun Xi, and remember to report any abnormalities to me. Yes. After receiving the order, Ignorance Huo Xianjian did not stay for a long time, but jumped out from the window. And the 3rd generation of Hokage stood up slowly at this time, looking at the setting sun that just appeared, and didn't know what he was thinking about. At this time, Yun Xi never expected that she would be paid attention to by so many Konoha bosses. Still cooking dinner leisurely. Boom boom. Just when Yun Xi had just prepared a dinner, there was another violent knock on the door, which was not long before quiet. Who, here comes. After hearing the knock on the door, Yun Xi's face clearly showed a trace of impatientness. After all, it is rare to be quiet for a period of time, and I was disturbed by others. But just after opening the door, Yun Xi is not calm anymore. Yun Xi didn't expect that the one standing in front of her door was actually. Chapter 10, Matere Red Beans. Matere Red Beans. How could it be her? Looking at the person in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed in Yun Xi's face. Although the current Matere Adzuki beans have not yet become Konoha's special shinobu. But at any rate, he is also an elite middle bearer. And Yun Xi's current identity is just an ordinary civilian. From common sense, it is basically impossible to have any intersection. It took so long to open the door, what are you kidding up to? Matere Azuki did not pay attention to Yun Xi, who was a little surprised, but went directly into Yun Xi's room. First I found a place to sit down at random, and said directly, I will introduce myself first, Matere Red Bean, Konoha Elite Nakanin. Okay. Although I don't know what the purpose of Mitarashi Red Bean came to his home, Yun Xi did not take the initiative to ask. He just answered in a low voice and slowly came to Matere Adzuki Beans. One side looked suspiciously, while the other side was also thinking about the intention of Mitarashi Red Bean to come to my own home. Don't be curious. Seeing Yun Xi's surprise, Matere Red Bean came directly to Yun Xi and said, Master Hokage asked me to come to you. Master Naruto. Upon hearing this, Yun Xi's mind instantly thought of an old guy with white hair and a fire shadow robe. 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi. It can definitely be regarded as the power ceiling of Naruto's early stage, not only has the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu, but also has a unique personality charm. Although in previous lives, many people would list the 3 generations of Hokage's character as the virgin. But Yoon Xi didn't really hate this guy very much. "Master Naruto, why are you looking for me?" In fact, Yoon Xi had guessed the root cause of the 3 generations of Hokage looking for herself, but Yoon Xi still took the initiative to ask Mitare Adzuki Beans. After all, sometimes being too smart is actually not a good thing. Actually, there is nothing wrong. Mitare Adzuki Beans stood up slowly, and while standing beside Yoon Xi watching around, he murmured, "Why would Master Danzo stare at you?" "Sure enough, I came for this matter." Hearing this, Yoon Xi can basically determine what Mitare's red beans came to find for herself this time. Nothing more than, "I want to see why I was targeted by Danzo. Master Hokage asked me to tell you, stay at home quietly during this time and don't go out and run around." After taking a closer look, Mitare Red Bean did not find anything unusual about Youngzi. Simply, he directly told Yoon Xi the reminder that the 3 generations of Hokage had given him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After speaking, Mitare did not stay for a long time, so he prepared to leave. Just before leaving the house, she looked at Yoon Xi with an expressionless face, and then she said, "You can come to me if you encounter something that can't be solved. Does this count as a bodyguard for me?" Seeing Mitare Red Beans like this, a wry smile appeared in the corner of Yoon Xi's mouth. Although Mitare Red Bean's current strength will be stronger than Youngzi, but Yoon Xi really doesn't need this little girl's help. Because the enemy Youngzi faces is not something that Mitare Adzuki can solve at all. But even so, Yoon Xi still said in a grateful tone, "Thank you, next time I will ask you to eat red bean balls." "Hey!" Hearing this, Mitare Red Bean, who was about to leave, immediately stopped and asked Yoon Xi with a confused and affectionate expression, "How did you know that I like red bean balls? Are you investigating me?" In an instant, Mitare Red Bean jumped in front of Yoon Xi, and looked at Yoon Xi with a suspicious expression with his hands on his hips. "Bye." Seeing Mitare Red Bean with such a big reaction in front of her, Yoon Xi also had an inexplicable helplessness. First, he waved his hand to signal that Mitare Red Bean does not need to be so nervous, and then slowly said, "Isn't there the word red bean in your name, so I subconsciously thought of red bean ball. That is it." Obviously, in the face of Youngzi's explanation, Mitare Adzuki was not convinced. "But I looked at Yoon Xi's face and didn't show a lie." Mitare did not ask too much, leaving a sentence to be careful. "I was waiting for you to invite me to eat meatballs and then left Yoon Xi's home." Finally gone. Seeing Mitare Red Beans leave, Yoon Xi also sighed immediately. After closing the door, Yoon Xi also slowly took out the rewards from the system in her arms. A copy of the Fire Escape Ninjutsu secret book given to Youngzi by Uchiha Itachi. And the Fire Escape Ninjutsu training method given by the system. At the end is Banban 8 Doors Dunjia. Let's practice ninjutsu first. After making a decision, Yoon Xi still temporarily put away the 8-door dunjia that the system had given him. Although the most suitable training route for Youngzi is to directly practice Beiman Dunjia. Right round eyes and basic physical skills on the collocation can make Youngzi's strength grow rapidly. But it takes too long. Yoon Xi, who had been targeted by Danzang, did not have such a long time to improve her strength. Ninjutsu is different. Although Youngzi's ninjutsu talent is the same as her physical talent. But when completing the hidden mission before, Yoon Xi clearly remembered that he had been rewarded with a buff 10 times the speed of chakra cultivation. With the blessing of this buff, Yoon Xi still has the confidence to practice Huodian ninjutsu. After arranging the training plan, Yoon Xi didn't know why. First, he took out the chakra extraction method obtained from the ninja school. Yoon Xi immediately began to practice chakra. It is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the various components of the human body. At the same time, it is also a source of energy for performing ninjutsu, illusion, physique, or making a string to bind opponents or cut off the same material composed of chakras. The method mentioned is very simple. From the 130 trillion cells in the human body, the body's energy is taken up one by one, then gathered in the body. It can be said that any powerful ninja is inseparable from the energy of chakra. Although Yoon Xi's own talent is not good, but under the blessing of the system, within half an hour, a light blue aura appeared on Yoon Xi's body. If an ordinary ninja saw this scene, he would be surprised to find out Yoon Xi, who was once the tail of a crane, can practice chakra at a speed that can even rival top geniuses. This is the power of chakra. At this time, Yoon Xi could also clearly perceive the changes in her body. The most obvious point is that when Yoon Xi is practicing, he can clearly feel that an inexplicable energy is constantly being released in the muscles. While letting Yoon Xi feel the energy, she is constantly strengthening Yoon Xi's weak body. Chapter 11, Start Practicing. No words for a night. Is this the power of chakra? With the dazzling sunlight shining on Yoon Xi's handsome cheeks, Yoon Xi also ended the night of cultivation. Stand up slowly. Yoon Xi discovered that he had practiced this night. Not only was my body obviously strengthened, but I also found an amazing change. That is, the amount of chakra in the body has more than doubled. You must know that before Yoongzi crossed, there was only a small amount of chakra in this body. But just practiced all night. At this time, the amount of chakra in Yoongzi's body can even reach the level of Xiaoren. One night's time. From ordinary people to shinin. Not to mention Yoon Xi herself. Even the talented teenagers such as Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke can't do it. This system is really strong. Yoon Xi once thought that the system she had obtained was just a scam. But it now appears that this is not the case. At least Yoongzi now has the ability to protect itself, the chakra volume of the lower level of ninja, plus a pair of single Guyu writing round eyes. There shouldn't be any problems with some normal forbearance. The next step is to practice the fire escape ninjutsu that Uchiha Itachi gave him. I don't know whether it is the influence of chakra in the body or what is the reason. Yoon Xi, who had been cultivating for a whole night, did not feel any sleepiness or exhaustion, and Yoon Xi did not intend to take a rest after washing. Instead, he slowly took the scroll of fire escape ninjutsu that Uchiha Itachi gave him in his hand. Then proceed directly to Konoha Hyoshin. Practicing ninjutsu is not the same as practicing chakra. The latter only needs a quiet place to complete the training, while the practice of ninjutsu requires a large area of open space, and it also requires constant practice and experimentation. And Yoon Xi's home didn't have a very suitable place for cultivation. In order not to burn down my home, going up the mountain is the best choice. With chakra's blessing, it originally took half an hour to walk, but today Yoongzi only took more than 10 minutes. And while saving half of the time, Yoon Xi did not feel tired. She used her sleeve to wipe off the fine sweat from her forehead, and then Yoon Xi also opened the scroll of fire escape ninjutsu practice given by Uchiha Itachi. There is not much recorded on this scroll, only 5 ninjutsu. But it is very suitable for Yoongzi. Let's start with this first, Fire Escape Phoenix Fire Art. After finding the correct goal, Yoongzi kept trying the not printing method while reading Uchiha Itachi's practice notes. Although Huodian Fengxian Fire Art is only a C-level Huodian ninjutsu, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, but the actual combat capability is very powerful. Not only the attack range is extremely wide, but the power cannot be underestimated. The most important reason why Yoon Xi chose this ninjutsu is actually because this ninjutsu does not require any chakras. Such a simple, cost-saving, and versatile ninjutsu must be Yoongzi's best choice. Fire Escape. The Art of Phoenix Fire. After getting acquainted for about an hour, Yoon Xi finally tried to release this ninjutsu. But the result. However, Yoon Xi was a little surprised. as Youngzi completes the seal and mobilizes chakra to gather in her mouth. Yoon Xi sprayed hard. Just a dozen flames about the size of a lighter appeared. Don't talk about lethality. After seeing this scene, Yoon Xi even suspected that even cooking was difficult. He's meow. After seeing the fire escape ninjutsu released by herself, Yoon Xi also showed an awkward expression on her face, and at the same time she murmured, "Is this how he can be regarded as fire escape and phoenix fire art? The art of impatience fire. It should be regarded as one of the most famous fire ninjutsu among Naruto. Not only Uchiha Sasuke used it extensively in the early plots, but even Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Daido also use this ninjutsu. It can be regarded as a must-have ninjutsu among the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Yoon Xi was also impressed by this ninjutsu. In Youngzi's impression, the Phoenix Fire technique was released like a primordial celestial flower seed that hits a missile, and the flame spit out from the caster's mouth spreads in all directions to attack the enemy. And after proficiently mastering this ninjutsu, you can also control all the flames released through chakra, making the enemy unavoidable. In addition to the extremely visual effects, the power is also amazing. The Phoenix Fire technique released by Yoon Xi is just a little less interesting. Let alone whether the flames released can be controlled by Youngzi's chakra. Even the basic lethality can't be achieved. Impossible. As the previously released flames gradually extinguished, Yoon Xi also had a skeptical life. Once again comparing the fire escape training methods left by Uchiha Itachi and the fire escape training experience rewarded by the system, Yoon Xi did not realize that she had made obvious mistakes in releasing ninjutsu. And Youngzi is no ordinary person. When practicing Huo-Dian ninjutsu, Yoon Xi's body was already blessed by the system. First, the blood blessing of the Uchiha clan. Later, there is the special Ilaku Ramen as a reinforcement. Although Yoon Xi did not hold great hopes before his release. But I never thought that the fire escape ninjutsu released for the first time was actually like this. System, wouldn't you fail to reward me? In an instant, Yoon Xi suddenly thought of something. Immediately used a very serious tone like a systematic questioning. The system did not explain. At this time, a black line appeared on Yoon Xi's face. You have too few chakras. Just as Yoon Xi doubted her life, a cold voice came into Yoon Xi's ears again. Who? Upon hearing this, Yoon Xi turned her head randomly. One look. It was discovered that it was Uchiha Itachi, and a cool little boy was with him. Although you didn't make any obvious mistakes when you released the Immortal Fire technique, and the release time was also very precise, the amount of chakra is not enough to support the formation of the entire Immortal Fire technique. Uchiha Itachi led the little boy toward Youngzi, and at the same time spoke about the reason why Youngzi's technique of releasing the Phoenix Fire failed. Then Uchiha Itachi motioned the little boy beside him to sit down, and walked to Youngzi by himself. While quickly forming the seal with both hands, he said to Yoon Xi, "Look carefully, if you are looking for insufficient chakras, you can appropriately reduce the number of flames to increase the power of the Phoenix Fire art." After that, a complete Phoenix Fire technique was released from Uchiha Itachi's mouth. Although this fire escape and Immortal Fire technique is different from the ordinary Immortal Fire technique. There is only one flame. But, compared with the fire escape and Phoenix Fire art in the original book, the fire escape and Phoenix Fire art released by Uchiha Itachi at this time is obviously more powerful. Chapter 12, Uchiha Itachi's shock. So that's it. After Uchiha Itachi's reminder, Yoon Xi finally understood why the power of the Phoenix Fire art she released was so different from the original Phoenix Fire art. In essence, any ninjutsu is actually the same. The size of the power is completely determined by the chakra in the releaser. A top powerhouse in the ninja world who is as strong as Uchiha Madara can burst out astonishing combat power even if he only releases a sea-level fire escape and fireball technique. But if there are not enough chakras in the releaser's body, even if you have mastered the top ninjutsu, you will not be able to release it due to the amount of chakra. Even Yoon Xi has completely mastered the technique of releasing the phoenix fire. But the current chakra is still the flaw of Yoongzi. Sure enough, we still have to strengthen chakra's cultivation. In Yoon Xi's memory, the person who used fire escape and phoenix fire art the most in the original work is Suzuki Uchiha. From the beginning of the plot, Suzuki Uchiha will use this ninjutsu. But in the early stage, due to the lack of chakra, basically using this ninjutsu once, Uchiha Suzuki can no longer use it. In fact, it can be seen from this cloud seal that, in fact, the consumption of chakra by this ninjutsu is still very serious. Learning ninjutsu requires gradual progress. You are too anxious. After completing the demonstration for Yoongzi, Uchiha Itachi also slowly came to Yoongzi, with a wry smile on his face. Although I met Yoongzi not long ago, Uchiha Itachi was able to detect the kindness of Yoongzi. This is also the fundamental reason why Uchiha Itachi would teach Yoongzi ninjutsu. Okay. Yoon Xi nodded, and then came to the open place again, ready to try the art of releasing the phoenix fire again. This time Yoongzi did not pursue quantity. Instead, he planned to try again according to Uchiha Itachi's previous teaching. Jian. Mobilize the chakra in the body. Release ninjutsu. After going through the above process completely in her mind, a trace of confidence also appeared on Yoon Xi's face. Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin. Fire escape. The art of phoenix fire. At the moment when Jian was completed, a flame about the size of a basketball was instantly released from Yoongzi's mouth. And the target is a big tree 10 meters before. Boom! As the fireball collided with the tree, an explosion sounded in the flames. Ness. Although the big tree in front of him was not directly destroyed, a hint of excitement appeared on Yoon Xi's face when he saw the fireball that was already capable of combat. Although compared with the technique of phoenix fire in the original book, this time, Yoon Xi's fire escape technique was only a fireball, and it was because Yoon Xi was not proficient. Cannot use chakra for control. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, but this is already a very obvious improvement. At the same time, a hint of surprise flashed across Uchiha Itachi's face standing behind Yoon Xi. Recently, Uchiha Itachi did not have any tasks. Taking advantage of a rare break, Uchiha Itachi took his brother Uchiha Suzuki to the back mountain. Planned to teach him how to use shuriken. I didn't expect to be able to meet Yoon Xi here. Seeing Yoongzi was also practicing, Uchiha Itachi came out randomly and said hello. By the way, I gave some guidance. But Itachi Uchiha really didn't expect Yoon Xi to be able to use this tricky method to release the art of phoenix fire. And the power cannot be underestimated. This guy. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's view of Yoongzi also changed a little. When I met Yoongzi before, Itachi Uchiha only regarded Yoongzi as an ordinary Konoha civilian. But from now on, Yoon Xi's ninjutsu talent does not seem to be low. At least in terms of fire escape ninjutsu, it is definitely not worse than the average person. Yoon Xi. Suddenly thinking of something, Itachi Uchiha suddenly called Huan Yoon Xi. Hey! Yoon Xi asked puzzledly. Are you really practicing this ninjutsu for the first time? Uchiha Itachi himself is one of Konoha's top geniuses, and he can naturally judge the talent of Izumo Seal. In addition, Uchiha Itachi had also investigated Yoongzi's identity before. The longest repeat student in Konoha Ninja School. According to normal circumstances, it is already very good to be able to release the embryonic form of the fire escape phoenix immortal fire art within a month. But just tried it twice. This guy Yoon Xi succeeded. This result naturally made Uchiha Itachi feel a little doubt in his heart. Well, counting this time, it's the second time. Faced with Uchiha Itachi's inquiry, Yoongzi did not hide it. After sitting on the ground casually, Yoongzi regained the chakra she had previously consumed, while staring at the little boy next to Uchiha Itachi with curious eyes. this. Seeing Youngzi didn't seem to lie, Uchiha Itachi was even more surprised. On the one hand, it is because of Youngzi's talent. On the other hand, because Yun Xi seems to be different from what he imagined. Is this your brother? Seeing Uchiha Itachi's face was shocked, Yun Xi did not continue to ask, but turned the topic to the little boy in front of him. In fact, when Yun Xi saw this guy for the first time, it can basically be determined. The little boy behind Itachi Uchiha is the main character in the original Naruto book. Sasuke Uchiha. The long hair and the cold storage's face looked a little cautious because he saw Yun Xi, a stranger. Two delicate hands tightly grasped Uchiha Itachi's clothes. While looking at Youngzi with suspicious eyes, he hid behind Itachi Uchiha. I didn't expect Sasuke to shoot so shamefully when he was a child. Looking at Sasuke Uchiha, who was different from the memory, a smile appeared on Yun Xi's face. Yes, my brother. Uchiha Itachi nodded, then led Uchiha Sasuke out, and said in a gentle tone, Sasuke, his name is Brother Youngzi, he is a good friend of your brother. Are you a good friend? After hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Yun Xi was also a little surprised. He never thought that he could be regarded as a friend in Uchiha Itachi's heart. Yun Xi seems to remember that in the original Hokage, Uchiha Itachi's friends have no friends except Uchiha Shisui. The words of dried persimmon ghost shark. It's just a comrade in arms. This is a real windfall. Yun Xi was thinking secretly in her heart, but she stood up slowly, walked to Uchiha Sasuke's side and smiled. Sasuke is right, just call me Yun Xi. And this time, Uchiha Sasuke also said in a soft tone, hello, brother Youngzi. Chapter 13, Burning Fruit. Obviously, the current Uchiha Sasuke is different from the Sasuke at the beginning of the plot in the original Naruto book. Not only did there not have any cold expression on the immature face, but a little shy. And the unique sense of shyness towards strangers. I didn't expect Sasuke to be so cute when he was a child. Seeing Sasuke curled up behind Itachi Uchiha, a smile appeared on Yun Xi's face. And Uchiha Itachi also joked after seeing this scene, my brother, this guy is more shy, usually only used to contact with family members. Understand? Yun Xi nodded, then walked behind Uchiha Sasuke, and said in a kind tone, you must remember my name, Yun Xi. After all, Sasuke can be regarded as one of the most important protagonists in Hokage. Yun Xi naturally would not take the initiative to engage in evil. In this world of great forbearance, the talented person is not as good as the opener, and the opener is not as good as the protagonist's halo. Yun Xi still understands this truth. I should be regarded as your brother's friend. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Standing still thinking about it, Yun Xi still expressed the thoughts in her heart. I thought that the cute little Sasuke in front of me would be taught by the fellow Oshimaru to become a junior. Yun Xi is definitely unacceptable. Okay. Sasuke Uchiha, who was only 6 years old, did not understand the meaning of Youngzi's words. But seeing a smile on the face of the brother in front of him, Sasuke responded to Yun Xi in a very polite tone. Okay, now it's time to continue practicing. After some greetings, Yun Xi did not continue to talk, but was ready to start practicing Huodun ninjutsu again. But at this moment, Uchiha Itachi said, wait, Youngzi. What's happenin'? Seeing how Uchiha Itachi was hesitant to speak, Yun Xi also stopped, and randomly came to Uchiha Itachi and looked at Uchiha Itachi with suspicious eyes. In case, if one day, I leave Konoha, and when Sasuke encounters difficulties, would you help me? It seems that Sasuke Uchiha did not intend to hear the content of the conversation. Uchiha Itachi first took Youngzi a little far away, and then slowly spoke. It's actually this thing. Looking at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on Youngzi's face. He didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to trust him so much. Even such words are said. If Youngzi remembers correctly, the current timeline is the time before Uchiha Itachi Annihilation Night. The current Uchiha Itachi is also a double agent between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high level. Say such words at such a time. A trace of entanglement also appeared in Yun Xi's heart. Although Youngzi wanted to help Uchiha Itachi very much. But, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, strength is not allowed. In the Uchiha Annihilation incident, it is not only Danzo, the three generations of Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. There is even Uchiha belt soil mixed in it. And the Akatsuki organization behind it. The game between so many shadow-level bosses is not something Yun Xi can intervene. To be frank. Although Youngzi prefers the role of Uchiha Itachi, and from what happened before, Uchiha Itachi is definitely a person who can make Youngzi befriend. But if Yun Xi dares to intervene in this matter, it must be a life of 9 deaths. After thinking about it, Yun Xi planned to refuse. But at this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the God-level choice Uchiha Itachi's invitation. Option 1, reject gracefully, protect yourself wisely, reward, Uchiha Itachi 100, get a psychic beast a 1000-year-old turtle. Option 2, accept the request of Uchiha Itachi, and stand on the side of Uchiha Itachi in the Uchiha Annihilation event half a month later, reward, burning fruit, effect, after using it, you can have the fire system in one piece able and increase the power of fire ninjutsu by 10%. Option 3, accept Itachi Uchiha's request and follow Uchiha Itachi to join the great ninja organization Akatsuki. Reward, random lottery x1. Dog system, what do you mean by this prompt? Yun Xi did not expect that the system would appear at this time when she wanted to reject Uchiha Itachi. And from the rewards in option 1, Yun Xi can see the system's contempt for itself. Psychic beast, 1000-year-old tortoise. Isn't he changing his method to call Yun Xi a bullshit? My name is Wretched Development, do you understand the system? And what makes Yun Xi even more unacceptable is that he chooses the system or wants him to be a betrayal. Although the reward for the third option is more attractive. But it is absolutely impossible for Yun Xi to be a betrayal. It's impossible for rebellion to become rebellion. Isn't he savory to hang around in Konoha? It seems that I can only agree to Uchiha Itachi. After making a decision, Youngzi finally decided to help Uchiha Itachi. Although participating in the Uchiha genocide will make Youngzi very dangerous. But from the other two options, this is undoubtedly the safest option. And the one thing that makes Yun Xi's heart the most is that the reward he will get after choosing is actually burning fruit. For Yun Xi, who desperately wants to improve her strength, he has no way to refuse this thing. Although Youngzi now has the blood inheritance boundary of the Uchiha clan, and with the blessing of 10 times the cultivation speed, Yun Xi's strength is also advancing steadily. The overall strength progress is still too slow. Yun Xi estimated. If you only rely on the current situation to strengthen your own strength, it may be time for the original plot to begin. His own strength is only the strength of the ninja level. This kind of strength is like cannon fodder in this huge ninja world. But if you have the burning fruit, in the end, I couldn't tell. After all, something like devil fruit is definitely not worse than the blood succession boundary in Hokage. And under the influence of Youngzi, the burning fruit looks like a natural devil fruit. And the natural type is recognized as the strongest of the 3 devil fruits. If the fire escape ninjutsu plus the burning fruit. Thinking of the combination of the two, Yun Xi felt that a bright road was right in front of her. It is different from the blood succession boundary in Naruto. The biggest feature of the natural burning fruit is that it can element the body and it can also invalidate physical attacks. But not immune to fruit ability. But the world Youngzi is in is Hokage. Except for Youngzi, who can have the power of devil fruit. Simply put, as long as Youngzi eats the burning fruit rewarded by the system, it can basically ignore most of the attacks of physical skills. Chapter 14, Youngzi's Request. It can be said that as long as Youngzi obtains the burning fruit rewarded by the system, he can directly change his strength. Done. After understanding the benefits of burning fruits, Yoon-xi chose the second option directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and getting the reward, burning fruit. Within the system space, a mysterious fruit the size of a coconut appeared in an instant. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi was also a little curious on his face. Yoon-xi, what's wrong with you? Seeing Youngzi in front of him did not speak for a long time, but stayed in a daze. Uchiha Itachi also had some doubts on his face. And Sasuke Uchiha came directly to Yoon-xi, staring at him with the same eyes. It's okay. Seeing the look on Uchiha Itachi's face in front of her, Yoon-xi immediately put away the strangeness on her face, and then said, "Don't worry, if Sasuke needs my help, I will definitely take action. In fact, you don't need to act, my more thoughts are actually." As Youngzi agreed to her request, Uchiha Itachi also nodded slightly, and then continued to speak, "Although your current strength is not very good, but I have a hunch that in the future you will definitely become the best the strong in. Your talent is definitely not as unbearable as others say. Do you think so much about me?" Faced with Uchiha Itachi's evaluation of herself, Yoon-xi was also a little surprised. After all, the identity assigned to me by the system is definitely a peerless waste material among Konoha. Thinking of this, Yoon-xi said in an embarrassing tone, "My talent? The biggest student in Konoha Academy." This time, Uchiha Itachi smiled inexplicably. Then he picked off a wild flower next to him and said inexplicably, "Although the flower in front of you is beautiful, it cannot withstand any storm. But this inconspicuous grass underground is different." After discarding the previously picked flowers, Uchiha Itachi pointed to a green grass on the ground, and then said to Youngzi, "The stronger the wind and rain, the more the grass will grow. Besides, I haven't seen a precedent in which so-called waste materials can actually release the fire escape Phoenix fire art for the first time." After speaking, a smile suddenly appeared on Uchiha Itachi's cold face. "Is this complimenting me?" After listening to Uchiha Itachi's words, Yoon-xi's face was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to have such a high evaluation of him. It is in sharp contrast with the attitude of Danzo before. Haha. After feeling the encouragement of Uchiha Itachi, Yoon-xi also smiled, and then said in an inexplicable tone, "This is the first time I have been praised by others. This is not a compliment." Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's hand slapped Youngzi's shoulder. Just as Youngzi was in some accident, Uchiha Itachi said again, "This is at best encouragement." "Ha ha ha, then I can't live up to your expectations." In an instant, Yoon-xi felt a little more excitement in her heart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. If it weren't for now, it's not the time to pretend. Yoon-xi really wanted to open the mouth to Uchiha Itachi, "Don't install it, I have a system." But this is just Yoon-xi's fantasy. Now for Youngzi. The most important thing is how to use the remaining half a month to make yourself stronger. Not to mention the ability to sling Uchiha belt soil. Danzo and his ilk. At least there must be self-protection strength. Burning fruit. Looking at the burning fruits in the system, Yoon-xi also had some expectations in her heart. And Uchiha Itachi. It is also an opportunity for Youngzi to become stronger. Although the current Uchiha Itachi is far inferior to the Uchiha Itachi at the beginning of the original work. But among Konoha, he is definitely a strong one. Even with the ability to read monthly, he can fight against some powerful movie-level players. If can let Uchiha Itachi teach some ninjutsu, it is bound to shorten Youngzi's time to learn ninjutsu. This can be compared to the idea of waiting for system rewards to strengthen one's own strength is actually too much, although this time the system gave itself a burning fruit. Quite awesome. The reward given before. Except for the writing wheel, it cannot directly strengthen its own strength. Yoon Xi is not a guy who can only rely on the system. Although hard work cannot improve your strength quickly, it is definitely the safest way. Thought of this, Yoon Xi came directly to Uchiha Itachi and said, "Itachi, I have an idea." Okay. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was ready to take Sasuke back to Konoha village, but after hearing Youngzi's call, he immediately stopped and said, "Youngzi, what's wrong? I want you to teach me ninjutsu." Yoon Xi didn't mean anything, and directly spoke out the thoughts in her heart. "Didn't I already give you some training methods for fire drain ninjutsu?" Hearing Youngzi's request, Uchiha Itachi was also a little surprised. Yoon Xi directly took out the fire escape ninjutsu scroll that Uchiha Itachi had previously given to her, and then she said, "Yes, but these ninjutsu are just some sea-level ninjutsu. Even if I don't say, you should know that in actual combat, the killing ability of these ninjutsu is not very good. So I thought, I want to learn a higher level of fire escape ninjutsu." As soon as the words fell, a trace of tension flashed in Yoon Xi's face. Although Uchiha Itachi's kindness can be felt from the previous conversation, but Yoon Xi actually didn't know how good Uchiha Itachi had with her. Yoon Xi didn't know if Uchiha Itachi, who was standing in front of her, would agree to such a request rashly. Indeed so. Hearing Youngzi's reasons, Uchiha Itachi also agreed, but at the moment when a trace of joy appeared on Youngzi's face, Uchiha Itachi spoke again. "But judging from the chakras you currently master, these ninjutsu is indeed the most suitable for you." At this time, Uchiha Itachi was also a little helpless on his face. In fact, it wasn't that Uchiha Itachi wanted to refuse Youngzi's request. The most important thing is that Youngzi's body is now only the amount of chakra around Xiaoren. It is already very reluctant to release some sea-level ninjutsu. Even if Uchiha Itachi taught him high-level fire escape ninjutsu, Youngzi will also be unable to release due to insufficient chakra. In the end, it was not even as good as these sea-level ninjutsu. "Don't worry about the amount of chakra, give me a week, I can definitely reach the level of Zongnan." See, Uchiha Itachi mentions his chakra measurement. Yoon Xi guarantees directly. After all, he has 10 times the speed of chakra practice buff. It is definitely not difficult to double the amount of chakra in a week. Chapter 15, 1 week later. 1 week later. It is still Konoha. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. Fire escape, the art of phoenix fire. Suddenly there was a young voice in the dense forest. Moment. Break the silence of this forest. After an instant, a monstrous flame rushed into the sky, destroying all the surrounding emerald trees. Pattern. As Youngzi jumped down from mid-air, the branches that had been burnt down by the fire escape and phoenix fire art released by Youngzi also broke apart at this time. Fell to the ground. There was a loud noise. "It seems that I have completely mastered the use of the fire escape phoenix immortal fire art." Looking at the scene in front of her, a smile appeared on Yoon Xi's face. A week ago, under Youngzi's request, Uchiha Itachi finally agreed to Youngzi's request. Not only taught most of the fire escape ninjutsu to Yoon Xi, and taught Yoon Xi some practical physical skills in the release of shuriken. And during this week, he often brought Sasuke Uchiha to teach Yoon Xi, and Yoon Xi's talent has completely conquered Uchiha Itachi. In this short week, Yoon Xi relies on the buff that is 10 times the chakra cultivation speed, and directly makes the chakra in her body reach the level of normal tolerance. In addition, Youngzi has a unique talent for fire ninjutsu after eating burning fruits. Not only can quickly master all kinds of fire ninjutsu, and it can also greatly increase the power of the fire escape ninjutsu. For example, the fire escape and phoenix fire technique released by Youngzi earlier. Although it is only a sea-level fire escape ninjutsu, but whether it is power or attack range, it can even be compared to some B-level fire escape ninjutsu. "Yoon Xi, are you here so early today?" When Youngzi was about to continue training, Uchiha Itachi also suddenly appeared behind Youngzi. "It's just different from the past. Today Uchiha Itachi did not bring Sasuke. Where is Sasuke? After putting away the shuriken that had been thrown on the ground before, seeing that Sasuke was not behind Itachi Uchiha, an accident flashed across Yun Xi's face. I didn't bring Sasuke over today. After answering casually, Uchiha Itachi also went directly to the place where Yungzi released ninjutsu. Looking at the scorched land in front of him, Uchiha Itachi was also a little surprised. Precisely. Yun Xi standing in front of her eyes can bring him different surprises every day. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. When he first promised Yun Xi to teach him cultivation, Uchiha Itachi was actually not very optimistic about him. After all, talent belongs to talent. But it takes more than just talent to transform the foundation into real strength. More actually, it takes time and self-effort. Originally, Uchiha Itachi thought that Yungzi, despite his unusual talents. But basically it is impossible to master the fire escape ninjutsu taught by him in just 1 week. Don't mention the formation of basic combat effectiveness. But Yungzi's next performance hit Uchiha Itachi directly in the face. On the first day of the special training. Although Yun Xi was not too far behind before, she was still at the stage of familiarizing herself with ninjutsu. But Uchiha Itachi could feel an inexplicable extra energy in Yungzi's body that he couldn't understand. And this power even made Uchiha Itachi feel terrible. What shocked Uchiha Itachi was the performance after Yungzi. After the first day of training, Yun Xi's performance only surprised Uchiha Itachi. After all, everyone in this ninja world has their own secrets. It's not surprising that there are some strange things. But, the Yungzi on the second day directly made Uchiha Itachi a little doubt about life. Uchiha Itachi can clearly remember that the amount of chakra in his body when he first met Yungzi was only about the level of shinin. And compared with other Syaren as a very mediocre one. But meet again the next day. Uchiha Itachi discovered that the chakra in Yungzi's body had undergone tremendous changes. It's not just that the amount of chakras has increased substantially. The physical quality has also changed drastically from the previous Yungzi. After that, every day Yungzi progressed like flying. Since today, although Yun Xi's comprehensive combat power is not as good as the ordinary Konoha shinobu, but Uchiha Itachi discovered that Yungzi had a chakra amount that was usually forbearing. 1 week's time. Yun Xi has actually promoted her strength directly from being a ninja to an elite ninja. Ha ha ha, didn't you disappoint, did you? For Yun Xi, he has become accustomed to the expression on Uchiha Itachi's face at this time. After some jokes, Yungzi gradually showed a serious look on her face, and then said to Uchiha Itachi, "Now I have the ability to protect myself, so if I need help, just speak up." "No, nothing, I just hope you can help Sasuke when he encounters difficulties in the future." Obviously, Uchiha Itachi did not expect Yun Xi to say such words. After some entanglement, Uchiha Itachi still actively refused Yungzi's request. "Should we be friends? If you are an ordinary person, you will nod your head when hearing Uchiha Itachi say this. But Yungzi is different. He is a traverser. And Yungzi clearly knows that in the next week, Uchiha's plan for the genocide will be gradually implemented. And Uchiha Itachi is about to make the most important decision in his life. At this time, Yun Xi still intends to help him. It can be said that Sasuke Uchiha was not the worst person in the incident of Uchiha's extermination. It's Uchiha Itachi. In fact, Uchiha Itachi was tasked by Danzo to get peace and stability in Konoha village by exterminating the Uchiha clan. To be precise, Uchiha Itachi took the initiative for Konoha's safety. Kill the entire Uchiha clan with one's own power. Although the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi had always insisted on using negotiation to resolve the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. But because it happened so suddenly that when the 3rd generation of Hokage knew about it, the Uchiha clan had been killed by Uchiha Itachi. And when the 3rd generation of Hokage reacted, Uchiha Itachi had already left the village of Konoha. Later, in order to monitor the mysterious rebel organization of Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi chose to betray Konoha and join the Akatsuki organization. Although the role of Uchiha Itachi was established very successfully in the original Naruto book. But getting along in this week, let Youngzi and Uchiha Itachi have developed a pure friendship. Yun-Xi didn't want Uchiha Itachi to join Akatsuki's organization. I don't want Uchiha Itachi to end dismal according to the ending in the original book. I don't want to let my only friend in this world go to tragedy. Chapter 16, Dialogue. Yun-Xi's idea of changing the plot did not appear temporarily. In fact, when Uchiha Itachi agreed to teach Youngzi ninjutsu, he was ready to help Uchiha Itachi. For Youngzi, Itachi Uchiha is not only his friend. It's even his own master. It's also a relationship of teacher and friend like this. If Yun-Xi does not know, let Uchiha Itachi be threatened by Danzo. Then Youngzi might as well not cross into this Naruto world. If you don't speak, I will act as your default. Seeing Uchiha Itachi, who hesitated to speak before him, but stood still thinking about something, Yun-Xi directly spoke first. Then he went straight to Uchiha Itachi. First, he patted Uchiha Itachi's shoulder with one hand, and randomly looked at Uchiha Itachi with serious eyes, and then said, "Sometimes things cannot be solved by one person. Two people may be able to solve it." After speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed in Yun-Xi's eyes. This. As Yun-Xi's words just fell, Uchiha Itachi suddenly raised his head and looked at Yun-Xi with unbelievable eyes. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi had noticed something from Youngzi's words. "What do you know?" In an instant, there was a touch of shock on Uchiha Itachi's face. At the same time, there was also a sharp kunai in his hand, which instantly caught Yun-Xi's neck. Because of his emotions, Uchiha Itachi also trembled slightly in his hands holding kurumi. The result is, there is still a trace of blood on Yun-Xi's neck. But Yun-Xi didn't care. He wiped away the dripping blood, first nodded, and then said indifferently, "Well, I do know the choice you have to face. Yun-Xi, I'm sorry, I want to kill you." Although Yun-Xi did not point out the matter. But with Uchiha Itachi's IQ, he had guessed it. For the safety of Uchiha Sasuke. For the smooth progress of my plan. Uchiha Itachi, he is ready to do it. But at this moment, Yun-Xi speaks. "Kill me, it doesn't actually change things." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Facing the Uchiha Itachi, who was full of killing intent in front of him, Yun-Xi also felt a little inexplicable panic in her heart. But the arrow has to be sent on the string. If Youngzi does not continue to speak at this time, Uchiha Itachi will definitely do it. Therefore, Yun-Xi did not hesitate, and at the moment Uchiha Itachi thought, she directly said, "Give me another week, I can help you contain Danzo." Sure enough, you know. If Uchiha Itachi was only skeptical before, then after Youngzi's words ended, Uchiha Itachi has basically determined that Youngzi knows some of the agreements between him and Danzo. "Say, who sent you here? Is it your plan to meet me outside the village?" Uchiha Itachi's face was already full of murderous intent at this time, if it weren't for a week of getting along. Yun-Xi in front of her was already a dead person. A smile suddenly flashed across Yun-Xi's face at this time. After putting down the kunai in his hand, he slowly said, "Do you think anyone will train a mediocre to extreme youth into a spy? Then why did you know about this?" After hearing Youngzi's explanation, the excitement on Uchiha Itachi's face also eased, and the killing intent on his body also weakened slightly. Indeed, Yun-Xi's talent was not shown at all in the previous time. It wasn't until I met myself that I showed my true talent. If Yun-Xi is really a spy for Konoha, it is absolutely impossible to do such an abnormal behavior. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi realized that his emotions were a bit too impulsive. First, he slowly put down the kunai in Youngzi's hands, and then spoke to Youngzi in a slightly apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, the previous one. I was too impulsive. It's okay, if you didn't have any doubts directly before, I have to be more careful. In fact, when Yoon Xi made a decision, he had already thought of what Uchiha Itachi might do. After all, this incident of the Uchiha clan extermination is really important for Uchiha Itachi. Yoon Xi doesn't think that the current relationship between herself and Itachi Uchiha has allowed Uchiha Itachi to share such secrets with herself. But I still want to know why you know this. Although the atmosphere gradually eased, but the doubts on Uchiha Itachi's face did not diminish, and finally he asked Youngzi the doubts in his heart. I heard it from Danzo before. It is naturally impossible for Youngzi to tell Uchiha Itachi that she is a traverser. So Wanyan's backpot King Tuanzang is a very good excuse. In addition, Yoon Xi had gone to the root organization before. This makes the excuse Youngzi found even more perfect. At that time, when I entered the root organization, I accidentally discovered that Danzo was investigating the Uchiha clan. After giving out her excuse, Youngzi's face also flashed solemnly, and then she looked at Uchiha Itachi with inexplicable eyes before she continued to speak. Plus, your face is a bit wrong these days. I just thought of something. So that's it. After listening to Youngzi's explanation, Uchiha Itachi also suddenly realized. At the same time, an accident flashed across his face. He didn't expect that Yoon Xi could guess so many things from the emotions that he subconsciously leaked. Danzo is very strong, but we are not weak. If you need help, you can speak up. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi almost believed in herself, Yoon Xi also pointed out the matter directly. You can't intervene in this matter, there are too many strong people involved in this matter. Yoon Xi was surprised by Uchiha Itachi's reply. Yoon Xi really didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to reject herself at this time. How could I not know? It's nothing more than Uchiha Belt Soil, Danzo, and the Konoha executive behind. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's reason for rejecting her, Yoon Xi also secretly complained in her heart. But instead of saying these words, he took the initiative to speak. A week ago, you didn't seem to believe that I could achieve this level, right? After hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi's face instantly added a touch of shock. At this time, Youngzi ignored Itachi Uchiha, but slowly said, I may not be able to reach the level of a movie in a week. But normally, Shinobu should be no problem. Chapter 17, On Fire Ninjutsu Talent, I'm not as good as you. What? There has never been a shortage of talented young people in this huge ninja world. Whether it is Heiki Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, and even Uchiha Itachi himself is definitely an extremely outstanding genius in this Konoha. But even in this situation, Uchiha Itachi has never seen or heard of anyone who can leap from the strength of Shinin to Shangnin in just a week. And looking at the confident look on Yoon Xi's face, Uchiha Itachi can also detect that Youngzi is not lying in front of him. Are you serious? After a long time, Uchiha Itachi spoke slowly, and at the same time looked at Youngzi with a shocked look. Although Uchiha Itachi has seen a miracle on Youngzi before. But this time Youngzi's words made Uchiha Itachi also inevitably couldn't believe it. Generally speaking, the period from the beginning of the ninja school to the lower ninja stage is used to accumulate and learn basic ninjutsu. It takes only half a year to a year for talented people to become Zhongren. And the lower ninja who has no talent can also become the middle ninja through continuous accumulation and training. The only difference is that it may take more time. Therefore, a person who can become a ninja can be called a true ninja. It is also the mainstay of a shinobu village, and has the authority to lead the team to perform tasks. The overall strength of Shangren is completely different from Zongren. Almost more than 80% of Zongren may not be able to become a real Shangren for a lifetime. One can imagine how great is the strength between the two. But Yoon Xi actually said that it only takes another week to be able to match the general shinobu. Of course Uchiha Itachi didn't believe it very much. Don't believe me? Seeing the surprised look on Uchiha Itachi's face in front of him, Yoon Xi thought to herself. But only after a few breaths. Yoon Xi also figured out the reason. It's nothing more than Uchiha Itachi feels that it is impossible for him to have the strength of Shinobu in such a short time. Although this matter is basically regarded as an idiot in the eyes of others. But Youngzi is different. He really can do it. Thought of this. In order to make Uchiha Itachi believe in her own strength, Youngzi stopped explaining, but went directly to Uchiha Itachi. In a very serious tone, he said, "Don't you know if you try it? Try it." Hearing Youngzi's words, Uchiha Itachi was even more puzzled, and then subconsciously asked, "How to try? Don't you know my strength after a fight?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. As soon as the words fell, Youngzi jumped a few meters directly back, and while she separated from Uchiha Itachi, she was also ready for battle. "Do you want to learn from each other?" Seeing the fighting spirit emerging from Youngzi's body, Uchiha Itachi smiled suddenly, and then murmured, "Okay, I promise you, let me see the results of your special training this week." That's what you are waiting for. At the moment when Uchiha Itachi agreed to learn from each other, Youngzi went directly into the fighting state, running wildly beside Uchiha Itachi with an irregular pace, while the other hand was also in the seal at a very fast speed. The speed of this kid. Although Yoon Xi has not made a move, but with this move, Uchiha Itachi was surprised. In the previous training, Yoon Xi only showed her excellent fire ninjutsu talent. Uchiha Itachi didn't know that Youngzi's speed had reached the level of excellence among Zongnin. But it's just excellent. Although Uchiha Itachi didn't open the writing wheel, he was still able to directly move Youngzi with his powerful dynamic vision. Yoon Xi has not made a move, 3 sharp kunai have appeared in Uchiha Itachi's slender fingers. Call out. In the next second, a sound of breaking through the sky will appear directly in the silent woods. The target of the attack is Youngzi. Oops. Originally Youngzi planned to use her speed advantage to rush to Uchiha Itachi and launch a wave of unexpected attacks through ninjutsu. Kin, the kunai that came directly in front of him directly shattered Yoon Xi's thoughts. If Yoon Xi continues to rush over according to the original plan, she will definitely be hit by the suffering that hits her. In this way, some of the gains outweigh the gains. In fact, Youngzi has another way. He can directly attack Uchiha Itachi while also ignoring the pain of blocking his offense. That is to turn on the ability to burn fruits and make your body elemental. In this way, it was possible to directly ignore Uchiha Itachi's kunai attack. But Yoon Xi didn't want to do this. It seems we still need to dodge. In just a few moments, Youngzi has already taken measures to deal with it. While Kyowa was still in the air, Youngzi's hand printing was just completed. Without any hesitation, Yoon Xi directly condensed the chakra in her body into her mouth. "Fire escape fire dragon technique!" shouted. A dragon several meters long and composed entirely of flames appeared directly from Youngzi's mouth. There was also a burst of anger. Yoon Xi, the fire-type ninjutsu of this kid is just unexpected. After watching the previously thrown kunai being swallowed by Youngzi's fire escape fire dragon art, Uchiha Itachi also flashed a smile on his face. Although Uchiha Itachi has already known that Youngzi is extremely talented in fire ninjutsu. But Uchiha Itachi was a little surprised by the fire escape and fire dragon art in front of him. This ninjutsu is considered to be a relatively basic ninjutsu among the fire escape ninjutsu, and even ordinary ninjutsu can be easily released. Generally used for remote consumption or trial shots. There may be some gaps in lethality. But the fire escape fire dragon technique released by Yoon Xi is completely different. Under normal circumstances, after the release of the fire dragon technique, the flame dragons that appear will appear orange-red. In the case of increasing the chakra, the color of the flame will become dark red. Kin. The fire dragon technique released by Yoon Xi is completely different. The color of the flame is neither crimson nor orange. It's a light blue. And Uchiha Itachi was even able to perceive that Youngzi's fire dragon technique this time contained an inexplicable threat. You must know that the Youngzi in front of you is only at the level of Zongren. And Uchiha Itachi can already be regarded as a strong shadow class. If not seeing it with your own eyes, Uchiha Itachi will never believe that anyone can use the power of Zongnen to unleash the fire escape ninjutsu that poses a threat to him. And it's just a sea-level fire escape basic ninjutsu. On top of the fire talent. I'm not as good as you. Looking at the huge fire dragon that continued to attack him, Uchiha Itachi also sighed deeply. Chapter 18, Youngzi's Strength. Substitute Technique. While Uchiha Itachi sighed, the fire dragon released by Youngzi had arrived in front of Uchiha Itachi. The blazing high temperature also interrupted Uchiha Itachi's thinking. After seeing it, Uchiha Itachi did not choose to disperse Youngzi's ninjutsu through the attack, but directly avoided Youngzi's attack by relying on the right substitute technique. As expected of Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Uchiha Itachi who had appeared above the treetops, Yoon Xi immediately praised her. From the beginning of the discussion, Yoon Xi never thought that she could be the god of war Uchiha Itachi, although at this time Uchiha Itachi also suppressed her own strength at the level of Zongnen. But Youngzi did not expect that Uchiha Itachi would be able to respond to his attacks lightly under such circumstances. And also looks extra calm. When fighting against anyone, the difference in strength between the two sides can only determine the outcome of the head-on fight, and the rhythm control in tactics and similar battles is the most important point. Seeing Youngzi under the tree take the initiative to stop, Uchiha Itachi didn't take the initiative, but slowly spoke, and handed his combat experience to Youngzi. Understood, but I feel that in the face of absolute strength, no means will work. But it's a pity. Yoon Xi does not agree with Uchiha Itachi's point of view. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi's fighting skills are of great help to battles below the shadow level. The duel at this level is more about the control of the battle rhythm, and often the way to end the battle is through close combat. In fact, there are not many ninjutsu released. So it is very important to have a wealth of combat experience. But, to the battle above the shadow level, these so-called combat experiences seem a bit tasteless. Especially in the late stage of Shippuden, even if you are proficient in a wealth of assassination experience and understand the pulling in battle. But in case the opponent's Uchiha clan is the strongest player, he will directly be able to open it. In this situation, any combat experience seems so fragile. Is that what you think? After hearing Yoon Xi's thoughts, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with curiosity, and there was some doubt on the cold cheeks. Although Youngzi's previous words were very strange, Uchiha Itachi thought for a while. It seems to be like this. If you encounter an enemy who is weaker than yourself, just push it straight, without any tricks at all. And encounter a stronger enemy. These so-called skills are completely useless. Hey, the combat experience you mentioned is only suitable for sneak attacks. Just as Uchiha Itachi thought about it, Youngzi had already launched a second attack. Like this. Facing Youngzi standing behind him, Uchiha Itachi did not feel any nervousness. After making a joke, he directly nodded his hands. After a phantom-like seal, Uchiha Itachi, who was still in front of Youngzi, disappeared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This reaction. If Youngzi's speed is compared with other Zongren, it is considered excellent. Then the speed of Uchiha Itachi. It's definitely top-notch. It's not a good thing to be in a daze during a battle. Before Youngzi could react, Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared again behind Youngzi. Just a few seconds. Yoon Xi, who was originally extremely active, instantly fell into a passive scene in this battle. Is this the strength of Uchiha Itachi? After feeling the cold metal breath on the neck, Yoon Xi also felt a little surprised. From beginning to end, Uchiha Itachi has never released any offensive ninjutsu in the battle with him, only relied on a few kunao shurikens to launch an attack. But in this situation, Yun Xi was actually suppressed to this point. This made Yun Xi also a little surprised. Before the discussion, Yun Xi already knew the result. But I didn't expect it to be so miserable. Give up, if this is not a match but a fight, you should be dead. Seeing Yun Xi in front of him hadn't spoken for a long time, Uchiha Itachi also took the initiative to speak, persuading Yun Xi to surrender. If it's normal, I really lose. After realizing the result of the battle, Yun Xi also smiled. Sure enough, this is an ordinary discussion. Yun Xi may give up. But not this time. If you give up directly, Uchiha Itachi will never agree to Yungzi's participation in the Uchiha extermination incident. But everyone has their own cards. After making a decision, Yun Xi no longer hides her true trump card. Yun Xi's words just fell. An inexplicable burning breath slowly emerged from Yungzi. And Uchiha Itachi, who was standing next to Yun Xi, also asked about a flame aura. It's hot. In just a few seconds, the sharp kunao that was originally placed on Yun Xi's neck actually started to get hot. After realizing that the situation was not right, Uchiha Itachi immediately discarded Kuma in his hand, and then spoke to Yun Xi in a worried tone, Yun Xi, don't be like this is just a discussion. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi also noticed the strangeness in Yungzi's body. It's just that Uchiha Itachi thought that Yungzi might be planning to win this battle by forcibly breaking out, so he spoke to persuade him. We intend to end this discussion. Can Yun Xi didn't think so. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi wanted to end this discussion, Yun Xi immediately spoke like Uchiha Itachi in an anxious tone, no, in this state is my real strength, and I will not take pictures of my body. Influence, really? Obviously, Uchiha Itachi was still a little bit unbelievable looking at Yungzi smoking in front of him. Really? Seeing that Uchiha Itachi was still a little worried, Yun Xi immediately spoke, and then distanced it again, explaining to Uchiha Itachi, you can regard my state as a unique blood inheritance limit. Okay. Hearing this explanation, Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly. Then slowly opened his writing wheel. What? It doesn't matter at this look. It directly makes Uchiha Itachi have a feeling of doubting life. In the eyes of the writing wheel, Yun Xi in this state showed a strange fiery red all over, and a powerful chakra appeared on the surface of his body. It can be said that Yungzi at this time is not a human at all. It's a combination of chakras. What is going on with Yungzi? Originally, after Uchiha Itachi heard Yun Xi's explanation, it was simply because it was just a blood inheritance boundary of the fire element. But in fact, obviously not like this. This is called elementalization, and it can be regarded as part of the ability of my blood inheritance boundary. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's surprise in front of her, Yun Xi's face was filled with an inexplicable smile. Chapter 19, Unexpected Decision. Elemental. After hearing Yungzi's explanation, Uchiha Itachi also flashed a hint of curiosity on his face. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi did not understand what Yungzi said elementalization was. But he knew that the current Yungzi absolutely changed from the previous Yungzi. Although I don't know what elementalization actually means. As Yungzi walked towards her slowly, Uchiha Itachi didn't think much anymore. While looking at Yungzi seriously, she slowly said, but I may understand why you have such a strong self-confidence. Hey, my confidence is not only because of this. Yun Xi smiled and finished speaking, and directly accelerated her speed. The method of knot printing is also completed between the hands interlaced. But in a blink of an eye, the ninjutsu brewed by Yun Xi has been successfully released. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. As the chakra in Yungzi's mouth turned into an orange-red fireball, almost all of them could feel an extremely terrifying burning sensation within a range of more than 10 meters. At the same time, the temperature of the powerful fireball released by Yungzi was too high. The leaves of the surrounding low shrubs instantly turned yellow due to the high temperature. This can be seen. In this state, Yungzi's strength. Strong and terrible, such fire escape ninjutsu. At least you need a ninja at the ninja level to be released. If the previous Yungzi brought shock to Uchiha Itachi, so now Yungzi brings him only one feeling. That is horror. As the most outstanding genius among the Uchiha clan, the ninjutsu of fire dungeons and the art of fireball is one of the most familiar fireball ninjutsu in Uchiha Itachi. Even more familiar than writing round eyes. After feeling the fire escape and the fireball released by Yungzi, Uchiha Itachi couldn't believe it. A young man who is about to forbearance can unleash things that he can't even do. Although, in the eyes of most people, the art of fireball is just the basic fire ninjutsu that uses the fire chakra and then transforms it into a fireball through the seal. But in fact, it takes more than some talent to release this ninjutsu. The more important point is that you still need to pay attention to the details during the release process to be able to fully display the power of this ninjutsu. And Yungzi. The unreasonable method of the unreasonable fireball technique released. Yungzi's Yuji Uchiha Itachi also saw her. There is no trick at all. But, relying on the strange flame energy in the body, Yun Xi directly forcibly poured the flame on the body into the art of the fireball when the chakra was transformed into a flame. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This led to Yun Xi's release of the arrogant fireball technique that only looked like the arrogant fireball technique. Others, no matter the release method, power, and difficulty, are completely different from the normal fire escape and fireball technique. You are a strong ninjutsu. After realizing the difference between Yungzi, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with seriousness. When Yun Xi faced Uchiha's praise, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Because, essentially, this so-called fireball technique just uses Hokage's method of printing. The fundamental reason why it is so powerful is because of the burning fruit used by Yungzi. At the same time, it is Yungzi's biggest trump card. This is also one of my abilities. After thinking about it, Yungzi still didn't tell Uchiha Itachi the burning fruit in the end, but just gave a short explanation. Let me see how powerful your ability is. Seeing Yungzi did not elaborate, Uchiha Itachi did not follow up. Instead, they stand in place and quickly seal the seal at a speed that is invisible to the naked eye. Fire escape. The art of fireball. This time Uchiha Itachi chose the same ninjutsu as Yungzi released. Only the magical fireball technique released by Uchiha Itachi is slightly different from the magical fireball technique unleashed by Yungzi. Yun Xi's arrogant fireball technique is more pure. At the same time, the color of the flame showed an orange-red color. From this color alone, one can feel the energy contained in the flame. The art of the fireball released by Uchiha Itachi is different. Although the temperature of the flame is not as high as Yungzi, but both the size and speed of the fireball will be stronger. Simply put, Uchiha Itachi's fire escape fireball technique is more detailed, and Yungzi releases only pure flame energy. Boom! As the powerful fireball techniques released by the two collided together, a huge sound directly rang through the sky. There is also a huge sea of fire that accompanies it. The powerful flames released under the two different modes directly fuse together. The power that has erupted can even be compared to some large-scale fire ninjutsu. In terms of fire ninjutsu, you really have a unique talent. Seeing that the powerful fireball art he released finally ended up with the powerful fireball art Yungzi released, Uchiha Itachi also flashed a helpless wry smile on his face. Then he continued to speak, "If you and I are the same age, I am not your opponent." Itachi, don't say that, I'm just playing tricks. Hearing that Uchiha Itachi had such a high evaluation of him, Yungzi's face was also a little embarrassed, although Yungzi could take advantage of burning fruits in the fire system ninjutsu. But in terms of overall strength, the current Yun Xi is definitely not the opponent of Uchiha Itachi of the same age. As a unique genius of the Uchiha clan in a century, Uchiha Itachi can do more than just fire escape ninjutsu. Even if Uchiha Itachi compresses his own strength to that of Zongnan, on the comprehensive combat ability, Yun Xi will still be worse. Unless Yun Xi opens the writing wheel. But it's basically impossible. Other abilities are okay, but Yungzi has this thing about writing round eyes. He really didn't know how to explain it to Uchiha Itachi. Do not. Looking at Yun Xi in front of him, Uchiha Itachi seemed to think of what he was like before. Work hard. Brave. There is also a trace of stubbornness. To fight against you today is definitely my most shocking time. You are very strong. Even if Shinobu meets your sneak attack in general, it is very likely that it is not your opponent. If you give you a certain amount of time, it is not impossible to become a shadow-level powerhouse. But the enemy I have to face is definitely not something you can deal with now, so I can't promise you. What Yun Xi never expected happened. In the case of playing with Uchiha Itachi so wonderfully, Uchiha Itachi actually rejected Yun Xi's request. Chapter 20, Persuade Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, you rejected me. At first, Yungzi thought that the reason Uchiha Itachi rejected her was simply because she felt that she was too weak and she was unwilling to participate in the Uchiha genocide. That's why Yun Xi took the initiative to ask Uchiha Itachi for discussion. But what Yun Xi did not expect was, we have also learned from each other. And his performance also made Uchiha Itachi feel satisfied. But the result? It's not like what Yun Xi imagined. Uchiha Itachi actually rejected himself decisively. Well, this matter is not as simple as you think. Facing Yungzi's question, Uchiha Itachi spoke directly, and then slowly walked to a wide open ground, looking at the Konoha village in the distance with extremely complicated eyes. Seeing this scene, Yun Xi also went behind Uchiha Itachi. The two were silent for a long time. At the same time, there was a tangled atmosphere in the air. In the end, it was Uchiha Itachi who spoke first, looked at Yun Xi beside him. Uchiha Itachi asked Yungzi in an inexplicable sad tone, Yungzi, what do you think of Konoha village? Not good, and good. After hearing the question asked by Uchiha Itachi, Yun Xi was taken aback. He didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to ask himself such a question. Although Yun Xi did not understand what Uchiha Itachi was thinking at this time, Yun Xi still gave the answer in her heart. Not good? Good. As soon as Yun Xi answered, a trace of doubt flashed across Uchiha Itachi's face, and then he asked incomprehensibly, what does this sentence mean? It is true that there are many bad places in Konoha, and there is also the inevitable darkness and decay, but there are always people who pay a painful price for protecting this village, even with their own lives as the price. Konoha's wind is a bit calm, compared with that, the trace of darkness seems insignificant. Yun Xi spoke slowly. After speaking, she pointed her finger at Konoha Street in the distance, and then she said, there are two sides to everything. If you are wandering in the dark, you might as well try being in the dark looking for a ray of light. Yun Xi, you really are not easy. Looking at the smiling Yungzi, Uchiha Itachi had a wry smile on his face, and then murmured, darkness, light. How can I know if I don't try? Yun Xi did not point out the Uchiha genocide incident. From the moment Uchiha asked it, Yun Xi had actually guessed what Uchiha was thinking. Judging from the original works of Naruto, Uchiha Itachi at this time is definitely in a state of entanglement. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. One aspect is the village and peace. If his family causes war, Konoha will absolutely need to pay an extremely heavy price to resolve the incident. This is absolutely unacceptable to the peace-loving Uchiha Itachi. On the other hand, Danzo and some Konoha executives used Sasuke Uchiha as a threat to make Uchiha Itachi a double agent. This makes Uchiha Itachi unacceptable. And as the three generations of Naruto, Sarutobi Hisaki has always wanted to resolve the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high level through negotiation. But In fact, the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi hadn't thought much about this matter. In the end, it indirectly led to the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. Seemingly innocent, in fact. The 3 generations of Naruto of Our Lady have an unshirkable responsibility in the Uchiha genocide tragedy. Although in the original Naruto works, Uchiha Itachi chose to kill all the Uchiha tribe except for Uchiha Sasuke. But it is not difficult to guess what Yun Xi looks at Uchiha Itachi now. This ending is definitely not what Uchiha Itachi wants to see. And so, Yun Xi wants to change all of this. Change such a tragic ending. Why should Uchiha Itachi make such a dilemma? As Yun Xi's only friend in the Naruto world, Yun Xi naturally can't watch Uchiha Itachi continue to follow the original route. There is no way to try this thing. After a long silence, Uchiha Itachi spoke again. Then, while looking at the village of Konoha in the distance, he said to Yun Xi, "Sometimes people cannot choose whether they are in the light or hibernating in the dark. Every choice there is a price to be paid. Yun Xi, you are my only friend besides Shishui, I can no longer drag you into the darkness." After these words, Yun Xi could clearly feel that Uchiha Itachi, who had always been cold, had a trace of sadness at this time. A trace of helpless sadness. This is definitely the first time Yungzi and Uchiha Itachi have seen such negative emotions appear on his face in more than a week. Seeing this scene, Yun Xi finally couldn't bear it. He walked quickly to Uchiha Itachi and condensed the fire element power on his body into his fist. In an instant, a dazzling flame appeared on Yun Xi's hands. Then Yun Xi slowly raised her hands before she spoke. "The so-called darkness is just a bewilderment. If there is darkness and oppression in the front, then the flame in your hand will disperse it." After that, Yun Xi waved a heavy fist, and a bright flame instantly appeared in the air. And after seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing next to Yungzi, showed a slight change in the expression on his face. "Itachi, give me a week, I will accompany you to drive away the darkness in my heart." Seeing Uchiha Itachi like this, Yun Xi also took advantage of the hot iron, and directly spoke out the thoughts in her heart. This. Looking at Yun Xi with a confident face in front of him, Uchiha Itachi couldn't believe that such a teenager was called the tail of the ninja school crane a week ago. It was underestimated by everyone. For a long time, Uchiha Itachi clenched his hands into fists, and his face was full of entanglement. Although she did not speak, Yungzi could also feel that Uchiha Itachi seemed to be thinking about something at this time. After seeing this scene, Yun Xi did not urge, but looked at him lightly beside Uchiha Itachi. "Yun Xi, I agreed." About 10 minutes later, Uchiha Itachi seemed to think of something, and the expression on his face instantly changed. The entanglement from the beginning turned into a smile. Slowly coming to Yungzi, Uchiha Itachi murmured again, "You gave me an unprecedented shock before, this time I choose to believe in you." The moment Uchiha Itachi's words ended, a new reminder flashed in Yun Xi's mind. Congratulations to the host for the only option to activate change / as usual. Option 1, help Uchiha Itachi to fight against Danzo and change the plot of the original story. Reward, Erguyu writes round eyes. Chapter 21, New Reward. Will there be a new option? As Uchiha Itachi spoke, Yungzi's face also showed a hint of shock. He didn't expect that the system would actually give a single option task at this time. And this time the options released by the system are rare and serious, not only didn't let Yun Xi be a traitor again. And the task reward given this time also surprised Yun Xi. Shuangguyu writes round eyes. According to conscience, this is definitely an unexpected reward for Yun Xi. From the time when he first came into contact with the system, Yun Xi had realized this guy's pitfalls, and he was able to come up with such a good reward task. Naturally it will not be that simple. Thought of this, Yun Xi also felt pressure in her heart. He could not refuse this task. After all, for the current Yungzi, except for burning fruits, The most important thing for him is writing round eyes. As one of the most powerful plugins in the original Hokage, how could Yun Xi let off such a powerful ability? Although it has evolved from Dangdan Guyu's writing wheel eyes to Shuang Guyu writing wheel eyes. The combat effectiveness of Yungzi has not been significantly improved. But it is impossible for Yun Xi to ignore this task reward. And the more important point is that Yungzi herself wants to change the fate of Uchiha Itachi. Anyway, Yun Xi also has to accept this task. The system is a rare one. After secretly complaining about the system in her heart, Yun Xi also made a choice along the way. At this moment, a bloody light suddenly appeared in Yungzi's system space. As the halo dissipated, a pair of double Guyu Jade writing wheel phantoms also appeared. Looking at the eyes full of dark power in the system space, Yun Xi was inexplicably excited. At this time, Uchiha Itachi saw the mood on Yungzi's face fluctuating, and immediately asked, "Yungzi, what's the matter with you?" "It's okay, I just thought that you would trust me," and I was a little excited. It was naturally impossible for Yungzi to show the fact of obtaining the Sharian in front of Itachi Uchiha, so she randomly found an excuse. After changing the topic, Yun Xi no longer paid attention to the writing wheel in the system space, but went directly to Uchiha Itachi, and spoke to him with a solemn tone, "This time we will never fail." "I hope so." Compared with the confident Yungzi, the expression on Uchiha Itachi's face looked a bit tangled. In his opinion, the chance of success in this matter is too slim. There is only Yun Xi and him on his side. Although Yun Xi is very talented, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, but in terms of combat effectiveness, they are an absolute disadvantage. Yun Xi can barely be regarded as a fighting power of Shinobu, and Uchiha Itachi is only the early stage of the shadow level. And Danzo and Konoha's high-level side. Not only is there a large number of personnel, but also has a strong initiative and information advantage. As for the strong among the Uchiha clan, they should not be underestimated. At least from the current situation, Uchiha Itachi actually didn't have much confidence in his heart. "We still have time, don't we?" Seeing Uchiha Itachi's sad look in front of him, a smile appeared on Yungzi's face at this time. It is speculated from the timeline in the original work that Yungzi and Uchiha Itachi have at least 1 week to prepare. Although Yungzi and Uchiha Itachi are at an absolute disadvantage now. But for Yungzi, this disadvantage is not without the opportunity to change. First of all, the burning fruit in Yungzi's body is only initially stimulating the power in it. But even under such circumstances, Yun Xi's strength has been able to explode. Yun Xi is confident that the power of burning fruit will be redeveloped in the next week. And the reason why the Uchiha genocide in the original book broke out so quickly is simply because Uchiha Itachi was too decisive. If Uchiha Itachi is willing to tolerate for a while, and the time of this event will definitely be delayed. "Itachi, now that I have decided to give it a try, then I will start preparations." Thinking of this, Yun Xi did not hesitate anymore, and directly began to discuss with Uchiha Itachi. Then, before Uchiha Itachi could speak, Yungzi continued to speak, "There are 2 things that are most important to us now. The first is time. What about the second point?" Hearing Yungzi's words, Uchiha Itachi was also a little surprised at this time. The first point is time. Uchiha Itachi can understand, after all, Yun Xi desperately needs time to improve his strength. But the second point in Yungzi's mouth. Uchiha Itachi was a little confused. The second point is allies. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was full of doubts, Yungzi did not sell it, but directly told Uchiha Itachi. "Ally." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. "I didn't know how to speak for a while." The term ally is definitely an extremely unfamiliar term for Uchiha Itachi. Since the death of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi has hardly any trusted friends in Konoha. Not to mention the existence of being able to become allies. That's why Uchiha Itachi was so surprised after hearing what Yungzi said earlier, and at the same time there was a hint of doubt in his face. Of course we have allies. At this time, Yoon Xi smiled, and then came to the open space and picked up a wooden stick. After that, I found a slightly leveled open space, and then drew a big circle on the ground with the wooden stick in my hand before opening the mouth to attack Uchiha. There is definitely more than one power in any place. Where there are people, there will be power. For us, the enemy's enemy is our friend. As soon as the voice fell, Youngzi had already spent a few small circles inside the big circle, and marked their relationship with simple arrows. I can understand this sentence, but where shall we find so-called allies? This time, Uchiha Itachi was shocked by Youngzi again. He didn't expect Yoon Xi in front of him to think of this, but Uchiha Itachi is actually even more curious now. Who exactly is Yoon Xi's ally? There are too many allies that can be united, it just depends on whether we are willing to find. Looking at Konoha under the pale blue sky in the distance, Yoon Xi changed her mouth. In Konoha, this forbearance village has never lacked all kinds of forces. Whether it is the Qian Shao clan who founded Konoha first and then declined, or the Yuan Fei clan of the current Hokage. After that, Nara, Ino, Akudo clan, etc. These are the top giants among Konoha. These families seem to live in harmony on weekdays. But actually it's not like this. Under the harmony of performance is the surging waves. Chapter 22, Plan. Don't you think? Uchiha Itachi is not stupid. The reason for the allies he hadn't thought of before was purely because he thought that he hadn't wanted to find allies to help him from the beginning. But now it is different. When Youngzi reminded him like this, Uchiha Itachi could naturally understand the meaning of Youngzi's words. It is nothing more than uniting with other families in Konoha to resist Danzo's oppression together. But when Uchiha Itachi realized this, the tangled expression on his face did not diminish in the slightest. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Itachi changed his mouth. But many of these families are 3 generations of Hokage's cronies. We have no way to win them over. After talking about his worries, Uchiha Itachi was also a little entangled. Indeed, Youngzi's method is definitely a very good method, but in this case, Uchiha Itachi is very helpless. After all, this matter is not simple. In essence, the fundamental reason why Konoha executives want to eliminate the Uchiha clan is to suppress the increasingly powerful Uchiha clan and prevent them from rebelling. And why the Uchiha clan chose to rebel, I just thought that Konoha's high-level oppression. Simply put, this seems to be an infinite nesting doll. The senior Konoha felt that the Uchiha clan was going to rebel, so they wanted to destroy them. But the Uchiha clan felt that Konoha wanted to destroy them, so they planned to rebel. Although there may be some interest and power interspersed in this, it is essentially this reason that causes the Konoha and Uchiha clan to distrust each other. Eventually broke out the time of Uchiha's extermination in the original work. And this is not the only reason why Uchiha Itachi has no confidence. Although the Uchiha clan is Konoha's top wealthy family, they actually thought that the suppression and suspicion of the high-level Konoha clan gradually lowered the original high-profile Uchiha clan. Although such a move did reduce the sense of existence of the Uchiha clan. But it also leaves the Uchiha clan without any allies. So when Yoon Xi said the word ally, Uchiha Itachi's face flashed with entangled affection. It's like knowing the solution to this matter, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, but for some reason, this method cannot be used. We don't need to win. Originally Youngzi thought that Uchiha Itachi could easily guess what she wanted to say under her own reminder, but it was obvious that Youngzi thought too much. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was a little confused and entangled in front of her, Youngzi was no longer selling the door, and slowly said to Uchiha Itachi, "The allies we are looking for are not these people." While writing the word Hyaga on the open space. What? After seeing these 2 words written by Youngzi, Uchiha Itachi had a hint of surprise on his face, and then he immediately said, "The Hyaga clan will never interfere with our Uchiha clan. I'm afraid this is impossible." Become our ally. After all, under the influence of Uchiha Itachi, although the Hyuga clan was powerful, they were very low-key, and basically would not interfere with Konoha's internal decisions. And so, Itachi Uchiha was so surprised when he heard that the ally Yun Xi was looking for was the Hyuga clan. How can you know if you don't try? Seeing Uchiha attack it with such a great reaction, Yungzi stood up and continued to speak. Sometimes things cannot be seen on the surface. Do you know that the Hyuga clan is really willing to dormant in Konoha like this? But if the Hyuga clan promises to be our ally, what about my father's side? Finally, Uchiha Itachi also expressed his doubts to Yun Xi. In fact, from the beginning, when he knew that his father decided to lead the Uchiha clan to betray Konoha, Uchiha Itachi was extremely entangled in his heart. In Itachi's eyes, although Konoha is not perfect, it is definitely a good village. At this time, Uchiha Itachi actually yearns more for peace. On the one hand, it is his own family. On the one hand is the peace in my heart. Before talking to Yungzi, Uchiha Itachi had been struggling with this matter in his heart. Now after seeing the solution to Yungzi Itachi, Uchiha Itachi finally said what he wanted in his heart. Of course this problem is solved through peaceful communication. After Yungzi answered Uchiha Itachi's question, she continued on the topic. In my impression, the Hyuga clan is very low-key, but they don't want to be like this. In fact, if it were not for Konoha's suppression of the Hyuga clan, it would be very serious. They will never stay in their premises as honestly as they do now. However, if Konoha resolves the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan will not be able to become the largest family among Konoha. Will they really help us in this situation? After listening to Yungzi's analysis, Uchiha Itachi also said what he was worried about. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. We don't need to worry about this at all. Seeing Uchiha Itachi in front of him still did not understand the meaning of her words, Yun Xi shook her head helplessly at this time, and then directly said, I will leave this to me. You only need to do one thing. What's the matter? Uchiha Itachi asked immediately. Seeing Yun Xi didn't immediately answer, Uchiha Itachi came directly to Yun Xi, looked at Yun Xi with curious eyes, and continued to say, could it be that I should persuade my father not to rebel? No, you can't do this. Yun Xi never intended to let Uchiha Itachi to persuade Uchiha Tomita to dispel the idea of rebellion, because it is absolutely impossible to accomplish this thing by relying on Uchiha Itachi alone. The reason mentioned before is indeed the core reason for the Uchiha clan's rebellion, but the real cause of the head-on conflict between Konoha and Uchiha clan is because of the waste of Uchiha Fudake. Yun Xi's most despised character among all Hokage. That's why Yun Xi would not let Uchiha Itachi do this thankless thing. Isn't it this thing? As Yun Xi spoke, Uchiha Itachi was also a little surprised. The only thing he could think of in his mind was this. What I need you to do is to buy as much time as possible. It is best to temporarily stabilize the two guys Danzo and your father. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was in a daze, Yun Xi directly spoke out what he was going to do, and then continued, only the more time our plan will be more likely to succeed, and I am also there is plenty of time to win over the Hyuga clan. Chapter 23, Double Go Jade Writing Round Eyes. Yun Xi, I admit that you are still a small one. After listening to Yungzi's arrangement, the curious expression on Uchiha Itachi's face also deepened. At first, Uchiha Itachi just thought that Yungzi was a talented young man. After that, the outstanding fighting skills and the mysterious fire-blood follow-up boundary made Uchiha Itachi also noticed the difference in Yungzi. But Uchiha Itachi really didn't expect Yun Xi to even know his identity. Think of the plan designed by Yun Xi before. Uchiha Itachi was shocked. I really didn't expect that the young man in front of me who was younger than myself could actually be so meticulous. Maybe this is the real genius. Looking at Yun Xi, who was still a handsome boy, Uchiha Itachi was inexplicably born with a glimmer of expectation. He wanted to see how far the boy in front of him could grow up. Hey, it's not a small thing anymore, it's just that the method mentioned before is indeed the best method at present. Facing Uchiha Itachi's compliment, Youngzi's face also flashed embarrassment. In fact, Yun-Xi does not like to pay attention to so-called strategies and plans. Pushing directly with force is Yun-Xi's most desired solution. But very helpless. Yun-Xi can't do it. Even if it is Uchiha Sasuke who is still playing in the mud, plus Xiao Tiantian who is paddling next door. Uchiha Itachi and himself are the only ones who can provide combat power. Compared with Danzo and the root organization led by, the power gap between the two sides is simply a huge difference. Therefore, in this situation, Yun-Xi can only reluctantly choose such a method to solve the problem. Brother. Just when Youngzi and Uchiha Itachi had discussed about the same situation, Sasuke Uchiha, who was still a small Shota, happened to appear on the open space in the distance at this time. It's Sasuke. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke running towards Uchiha Itachi, Yun-Xi reminded. I saw it. Uchiha Itachi also concealed the previous entanglement in his heart at this time, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his handsome cheeks. Then, while walking towards Uchiha Sasuke, he said to Youngzi, the plan will be arranged like this for the time being. I'll go back first, and if you have something to do then, you can go directly to Uchiha Station to find me. Well, it just so happens that I have to think about it carefully. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, Youngzi agreed to the matter. Then before leaving, Youngzi spoke again, sometimes it is better to face everything easily and to bear it silently. After that, Youngzi went straight down the mountain. This guy, it's really not easy. After silently savoring the words left by Youngzi, Uchiha Itachi suddenly smiled, and then he did not speak anymore. Instead, he took Uchiha Sasuke directly back to the family residence. Brother, is Brother Youngzi your friend? Forget it, what's wrong with Sasuke? No, I'm just very happy. This is the first time I have seen my brother's friend. Read more at hotnovel.xyz, is it? The setting sun was lonely, and under the red sunset, Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Sasuke's little hand, and under the shining of the red sunset, looked at Youngzi's distant back. There was also an inexplicable look on his face. Melancholy. Tangled. There is still a hint of luck. Let's go, Sasuke, brother today. Very happy. System. Receive rewards for writing round eyes. On Youngzi's side, after separating from Uchiha Itachi, he didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went straight back to his home, and after a search, after confirming that no one was monitoring him, Yun-Xi directly chose to receive the reward of writing round eyes that he had obtained before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of double Go Jade writing round eyes. The reception is successful. Will the fusion start immediately? Yes. After hearing the system's reminder, Yun-Xi decisively chose to merge immediately. As soon as the words fell, a pair of dark red pupils instantly appeared in front of Yun-Xi from the system space. Then, as a soft light yellow light enveloped Yun-Xi's eyes, the writing wheel eyes suspended in the air also slowly flew towards Yun-Xi's eyes. FK. After seeing this scene, Yun-Xi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the way the system merged with the writing wheel was so fantastic. What tricks is this system doing? And just as Yun-Xi sighed, the writing wheel eyes floating in the air didn't move. In an instant, there was a weirdness in the room. A pair of dark red writing wheels floating in the air out of thin air. As well as a teenager with a light yellow halo on his head. System. After a few seconds, Yun-Xi saw that the system hadn't responded, and Yun-Xi also tentatively called to her system, and at the same time, a bad mood instantly appeared in Yun-Xi's heart. After thinking about the unreliability of the previous system, Yun-Xi secretly thought, FK, the system won't crash at this critical moment, right? Ding! An unknown error was found. Please stay calm and not restless. Ding, the system is restarting. Ding, because the host contains single Gojade writing round eyes, double Gojade writing round eyes cannot be transplanted normally, and the forced fusion mode is specially turned on. FK, it's really dead. Yoon Xi didn't expect that her words would come true, and this cheating system actually made a mistake. Thinking of this, Yoon Xi immediately asked, "System, what is forced fusion?" But facing Yoon Xi's question, the system did not intend to explain. Instead, send out another notice. Ding, turn on the forced fusion mode, the probability of integration, 50% success, 50% failure. Ma. After seeing the prompt of the system appearing in front of my eyes, Yoon Xi, who was heart-stopping before, was finally not calm. He didn't expect that he would fail even after starting the forced fusion. Thinking of the consequences of failure, Yoon Xi directly said, "Don't merge." But ding, force the fusion to open, it can't be cancelled. As soon as the system's words fell, a light yellow halo appeared again between Yoon Xi and Xiao Lunyan, but this time the light yellow halo did not cover Yoon Xi or Xiao Lunyan, but turned into a yellow line, connecting the Yungzi and the writing wheel eye floating in the air. FK, this is... After seeing this scene, Yoon Xi was a little confused. With the moment when I was connected with Xiao Lunyan, an inexplicable force slowly appeared from Yoon Xi. At the same time, Yoon Xi's eyes automatically opened the writing wheel eyes, and there was still a slight tingling sensation. What? Before Yoon Xi could fully adapt to the tingling sensation, suddenly a stronger pain came into Yoon Xi's eyes. There is a hint of jiaozuo in the tingling. And there is also a blood-red breath slowly rising from Yungzi. Everyone can guess how stupid this thing is. Chapter 24, Windfall. What on earth is it? As the strangeness in her body became more obvious, Yoon Xi also had an inexplicable look on her face. He really didn't expect that a simple evolution would actually happen like this. In Yoon Xi's vision, this evolution is just an evolutionary process of writing round eyes. Although the stinging pain he had encountered before was unbearable, Yoon Xi didn't care much because of the ability to become stronger. But face the current scene. Yoon Xi was finally not calm. Not only because a dark red aura with a terrifying killing intent appeared on the surface of Yoon Xi's body. At the same time, a dark negative atmosphere in Yoon Xi's heart was born immediately. What the hell is this system doing? While suppressing the slaughter that was gradually blooming in her heart, Yoon Xi was also entangled in why the evolution of the writing wheel had become like this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the selection system, rebirth and destruction. Choice 1, fully explode the killing and desire in the body. Reward, instantly gain 6-level combat power, but reason will be swallowed by a lot of negative energy. Choose 2, according to the original plan, the fusion of the writing wheel eyes will be carried out normally. As compensation, 3 Gojade writing wheel eyes will be obtained. This. After seeing these two options, Yoon Xi's face was instantly surprised. Although I don't know what happened in these short minutes. But Yoon Xi is not stupid. Just from the choice reward given by the system this time, we can see the strangeness. 6-level combat power. This can almost be regarded as the highest combat power in the world of Naruto. In Yungzi's memory, it seems that only Uchiha Madara in the original work, Naruto in fairy mode, and Sasuke, who has a complete body under Sasuke, can fight this kind of combat power. But in the face of this kind of reward, Yoon Xi really didn't dare to choose. This is not Yoon Xi counseling. The main reason is the prompt given by the system. Loss of reason. Yoon Xi is really unacceptable at such a price. Ever since. Yoon Xi can only take a look at it. After some emotion, Yoon Xi chose the second option. Although the rewards won are not as exaggerated as the first option. But for the current Yungzi, it's definitely a good reward. Sang Guyu writes round eyes, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, as a conventional writing wheel state under the eyes of the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Although it is like cannon fodder in the original Naruto works. But in fact, the seemingly ordinary Sangu Jade writing wheel eyes are actually not ordinary. Although Yun Xi did not know the specific situation among the Uchiha clan. But from the family status of Uchiha Itachi in the Uchiha clan, it can be seen that a person who can have a 3-go jade writing wheel can definitely be regarded as a genius of the Uchiha clan. And compared with the previous Shanguyu writing round eyes, Sanguyu writing round eyes can almost be described by the 2 words of qualitative change. Generally speaking, most people in the Uchiha clan have the writing wheel eyes of one and the Ergu jade wheel eyes, and due to the unique evolutionary conditions of the writing wheel eyes, the sign leads to 1. And Erguyu's writing wheel eyes are the most common writing wheel eyes. The role and ability are also relatively single. In addition to the ability to strengthen the physical fitness of the person who has the writing wheel eye and the talent of fire ninjutsu, it only possesses the most basic abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. In the case of Shanguyu, even the most basic illusion technique cannot be used. And Sanguyu writing round eyes is completely different. In Yun Xi's eyes, only those who are above 3-go jade can be regarded as real ones. The simple 1-2-go writing round eyes can only be regarded as a simple pupil technique called writing round eyes. But Sanguyu writing round eyes is different. Not only has all the abilities of 1 or 2-go jade, but also can copy ninjutsu, and all aspects of abilities will be enlarged. In fact, there is the most important point. That is, the reward of this 3-go jade writing round eyes can quickly improve Yungzi's combat effectiveness. In the end, Yun Xi chose the second option. As Yun Xi's words just fell, the strange red mist that had previously filled Yun Xi's body also slowly disappeared. At the same time, the negative emotions that kept appearing in Yun Xi's mind also disappeared. Finally returned to normal. After feeling that her body was constantly recovering, Yun Xi felt a little emotional in her heart, and she was also a little scared. Thinking of this, Yun Xi took advantage of the evolving process of Zhuanyan. Yun Xi directly asked the system, what happened before, why is it so terrible during the process of fusing Zhuanyan? Thing. In fact, the previous Yungzi was calm on the surface. But when discovering the strange behavior in the body, he panicked too. For the current Yungzi, how to avoid such accidents is the most critical thing. Ding, Shaolunyan belongs to a dark power system. Only negative emotions such as anger, fear, and fear can fully activate the power in Shaolunyan. The host has already obtained the single Go Jade writing wheel eyes, and once again forcibly fusing the double Go Jade writing wheel eyes into the host's body will cause a conflict of power. As Yungzi spoke, the system also explained. Yun Xi was a little surprised after listening to it. After all, judging from the system's words, this pot seems to be systematic. Ding, it is indeed a system error, so as compensation, this fusion will evolve the original double Go Jade Shaolunyan into a 3-go Jade Shaanyan. I'm still earning this time. The operation of the system so simple and generous to admit this matter was something Yun Xi did not expect. Although Yungzi is very profitable on the surface, the pain that Yungzi has encountered before is not simply a reward that can be smoothed out by using 3-go Jade to write round eyes. You must know that Yun Xi was a life of 9 deaths and suffered all kinds of pain. Amount. Can't make it up. In fact, Yun Xi just felt a bit stunned in her chest and a bit tingling in her eyes. But this can't conceal the mistakes caused by the system. System, I will never be bought by you with a pair of 3-go Jade. Although Yun Xi is fine. But like this once in a lifetime, a rare opportunity in 10,000 years to smash the system wool, Yun Xi might just give up like this. The most correct choice. Of course it is a wave of systematic wool. Yun Xi said this once, but the system in Yun Xi's mind fell into deep silence. Although he did not speak. But if the system at this time has wisdom, it will definitely look at the smiling Yungzi with a weird color. Chapter 25, Sangu Jade writing round eyes. System, don't think that silence can cover up this matter. System, you have the ability to steal, you have the ability to take responsibility if you make a mistake. System. Although the system did not respond, Yoon Xi did not intend to give up just like that. After all, this period of system failure is a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. Indeed, the current Youngzi is a bit cheeky. There is no alternative to this. The time until the Uchiha Annihilation event is getting shorter and shorter, and Youngzi's combat effectiveness, compared with a big boss like Danzo, it is a world of difference. Although Yoon Xi was confident that she could make her strength stronger before the incident happened. But if there is systematic help, then Yoon Xi's confidence will be even higher. System, I will call someone if you don't come out. Yoon Xi was also a little nervous after spitting out a lot of words. In fact, he didn't know whether he would get rewards for such a cheeky begging. Said with the bottom. Yoon Xi just wanted to give it a try. At the moment Yoon Xi wanted to give up, a new system prompt appeared in Yoon Xi's mind. Ding, the host suffers losses due to a system error. Special reward, physical fitness increase by x1. After hearing this notice, Yoon Xi's face was also a little shocked. He didn't expect. The system really rewards itself. And on paper, this reward seems to be something that can directly strengthen Yoon Xi's physical fitness. Do you want to know what Youngzi lacks most now? That is the purest physical fitness. In terms of ninjutsu, although most of them are some C to B levels of fire ninjutsu. However, the increase in fire ninjutsu and the bonus of burning fruit items that were previously rewarded by the system caused Yoon Xi to not lack the means of attack. In terms of combat support, Yoon Xi possesses a 3-go Jade's riding wheel. Whether it's reconnaissance or finding the enemy's weakness in battle, it is definitely the best choice among all Hokage. And Yoon Xi's biggest weakness now is this body. Although Youngzi possesses the 8-door Dunjia, the most powerful physical skill in all Hokage, if he reaches the peak of cultivation, he can even fight against Uchiha Madara at the peak of his time. It takes a lot of time to fully cultivate into the 8-gate Dunjia to see success. But the thing that Youngzi lacks most now is time. In addition, before Youngzi crossed, the body itself was an ordinary civilian, and it could be described as incapable of combat. After more than a week of training, Yoon Xi's current physical condition is much better than before. But compared with other people, the overall physical fitness of Yoon Xi is at most equivalent to a general Siaren. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Even compared with some specializing in physical skills, it is not as good as. So Yoon Xi always wanted to find a way to strengthen her body quickly. Did not expect. Under this unexpected situation, he actually achieved the wish in his heart. Receive the reward. Secretly suppressing the joy in his heart, Yoon Xi directly chooses to withdraw the reward. The words just fell. A dazzling light immediately appeared in Yoon Xi's body. At first, this dazzling light only appeared on Yoon Xi's palm. But over time, gradually, Youngzi's palms, cheeks, waist, thighs and other body parts are all shrouded by the rays of light from this system. This is. After seeing this scene, Yoon Xi's eyes also flashed a trace of confusion, compared with the time when she was covered with red aura before. The current Youngzi not only does not have any discomfort, but in a very comfortable state. The whole body is warm, as if enjoying the top sun bath in the endless sandy beach. And wherever the light goes, Youngzi will give birth to an inexplicable sense of power. If it is said that the place where Yoon Xi was in the previous evolution when writing round eyes was hell, then Youngzi is definitely in heaven. This is a kind of graceful feeling that Yoon Xi has never experienced. I don't know how long it has passed. Yoon Xi slowly opened her eyes. Looking outside the house in the dark night, Yoon Xi's face was instantly shocked. How long is this? In Yoon Xi's memory, it was only in the evening when she started receiving rewards. And now, outside the window was pitch black, and there was no sound except for the sporadic calls of insects and birds. How long has it passed? Obviously, Yoon Xi didn't believe that this evolution actually took so long. Subconsciously pinched his cheek. With a hint of pain, Yoon Xi believed that this was true. It's not that I fell into the illusion. At the same time, something that surprised Yoon Xi even more happened. He actually grew taller himself. When Yoon Xi traveled through, his height was no more than 1.5 meters. Although Yoon Xi was only 12 years old at this time, this height was definitely not high. Coupled with the thin body, Yoon Xi was once only about 10 years old. And now Youngzi. Compare it with the original Youngzi. It's far different. The original height of 1.5 meters has become history. Now Yoon Xi is not only about 1.8 meters tall, but also has obvious muscles everywhere in his body. Throw a punch casually. It actually left an afterimage in the air. If the former Youngzi had the strength of Shangnan, it was only because of the powerful fire drain ninjutsu. So now, just relying on the power contained in this body can be comparable to the strength of looking for Zhongren. This reward can actually increase your strength so much. In the beginning, Youngzi did not actually have such big expectations for the rewards of the system. But the actual effect really shocked Yoon Xi. Really? Opening is the easiest way to become stronger. After getting used to this body, Yoon Xi also brags a little. At the same time, the curiosity of the system in my heart has become deeper. Ding! The 3 Goyu Jade Writing round eyes merged successfully. At the same time, Yoon Xi's 3 Go Jade Writing wheel eyes were also completely integrated into the body. Is this the power of writing round eyes? When I opened my eyes, a pair of dark red eyes appeared in the eyes that were originally black jade-like eyes, and 3 Go Jade-like black tadpoles also slowly turned in Yoon Xi's eyes. The power of an exclusive writing wheel eye also penetrated into Yoon Xi's body. Yoon Xi tried to open the writing wheel. Not only found that my vision became wider, I could even see unknown beetles a few streets away next door. And the changes brought to Youngzi by Xiao Lunyan are not just these. Chapter 26, The Wonderful Reaction of Writing Round Eyes and Burning Fruits. Boom! Suddenly, a silly sound suddenly appeared in Yoon Xi's mind. And Yoon Xi's body also changed a little at this time. When strengthening the body earlier, there was no unexpected performance in Youngzi's body, but after the Sangguyu writing wheel eyes were activated, an aura of flame burst out from Yoon Xi's body in an instant. What kind of power is this? Yoon Xi was also a little confused for a while. After all, this situation was also the first time Yoon Xi encountered this situation. Recalling the writing wheel eye setting in the original book, it seemed that this did not happen. Could it be? Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Yoon Xi's mind. In fact, Yoon Xi has also encountered situations where flames are inexplicably present in her body. It was just the situation at that time that Youngzi had finished eating the burning fruit before this happened. Previously, Yoon Xi did not associate the writing wheel eye with the burning fruit. But judging from the current situation, the two seem to be related. After all, one is an item of One Piece, and the other belongs to Naruto. The combination of the two may produce some wonderful chemical reactions. Thinking of this, Yoon Xi did not hesitate. On the one hand, the writing wheel eye will continue to be opened, and on the other hand, it is constantly stimulating the power of burning fruits in the body. Really? The result is quite different from Youngzi's conjecture. When the writing wheel was opened, Yoon Xi could clearly feel that the flame power in her body had become stronger, and at the same time, after Yoon Xi's intentional fusion of the two powers under different systems, Yoon Xi began to continuously get together. The chemical reaction between devil fruit and Xiaolunyan. If Yoon Xi's initial idea when he obtained the burning fruit was only to use it as his own assassin, so now Yoon Xi sees behind this scene. But there was a different thought in my heart. In the setting of One Piece, the burning fruit belongs to the natural fruit of the devil fruit, and it is also the most powerful fruit among the devil fruit. After using this kind of fruit, the user can have the ability to control natural elements. It's just that the power in the devil fruit is not fixed, but a power that can be changed at will. In fact, the extent of demon fruit's ability depends on the strength of the capable person's own strength. The devil fruits used by the high-ranking Navy headquarters such as the yellow ape and the red dog are also natural types. With the power given to them by the devil fruit, they can even have the power to destroy the world. After Yungzi uses the burning fruit, it can only be used to increase the power of the fire system ninjutsu. The gap between the two even exceeded Yun Xi's belief. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, but Yun Xi was not very resistant to this matter. I thought he knew too. The power in any devil fruit needs to be trained by oneself before it can be fully mastered. Essentially, the ability to burn fruits is very common. It can turn any part of the body into fire, and the created flame can freely change into any shape, such as forming a flame net or attacking with fire fists. It's almost as deep as the fire system ninjutsu in the Naruto world, but the fighting method is different. The fire escape ninjutsu in Naruto world is mostly long-range attacks, using large-scale attacks to destroy the enemy. The combat method of burning fruit is more like close combat. Originally, Yun Xi planned to match the burning fruit with the 8-door Dunjia after learning. But now I realize that the writing wheel eyes and the burning fruit can play a wonderful chemical reaction. Yun Xi also had to rethink her way of fighting. If the 8-door Dunjia can be fully learned, it is actually a good choice with the powerful burning fruit and melee immunity. But the combination of Shaolunyan and burning fruit is somewhat. For a time, Yun Xi also fell into entanglement. In fact, the reason why Yun Xi is so entangled is that, in the final analysis, the fire escape ninjutsu in the world of Naruto is too weak. In the Naruto setting, fire escape ninjutsu is the one with the strongest offensive power among the 5 ninjutsu. But in Yun Xi's memory, fire escape ninjutsu does not seem to be very powerful ninjutsu. For example, Huo-dun explosive wind dance. It is the first technique used with soil after the mask is broken. And it is also a kind of fire escape ninjutsu that cooperates with the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, which can use the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes to create a releasing spiral whirlwind, and then spit flames into this space, shining into a wide range of aggressive fire escape ninjutsu. Even Uchiha Dado bluntly said that this is the most powerful fire escape ninjutsu among the Uchiha clan. But it's such a high-rated Huo-dun ninjutsu. In the official setting of Naruto, it is only a B-level ninjutsu. How does this make Yungzi accept the fact that Naruto World's fire ninjutsu is the main attack method? After seeing the power in the burning fruit converge with the power in Shaolun's eyes, Yun Xi did not want to just give up. Try it. After thinking for a long time, Yun Xi has not made a final decision. After taking a look at the dark night surroundings, Yun Xi directly decided to find a place to try and write how powerful the power after the fusion of the wheel eye and the burning fruit is. After the decision, Yun Xi went straight out. 10 minutes later, Yungzi came to the depths of Konoha Mountain, in a clearing near the dead forest. After confirming that there were no other strangers around, Yun Xi was immediately ready for the experiment. Right round eyes. Open. The next step is to mobilize the power to burn fruits. Yun Xi took the lead in opening the writing wheel, and then stimulated the power of burning fruit in the body. In an instant, the same situation as before appeared on Yun Xi again. And this time because Yun Xi released all the power of both. Therefore, the flame aura displayed is even more violent than the original flame aura. Even Yungzi's skin thought that the powerful high-temperature baking became a little reddish. Hurry up, otherwise this state won't last long. Realizing that she could not bear such strength for a long time, Yun Xi did not continue to waste time, keeping her body in the best state. Yun Xi directly gathered the chakras together, and at the same time incorporated this flame power into it. Then Yoon Xi's hands sealed. Fire escape. The art of fireball. After Yoongzi released the giant fireball, the dark surroundings instantly became extremely bright. At this time, Yoon Xi's magical fireball technique is no longer what it used to be. It is not so much that Yoongzi released a giant fireball. It's better to say it is a little sundae. Chapter 27, Windfall. When the power of burning fruit and writing wheel eyes are combined, there will be such an effect. After Yoon Xi's freely released fireball exploded in the distance, Yoon Xi was shocked. It's not so much that the effect of the fireball technique released by Yoongzi is a fireball. Rather, it is an orange-red energy bomb. In the silent night, the giant fireball released by Yoon Xi was different from any ninjutsu previously released. The general fire escape ninjutsu uses chakra as the main energy, which is then transformed into a fireball to attack the enemy. But what Yoon Xi releases is completely different. While the fireball was dense, it also showed a reddish-white light. And after hitting the target, the fireball did not disappear directly, but an explosion occurred. This is too exaggerated. At this time, Yoon Xi had already arrived at the place where he had attacked before. Looking at a small black hole in front of her, Yoon Xi really didn't expect that these two powers would appear like this after the combination of these two forces. It can be said that the powerful fireball previously released by Yoongzi is no longer weaker than the ordinary B-level fire drain ninjutsu. Is this the power of burning fruits? For a moment, Yoon Xi thought of burning fruit. But after seeing the faint flame remaining in place, Yoon Xi directly dispelled this idea. In these ray of flames, Yoon Xi only felt the power of chakra, and there was no energy to burn fruit in it. In other words, the reason why such a powerful flame is released is that the chakra in Yoongzi itself. I understand. After thinking about it for a few minutes in place, Yoon Xi's face also showed a faintly realized expression. At the moment when the fireball technique was released, the energy belonging to the burning fruit in Yoongzi's body was not directly integrated into the chakra. It was after Yoon Xi completed the seal that he felt an inexplicable energy in his body suddenly injected into this giant fireball. Eventually, with the release of Yoongzi, only when several kinds of energies were merged together, and finally completed such a fireball technique. This should be the result of burning the fruit, the combination of the three energies of Zwanyan and chakra. Thinking about the technique of phoenix fire released earlier, Yoon Xi also figured out the reason for this. Try again. In order to verify his judgment, Yoon Xi plans to conduct another experiment. It's just that this time Yoongzi didn't plan to open the writing wheel, but just took the lead in mobilizing the energy of burning fruits in his body. Art fire escape Ho fireball. As before, Yoongzi seals the seal in the same way, and injects the energy from the burning fruit into the chakra before the seal is completed. The only difference is that this release did not open the writing wheel. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Really. The same as Yoon Xi guessed. The art of the fireball released this time is different from the art of the fireball previously released. The powerful fireball released before is so powerful that it also presents an energy-intensive appearance, and it will explode after hitting the target. And this time, it's just a little different from the normal fireball technique. The power is indeed stronger, but it's not as exaggerated as before. It seems that the main reason for releasing the previous arrogant fireball technique is that the two powers of writing round eyes and burning fruit can be merged, indicating that this result will be shown. In order to verify whether your judgment is correct, Yoon Xi started the experiment again. This time Yoon Xi opened the writing wheel, but when she released her ninjutsu, she did not use the power in the burning fruit. In case, the art of howling fireball is different again. Due to the increase in the energy of the fire system, the powerful fireball art released by Yoongzi this time is only larger than the powerful fireball art released under normal conditions, and the attack power has also been increased in a small range. In this state, the fireball technique is closer to the fire ninjutsu released by Uchiha Glaze. I didn't expect that there would be such a big gap under these three states. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Yoon Xi experimented more than a dozen times in situ. In the end, Youngzi got the following results. Without opening the writing wheel and using the power of burning fruit, Youngzi relied on the system's increase in fire escape ninjutsu to release the super fireball technique with extremely high flame temperatures, and the consumption of chakras was average. The fire escape ninjutsu released with the writing wheel eyes turned on appears orange-red as a whole, and the attack range will be wider, but the consumption of chakra will be more. The third state is the fire escape ninjutsu released by the power of burning fruit. In this state, all fire escape ninjutsu released by Youngzi will be stronger than the fire escape ninjutsu released under the normal state. At the same time, the flame in this state shows a state of liquefaction, and the attack speed is greatly improved. Of course, the most powerful state is when these three powers are integrated together at the same time. Any fire escape ninjutsu released at this time will show a faint light. The flame has shown a dazzling state. Regardless of the power, the flame temperature and energy density are already close to the maximum temperature of the flame. Yoon Xi even found that during the experiment, the place that was attacked by this unique flame showed a kind of crystallization. The flame that can melt sand. After realizing this, Yoon Xi was also a little shocked. At least this kind of power is a power that Yoon Xi has not seen in the original work. In the traditional ninjutsu confrontation, in addition to water escape, soil escape is also a very restrained ninjutsu. But Yoon Xi feels that under this situation, ordinary ninjutsu seems to be unable to stop herself. This time it seems to have made a lot of money. After all the three states in her body were clarified, Yoon Xi did not conduct any further experiments. Originally, I just thought that I had obtained a 3-go jade writing wheel. But I didn't expect to have such a huge gain today. The previous experiments were all C-level fire ninjutsu. What if B-level fire ninjutsu was used? On the way home, a thought suddenly flashed in Yoon Xi's mind. Cultivation, learn stronger fire escape. At this moment, Yoon Xi finally did not dislike the fire escape ninjutsu that kills the undead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden fire escape power. Reward: fire escape ninjutsu power increased by 10%. After arriving home, Yoon Xi did not expect the system to give herself another surprise. A 10% increase in the power of the fire escape ninjutsu. Seems to be just a reward for mosquito legs. But in fact it is not like this. The dog system is really awesome. Feeling a trace of flame in her body, a trace of joy finally appeared on Yoon Xi's face. Chapter 28, The Regretful Youngzi. Chuiang, Youngzi's home. After arranging the various ninjas that were thrown at home every day, Yoon Xi found a place to sit down at random. Looking at the dazzling sunlight in front of her, Yoon Xi's face also showed a lazy look. Since Yoon Xi experimented with several flame powers in her body late at night 3 days ago, Yoon Xi has stayed at home to practice. An Uchiha Attacker seems to have a mission these days, and has not come to Youngzi. Until now, Yoon Xi stopped practicing and started a short fishing time. According to normal circumstances, it is only a few days before Uchiha's extermination. Youngzi should seize all the free time to become stronger. Instead of turning on the salted fish mode like now, lying down here. But Yoon Xi didn't want to be like this either. I knew I would not choose this option. Yoon Xi, who looked like a salted fish, also had a sad look on her face. In fact, it was the system that caused all this. In the middle of the night before yesterday, Youngzi returned home and prepared to rest, and then went to Uchiha Attacker the next day to learn more advanced fire escape ninjutsu. But I didn't expect it. One night later, when Youngzi went to the Uchiha clan to look for Uchiha Attacker, she accidentally learned that Uchiha Attacker had left the village to perform a mission. This disrupted Yoon Xi's plan. In desperation, Yoon Xi could only practice at home. While training his own basic physical skills, on the other side, he is going to increase the amount of chakra. Although not the most perfect training plan, Yoon Xi has also gained a lot in these 3 days. But all this changed with the appearance of the girl Tian Tian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the selection system, Everyday's Good Brother/Bad Brother. Option 1, Reject Tianation's play request, Reward, Tianation's favorability degree -99, Get Tianation's resentment, Physical training speed plus 1%, Ninjutsu training speed and -100%. Option 2, Take a spring outing every day, Reward, Primary ninja proficiency. Faced with such an extreme option, Yoon Xi definitely chose the second option without even thinking about it. But it was only after Yoon Xi finished the election that he found out that Tian Tian was going out to play for 3 days. After knowing this news, Yoon Xi's whole body was not well. 3 days. Go to a company every day out in spring. And the reward for harvest is indeed such a tasteless reward for junior ninjutsu mastery. Yoon Xi felt a feeling of blood loss. In the original Naruto book, the timeline of Uchiha's extermination is these few days. Although the time may be delayed by a few days under my own reminder, it will take 3 days to accompany Tian Tian at once. Think carefully. Yoon Xi still feels a loss, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, and still lost to Grandma's house. No, I must find an excuse not to go to spring outing every day. It cannot be modified after knowing the system selection decision. If it is forcibly modified or cannot be completed, it needs to pay the price of randomly reducing one ability. Yoon Xi can only find another way. So just this scene today. At this time, Yoon Xi was waiting for Tian Tian to prepare, and then she went to take her on a spring outing. Gan. Until now, Yoon Xi still suffered a bit when he thought of this matter. Although Yoon Xi's persuasion, knock and kidnapping, did not change his willingness to travel in spring every day, Yoon Xi's efforts still had some results. That is, the location of the spring outing was changed to the small courtyard of Yoon Xi's house. In this way, Yoon Xi can still practice in her free time. The good name is, My little yard is more fun. Hey, I knew I was not greedy for petty bargains. After putting Kyowu into her ninja backpack, Yoon Xi stood up straight with a carp, and began to prepare food for both herself and Tian Tian for a day of the day. After all, the pot is no longer every day, but in the system. Faced with such a cute little Tian Tian, Yoon Xi still couldn't make the decision to let her eat instant noodles every day. Brother Yoon Xi, I am here. At this moment, Tianation's excitement sounded from a distance. Yoon Xi opened the door directly after hearing it, and then said with a smile, Come in. It is good. Obviously, today Tian Tian is ready for a spring outing. She is dressed in a pure white hyuxia cheongsam with a bulging backpack on her back. Yoon Xi glanced at it and found that there were some prepared rice balls and food inside. Come on, it seems that there is no need to prepare food. After seeing this scene, Yoon Xi thought secretly in her heart. Then Yoon Xi found a small stool and signaled Tian Tian to sit down, and then wiped off the perspiration from Tian Tian's forehead with a handkerchief, and asked, Why come here so early today? Well, I was so happy today. Actually, I didn't expect that Brother Yoon Xi would agree to my spring outing request, so I came to Brother Yoon Xi early in the morning with the food prepared by my mother. I regret. After hearing these words, Yoon Xi felt a little regret in her heart instantly, thinking that if she refused directly, there would be nothing like this. But things have happened, Yoon Xi no longer thinks about it anymore. After arranging Tian Tian, Yoon Xi directly brought Tian Tian to the backyard, and then prepared to speak. But at this moment, an inexplicable expression flashed on Xiao Tianation's face, and then spoke to Yoon Xi in a surprised tone, Oh, I forgot one thing. What's the matter? Yoon Xi hurriedly asked, seeing the shock every day. I also brought a little friend here. After that, Xiao Tiantian ran to helplessness, and a few minutes later, he brought a little boy about the age of Suzuki to Yoon Xi. In a white training suit, there was a kind of indifference that did not match his age in his tender face. Of course these are not important points. What surprised Yoon Xi the most was the little boy's eyes. White pupils. The bird curse mark in the cage above the forehead. Why is he? After confirming that the little boy in front of him was Niji Hyuga, Yoon Xi was shocked. According to the timeline in the original work, as a peerless genius among the Hyuga clan, most of the time after being stamped with the bird curse in the cage, he spent most of his time training for the task of guarding the patriarch, Hyuga Hinata. It is absolutely impossible to waste time on a spring trip with Tian Tian. Big brother Yoon Xi. Seeing such an expression on Yoon Xi's face, Tian Tian stretched out his head and tentatively called Yoon Xi's name. Okay. The accident was an accident, but Yoon Xi still did not show any hostility. After looking at the Hyuga Niji in front of him, Yoon Xi felt that this was an opportunity to contact the Hyuga family. You must know that the Hyuga family, like the Uchiha family, are one of the most powerful family forces among Konoha, and has a unique boundary of blood succession white eyes. It's just that the only difference from the Uchiha clan is Chapter 29, Hyuga Niji. The Hyuga family is very conservative. Not only did he not participate in any high-level decisions made by Konoha, it was also low-key in the village. Except for communication with clan members, basically no outsiders will be allowed to enter the clan. Originally, after agreeing to Uchiha Attack to win over the Hyuga clan, Youngzi wanted to contact the Hyuga clan. But there has been no chance. And Niji Hyuga in front of you. It is a good opportunity for Youngzi. But Yoon Xi still doesn't know if he will follow Tian Tian to her home for Niji Hyuga. And it's still here to play. Based on Youngzi's understanding of Niji Hyuga, under normal circumstances, Niji Hyuga would never come out. Although in the original Naruto book, Tian Tian, Ninkai Hyuga and Xiao Li belong to Kai's physical training class. But where is that now? Uchiha did not annihilate the race. 12 Xiaoqiang did not enroll. Yoon Xi absolutely does not believe that Tian Tian and Hyuga Ningji will know each other at this time. Thinking of this, Yoon Xi directly asked Tian Tian, "Who is this little boy, and why would he come with you, what?" Seeing Youngzi asking herself, Tian Tian also stopped the gesture of placing food in her hand, and then pointed to Nishi Nyuji before she said, "I don't know what his name is, but he has been following me before, and then I asked him to go to spring outing, he nodded, and I brought him over." FK, it turns out that Tian Tian doesn't even know Niji Hyuga. After hearing Tianation's answer, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on Yoon Xi's face, and then she shook her head helplessly. Even though Yoon Xi had thought about various possibilities before Tian Tian answered, but she didn't expect. Without knowing Tian Tian, he brought Niji Hyuga over. After understanding the situation, Yoon Xi came to Nyuji Hyuga at random. After looking around, Yoon Xi found a very interesting point. That is, as soon as he entered the door from Hyuga Niji, Youngzi found that Niji had been staring at Tian Tian. Good guy, this guy Ning Ci is not a godsend, right? Yoon Xi didn't think so at first, but the more I look at Niji, the more it looks like this. This kid actually wants to pick up his own cabbage. After realizing Niji's intentions, Yoon Xi also felt that the loli she had cultivated was about to be stolen. Although Tian Tian belongs to the same team as Ning Ci in the original work, he has a great friendship with comrades. But every day now is Youngzi's. Thinking of this, Yoon Xi came directly to Tian Tian and said in an admonishing tone, "Next time you encounter this kind of little boy following you, be careful, and be careful that he is a badass." Oh! After hearing Yoon Xi's victory, he looked at Ning Ci every day looking at Yoon Xi, and then said in a Nyanyo tone, "But, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, but he doesn't look like a badass. No, I definitely can't let these guys fall in love early." After hearing Tianation's explanation, Yoon Xi came directly to Ning Ci, pretending to be puzzled. "What's your name, little guy, and why do you follow Tian Tian?" "I don't want to follow her." Faced with Yun Xi's question, Hyaga Ningji slowly raised his head, then looked at the Tian Tian behind Yun Xi before continuing to speak. "I was only brought here by him." "What's the matter with him?" After hearing Niji Hyaga's answer, Yun Xi looked helpless. He did not expect that Niji Hyaga would give such an answer. In order to find out what the situation is, Yun Xi directly said, "What is going on?" "It's like this." Seeing Yun Xi's questioning expression, Hyaga Niji spoke slowly. Originally, Niji Hyaga just wanted to go out and wander around in the village of Konoha, and then return to his home to practice on his own. But what I didn't expect was when I was passing by a ninja shop, I ran into a little girl by accident. If Niji Hyaga would never care about such things. But just when he was about to leave, the little girl took the initiative to ask him if he wanted to go to a fun place. After hearing these words, Niji Hyaga also looked dazed. Just when he was about to refuse, the little girl in front of him left directly, in order to figure out what the situation is. That's why Ning Xi followed. So it's like this. After listening to Ning Xi's explanation, Yun Xi's face instantly added a hint of helplessness and entanglement, and then she went directly to Tian Tian to question it. At this time, Tian Tian also realized that the expression on Yun Xi's face was not right, and immediately explained, "He has been following me. I thought he was going to spring outing too. Next time you are not allowed to talk to others casually." Yun Xi always thought that Xiao Tian was a harmless little loli, but judging from this, obviously not like this. And also, Yun Xi really didn't expect Hyaga Ningkai to be so cheating. Looking at the two little guys next to her, Yun Xi also shook her head helplessly, and immediately came to Ning Xi and said, "Since they are all misunderstandings, you should go back first." "Okay." Hearing Yungzi's words, Hyaga Niji didn't say much, and immediately turned around and left, but he stayed where he was before he could walk a few steps. "What's happening?" Upon seeing this, Yun Xi immediately asked. After seeing a trace of entanglement flashing across Hyaga's face, Yun Xi immediately asked, "Is there anything else?" "I'm lost." After some hesitation, Hyaga Niji also said the reason for stopping there. "Get lost." "Are you lost?" After hearing the reason, Yun Xi was shocked. Even suspecting that she had heard it wrong, Yun Xi asked again. In Yun Xi's impression, the ability to widen his eyes can see through, and in the early stage of the original work, Niji is definitely the most balanced guy among the 12 small strong. Not only the strength is outstanding, responsibility, ability, and emotional intelligence are all above the average line of the 12 Xiaoqiang. Result. Now he actually told Yun Xi that he was lost. This makes Yun Xi's whole person bad. If it weren't for the white eyes in his eyes, he could prove his identity. Yun Xi really suspected that the guy in front of him was a fake. "Because I'm here for the first time, it's far from the center of the village, so..." After giving out the reason, a shyness flashed over Hyaga Niji's cold face. If it weren't really no way home, he will never give a reason. "Okay, there is one more thing today." After realizing that Hyaga hadn't lied, Yun Xi's face also flashed helplessly, and then shouted to Tian Tian in the house, "Take me out every day, and send this kid back with me." As soon as the words fell, Tian Tian directly came to Yun Xi at a very fast speed, and said with an obedient expression, "Okay." Chapter 30, An Uncle. Worthy of being one of Konoha's top giants. As Yun Xi brought Tian Tian and Hyaga Ningji to the door of the Hyaga family residence, a vigorous breath instantly appeared in front of Yun Xi. A half-opening wooden door is right in front of you, but the breath that leaks out is daunting. The plain white walls also instantly made Yungzi feel the tradition in this family. "Is it here?" Looking at the door in front of her, Yun Xi came directly to Niji Hyaga and asked, but he did not speak at this time. He just nodded slightly, and walked slowly into the residence of the Hyaga family. Looking at Niji Hyaga, who was slightly cold in front of her, Yoon Xi also showed a helpless wry smile. Compared with Suzuki Uchiha, Niji Hyaga now looks more like a cold second-year boy. Brother Yoon Xi, I don't like the atmosphere here. Xiao Tian, who was closely following Yoon Xi's side, was also extremely nervous at this time, and Tian showed an unusually lively state most of the time on weekdays. At this time, Xiao Tian was more like a timid kitten. There are also some obvious discomforts in his face. Wait, we'll leave. Seeing that Tian is not suitable for the atmosphere of the Hyaga clan, Yoon Xi immediately stroked Tianation's head with a soft little hand to express comfort, and then said lightly, "Send this little guy in and we will leave." Okay, I looked at Yoon Xi every day, and after I looked at Niji Hyaga who was already walking in front, she was also a little unhappy. She didn't expect that a little boy would live in this kind of place with a little boy. At the same time, I secretly thought in my heart that I must take care of him next time. Let's go. At the same time, as Hyaga Ningji slowly pushed open the door of the Hyaga clan, Yoon Xi also brought Xiao Tian to follow. In fact, Youngzi could let him go back by himself when he brought Niji Hyaga to Konoha Main Street. Yoon Xi's real purpose is not just to bring Hyaga Niji home. Instead, I want to use this opportunity to get in touch with those in power in the Hyaga family. Who are you? But it's a pity. Just the next second after Youngzi followed Niji Hyaga, a majestic middle-aged voice appeared around him instantly. Then there was a scream. An uncle with a tall body and a serious face appeared directly among Yoon Xi and the others. First, he looked at Niji Hyaga behind him with an unpleasant look, and then focused his attention on Yoon Xi and Xiao Tian, the little girl in the ninja shop. After staring, the middle-aged man recognized Xiao Tian who was standing behind Yoon Xi first, but he did not recognize Yoon Xi. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Then he walked to Yoon Xi and said in a calm tone, "This is the residence of the Hyaga clan. Outsiders are not allowed to come in, please go back." After finishing speaking, the middle-aged uncle directly stopped Yoon Xi outside the door, and at the same time looked at Hyaga Niji who was already standing in front of the door with an unpleasant look. "Uncle, we don't want to go in." Just when Yoon Xi wanted to speak, Tian suddenly rushed out, and while breaking her little hand, she said, "It's deserted and not fun here. Uncle is still fierce. If it wasn't for Youngzi's brother to send him back, I'll follow." Yoon Xi. Middle-aged uncle. Little girl, didn't anyone tell you that the Hyaga family does not allow outsiders to come here? As he spit out every day, a black line flashed across the face of the previously majestic middle-aged uncle, and then he continued, "Only people from the Hyaga clan can stay here. Today I see you are just a group of children, otherwise it's about to start. Big brother Yoon Xi wants to bully me." The middle-aged uncle had just made a sound. Tian immediately rushed behind Yoon Xi, and said in a grieved tone, "Brother Yoon Xi, this uncle is really scary." "This uncle, we didn't actually mean anything, we just met this lost little guy on the road, so we sent him back." After touching Tianation's head with her hand, Yoon Xi told the middle-aged uncle the reason for her presence here. In fact, Yoon Xi had already guessed who this fellow was the next second after the middle-aged uncle appeared. At the age of 30 or 40, there is no curse mark of a caged bird on his forehead. Off-white robe. At the same time, an inexplicable aura is exuded in the body, in addition to the contemporary patriarch of the Hyaga clan Hyaganazu. There should be no one else. Ningji, is what he said is true. As Yoon Xi spoke, the emotion on Hinata's face became even more unhappy. Then he directly questioned Niji behind him. At this time, Ning Ci didn't know how to explain, he just nodded after some hesitation. "Hey, trash." As Niji confessed to this incident, a flash of anger flashed across Hyaga's face, but because Youngzi and Tian were still here, they didn't immediately get angry. On the contrary, after temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart, Hyaganazu faintly spoke to Yun Xi, "Since Niji has gone home, then this matter will end here." After speaking, Hyaganazu walked immediately. But how could Yun Xi let Hyaga and Nizu leave like this? As the most rigid character in the Konoha family or even in the original Naruto works, Yun Xi can naturally guess that Hyaga Hizu is thinking about some eyes at this time. It's nothing more than feeling that Hyaga's loss of this time has made the Hyaga clan embarrassed. "I want to drive Yungzi and Tian away before teaching him." But Yun Xi was not only here for this matter. In other words, in this matter, Ning Ci is just a tool man and a backup man. I can't help but yell out here, "Ningkai, you are really miserable." In fact, Yun Xi didn't want to do this at first. But no way. Apart from this opportunity, Yun Xi really couldn't think of how to get in touch with the people of the Hyaga clan. So how could Yun Xi let Hyaga and Nizu leave like this? "Uncle, wait a minute." At the moment Hyaga Hizu turned around, Yun Xi spoke. "What can you kid do for me?" After stopping and watching, Hyaga asked inexplicably. "Dare to ask the uncle, have you heard of the Uchiha clan?" Although the guy Hyaganisa didn't make many appearances in the original work, he didn't feel very pure. But a person who can become the head of a family, how can there be no certain wisdom? Therefore, Yun Xi did not have any euphemisms. Go straight to the subject, and first try to test the attitude of Hyaganisa towards the Uchiha clan. "You kid." Hearing Yungzi mentioned the Uchiha clan unexpectedly, an inexplicable smile appeared on Hyaga's face, and then slowly said, "Interesting." Chapter 31, True Identity, Hyaganisa. The Hyaga clan, in the official setting of Hokage, is a descendant of Otsuki Yukin, and is also one of the elder families who joined the Muiin village during the inauguration of the Country of Fire. Similar to the experience of the Uchiha clan, it can be regarded as one of the oldest families in Konoha. The family members, like the Uchiha clan, will inherit a unique pupil technique, blood succession boundary white eyes. It can be said that to a certain extent, the Hyaga clan and Uchiha clan are very similar in many places. The only difference is the attitude of the two families towards the Konoha regime. The Uchiha clan is relatively radical, hoping to protect their family's position in Konoha through strong force. But the Hyaga clan is different. The former Hyaga clan also experienced the same experience as the Uchiha clan. He was also on high alert at one time. It's just that the Hyaga clan's handling methods are very familiar. Do not participate in the Konoha regime. Just developing in Konoha with peace of mind, the family is also very low-key. As a result, although the Hyaga clan's influence in Konoha has not been weak, it has not received the attention of Konoha. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan is a bit miserable. The Uchiha clan, after a few breaths, Hyaga Hitachi repeated Yun Xi's words, and then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. After watching for a long time, Hyaganazu asked solemnly, "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" "It's not." Yun Xi shook her head, and then calmly said, "It's just a Konoha civilian." "Only?" "Just what?" Seeing Yun Xi hesitated to speak, Hyaga immediately asked. "It's just that I will help him this time." After Yun Xi finished speaking, she smiled. "Help him?" As soon as he said this, a hint of shock flashed across Hinata's face. "When I saw this guy in front of me for the first time, Hyaga Hinata just thought it was a kid from somewhere, and wanted to sneak into the Hyaga clan." But as these words were uttered from Yun Xi, Hyaga realized that this guy in front of him must know some news. Although Hyaga did not join the Konoha regime. However, as the Konoha elite, Shangnan, and the contemporary patriarch of the Hyaga clan, he must still know some recent events. Following the accidental death of Uchiha Shisui, the youngest genius among the Uchiha clan, the entire Konoha village instantly fell into a strange atmosphere. Among the various forces of Konoha, the smell of gunpowder before the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high level can be smelled. Even, read more at hotemtalnovel.xyz, Hyagonizu has heard some rumors. That is, the Uchiha clan plans to rebel. I don't know whether it's true or not, but this message makes Konoha's atmosphere more solemn. But Hyagonizu really didn't expect it. In this tense time, there is actually a little guy who claims to be a commoner who wants to help a bunch of him. This he is intriguing. It's the Uchiha clan. Or someone from the Uchiha clan. Moment. Hyagonizu had a hint of interest in the young boy whose face was still leaking immature. Little guy, you know that if the sentence in front of you is heard by others, you may not survive that night. Soon after the atmosphere between Youngzi and Hinata fell into silence, Hinata took the lead to speak, and then slowly walked to Youngzi. Suddenly, stretching out a generous palm, suddenly patted Yun-Xi. Snapped. A muffled sound instantly broke the surrounding silence. Master Patriarch, stop. Bad uncle, you can't bully brother Yun-Xi. At the moment this scene happened, Tian Tian and Ning Xi, who were standing in the distance, spoke at the same time, and there was a tangled and surprised expression on their faces. And Tian Tian pulled out 2 secret scrolls in black and white from his bag immediately after the words. Even Tian Tian had this when he was so young. Every time, the 2 scrolls in Tianatian's hands are exactly the scrolls of ninjas used when fighting Temari every day during the Zhongnin exam. There was a cold sweat on Yun-Xi's forehead who saw this scene. Although there was only an extremely weak chakra in Tianatian's body at this time, there was absolutely no problem opening these 2 scrolls. And if the huge number of ninjas in the scroll burst out at such a close distance, even Youngzi will feel very troublesome. Thinking of this, Yun-Xi didn't have time to pay attention to the Hyaga Sunfoot standing next to her for the time being, but hurriedly said, "Take this thing away every day, brother is fine." But I think. After seeing Yun-Xi's okay, Tian Tian held the scroll and didn't know how to choose for a while. Brother is really fine. After slapped Hyaga's hand from her body with a palm, Yun-Xi immediately came to Tian Tian, and put the scroll in her hand back into her bag while she said, "Who gave you this thing? You can't take it casually next time. Come out." "No. My mother gave it to me. She opened this thing when she said there was a bad guy." The parents. After listening to the origin of the ninja scroll, Yun-Xi's eyes flashed with helplessness, and after she completely closed the scroll in Tianatian's hand, Yun-Xi once again came to Hyagahizu and smiled, "Uncle, Yida bullying a child is not a very glorious thing. Hey, there is no so-called size in the ninja world." After seeing Youngzi without any abnormalities in front of him, there was also a hint of shock on the face of Hyagahizu. Although the previous attack against Youngzi was merely a test. But that attack was definitely not simple. Not only did he use soft fist, but also Hyagonizu also injected chakra into Youngzi's body. I'm planning to give this little guy who doesn't know the heights of the earth a little warning. But what Hyagonizu didn't expect was. At this time, Yun-Xi was safe and sound. "Grow your eyes, open." After seeing such a normal Youngzi, Hyaga could no longer calm down, and directly opened his eyes, and then stared at the Youngzi in front of him. But it doesn't matter at all. It directly made Hyagonizu even more shocked. As the blood heir of the Hyaga clan, Byun's ability is naturally very powerful. Not only can it be used for reconnaissance and assistance, it can also have a 360 degrees angle of view, and you can see the flow of chakras in the surrounding environment. Moreover, according to the different abilities, the ability to widen eyes can be divided into telescopic eyes that can see into the distance and insight eyes that see through objects. In terms of investigation, the ability to white eyes even surpasses Naruto's first pupil technique to write round eyes. And the white eyes that Hyagahizu used at this time are the insight eyes to see through the object. With white eyes penetrating Yun-Xi's body, Hyagahizu was shocked. Chapter 32, Youngzi's Killer. So there might be such a situation. While watching the flow of chakra in Yongzi, Hyaga doubted life. Generally, the chakras of the ninja are usually concentrated in the belly, and then flow according to the meridians. Once the meridians are damaged, it may cause the chakras to be unavailable. And one of the attack methods of the Hyaga clan Rukwin is to use this characteristic to attack the enemy. Use white eyes to see through the precise place where the target meridian is, and then punch your chakra into the target's body with a soft fist to temporarily lose combat effectiveness. Before, Hyaga Nissa wanted to use this method to teach Yun Xi this guy can. What surprised him was the young man in front of him doesn't play cards according to the routine at all. Although Hyaga had not injected many chakras into Yongzi's body before. But it is true that chakra entered the meridian of Yongzi. Even if Yun Xi is gifted, she has a very strong physique that can be immune to damage to some meridians. But more or less there will still be some conditions such as paralysis and pain. But after Hyaga Hizu carefully observed the place where he had attacked earlier through his eyes, chakra has indeed entered Yongzi's body, and also attacked Yongzi's corresponding acupuncture point. But Yun Xi's body has no effect at all. And the Yongzi meridian that Hyaga did not expect is not chakra. Under normal circumstances, the chakras seen with the white eyes will appear light blue. And Yongzi is not. The color presented in the Yongzi meridian is actually a kind of mysterious red energy flowing in the body. And the real chakra. But being driven by these red auras to some secondary meridians. Boy, who are you? Even if Hyaga is sluggish, he can realize the difference in this boy. The weird chakra mode. Strange ability. Together, it sounds a bit weird. All these. In an instant, Hyaga Nizu felt the mystery of this young man. I have said my identity. I am just a Konoha civilian. The purpose of this visit is very simple. I just want you to be my ally. As Hyaga Nippon asked Yun Xi's identity, Yun Xi did not entangle this matter himself. Instead, he explained his purpose of coming this time straight to the point. Do you know the current state of the Uchiha clan? Different from Yongzi's expression, Hyaga Hizuka just said in a disdainful tone after hearing Yongzi's purpose of coming here, although you do have some differences, such arrogance will inevitably make you suffer. The price of death, even death. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, this is my business. Yun Xi smiled, and then continued to ask, do you really not think about it? Once the two families of Konoha unite, I can guarantee that Konoha's senior management will absolutely not dare to treat you with the current attitude. As well as your family. Everything related to you. At this time, Yun Xi's bargaining chips were like the words of a devil, constantly licking the heart of the sun. But it's a pity. Hyaga Hizuto didn't mean to agree, but looked at Yun Xi with a strange look. After a long time, Hinata Hizusuka spoke. Many people say that countless geniuses have emerged among the Hyaga clan. But I think you are the real genius among the backs I have seen. If the words you said earlier were what Uchiha Tomitake said clearly, I might agree to it. But you? No way. A series of plain words did not cover up the entanglement in Hinata's heart at this time. Indeed, the previous Hyaga Hizu's heartbeat. If the Hyaga clan and Uchiha clan really unite, and basically 2/3 of the power in Konoha is controlled by them. This temptation is very fragrant. But there is no way and no reason for Hyaga Nisei to bet this matter on a boy whom he has never seen before. Go back, today as if you haven't been here, I haven't seen you, there are some things that you can't decide and participate in. After giving his advice, Hyaga Nizu also prepared to turn around and leave. This guy is really cautious. Seeing this scene in front of her, Yun Xi was thoughtful. In fact, Yun Xi had already thought that the Hyaga clan would never simply agree to her request before she came. After all, as a typical representative of the conservatives, Hyaga Nisab is definitely scary. However, Yun Xi is not ready to give up on this matter. Because he still has a killer. A killer that is enough to make the entire Hyoga clan crazy. After a long silence, Yoon Xi suddenly smiled. It turns out that the uncle still doesn't trust me, so what if I add a secret about the evolution of the eyes of the Hyoga clan? Can you form an alliance with me? The devil's whisper sounded again. This time Youngzi's words were like a giant net waiting for the arrival of Hyoga Sun Foot. What did you say? Hyoga Hijita subconsciously swallowed saliva to relieve his tension. If the bargaining chips given by Yoon Xi were just some glory, status, and power. So now, the secret to the white eyes is the thing that can make the Hyoga clan crazy. Why can't the Hyoga clan surpass the Uchiha clan in terms of fame, status, and power? Population? As the Hyoga clan with a separate family and sect, there are more people than the Uchiha clan. Wealth? Sorry, the Hyoga clan is the chief chaebol among Konoha. In the final analysis, I still think it is better to write round eyes. Although in the period when the eyes were just opened, that is, the stage from Xiaren to Zhongren, Bai Yan could rely on perspective and penetration and coordinated with the attack method of soft fist to temporarily surpass the increase of Shaolun Yan to the tribe. But once the writing wheel eye reaches the state of Erguyu, the advantages of white eyes are no longer there, and even inferior to writing wheels in some respects. Not to mention that there are more powerful states such as Three-Go Jade and Kaleidoscope after writing round eyes. Now there is a person talking to Hyoga Hizu that they know the secret of the evolution of white eyes. This allowed Hyoga Nissa to refuse. This is like Youngzi directly grasping the deep desire of Hyoga Nizu. What you said is true. At this moment, Hyoga Hizusuka has stopped, staring at Yoon Xi in front of him, trying to see what he is thinking through the expression in Yoon Xi's eyes, while he opened his mouth and said, "If you only say this to lie to me and make an alliance with you, I will definitely make you worse than death. Don't worry, I never lie to others." Chapter 33, Heart Touched. Blanking your eyes, it's really the enviable blood succession boundary. Yoon Xi muttered to herself, while observing the Hyoga heliopod standing on the side with her peripheral light. At this time, the Hyoga Nissa and the original him are simply different. At first, the impression that Hyoga Nizu gave Yoon Xi was a very old-fashioned, but also a very serious middle-aged uncle. On the contrary, there is no aura that is exclusive to the elite. However, today's Hyoga Nisab is completely different. Yoon Xi felt longing and a unique tension in his eyes. That's natural. After hearing the words in Yoon Xi's mouth, Hyoga Nizu was taken aback, and then a trace of arrogance appeared on his face. As the patriarch of the blood inheritance family that has been circulating for 100 years, Hyoga Nizu naturally showed a hint of arrogance. However, as the proud expression disappeared, Hyoga Nizuo looked at Yoon Xi with a sharp and serious expression, and said, "I asked you to tell me how the eyes evolve, and I don't want to hear it. Don't worry." Yoon Xi smiled, and then said in a casual tone, "Uncle, have you ever seen someone pay first when trading?" You. Hyoga Hizus also understood what Youngzi meant, but how could the patriarch of the Hyoga clan believe in Youngzi like this? After secretly scolding Youngzi shamelessly, Hyoga Nisaka stopped selling guanzi, and said directly, "I don't want to say anything at this time. Since you plan to trade, you have to show a little sincerity. It's easy." Yoon Xi immediately turned her head and came to Tianatian's side, and then patted Tian Tian. "How can you, brother Yoon Xi?" Obviously, Tian Tian was still a little at a loss at this time. "Give me a coup now," Yoon Xi said. Oh. Although she didn't know what Yoon Xi wanted to do, Tian Tian didn't ask much, took out a sharp kyu from his ninja bag and handed it to Yoon Xi. After receiving the moment of kyu, Yoon Xi directly squatted down and wrote the 2 characters for the future on the smooth soil. Then stood up and motioned for Hyoga to take a look. Future. After seeing these 2 words, there was a moment of confusion on Hyoga's face, and he immediately asked Youngzi, "I asked you to tell me the evolutionary method of Bun. Why are you writing these 2 words?" Yet, I'm just telling you how to evolve with a blind eye. Faced with the puzzled Hyoga, Yoon Xi smiled and said, white eyes, a pupil technique unique to the Hyoga clan, blood succession boundary, generally divided into telescopic eyes, perspective eyes, and insight eyes. These three have unique white eyes, am I right? This kid really knows. As Yoon Xi's words just fell, the Sunzuo also secretly calculated the meaning of the words Yoon Xi's words and the future in his heart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Indeed, the white eyes belong to the unique blood inheritance boundary of the Hyoga clan, and these three different types of white eyes are not a secret among the Hyoga clan. But Yoon Xi is just an outsider. Actually knows his eyes well. This can't help but make Hyoga his heart a glimmer of expectation, but it didn't show it on his face. Instead he said in a disdainful tone, you are right, but you just need to understand these things a little bit. You can know. Oh. Seeing Hyoga hippopotamus pretending to be calm on one side, Yoon Xi's face instantly pretended to be extremely surprised, and then directly said, the uncle still knows what the white eyes of the Hyoga clan have any function. What? As soon as Hyoga Hizu heard this, he finally couldn't bear the shock in his heart, and immediately asked, is there any other ability to roll my eyes? For Hyoga Hizu, if what Yoon Xi said is true, then this is definitely a look that can subvert the Hyoga family. Hyoga Nissa, who has ruled the Hyoga clan for decades, has never heard of other forms besides the three forms of white eyes. And now there is actually a little guy who tells him that rolling his eyes is not just these abilities. Moment. Hyoga Nizu has a feeling that the worldview has been subverted. In addition to the traditional three abilities, Byun also has the ability to travel through space, the ability to predict the future, and the ability to release powerful pressure. Seeing Hyoga Hinzu's face in front of him, Yoon Xi didn't conceal it, and directly spoke out several high-level abilities with his eyes. Then he continued to speak, the blood succession boundary of white eyes is definitely not weaker than the writing wheel eyes. After the white eyes evolve to the peak, they can even evolve the white eyes into yellow eyes, and it can also release a unique space ninjutsu. Hwang Chuan Hirazaka. After a pause, Yoon Xi directly spoke of the space ninjutsu released by the Otsuki Mokura style. What kind of ninjutsu is this? If what Youngzi said before is only leaving a trace of expectation in Hinata's heart, then after Youngzi said the name of this space ninjutsu, the emotions in Hyoga's heart can no longer be described as surprised. From Youngzi's description, Hyoga Hiza saw the possibility of the rise of the Hyoga clan. Dominate Konoha. Even dominate the entire ninja world. This guy. Yoon Xi was able to see that Hyoga Nizu had a clear trance at this time, but Yoon Xi did not say much, but slowly explained to Hyoga Nizu the ability of Hwang Chuan Hirasaka. After all, the fish will only take the bait after the bait is so fragrant. Hwang Chuan is a top-notch space ninjutsu than Ryasaka. It is even more powerful than the fourth generation of Naruto's fame and fame Flying Thunder. Simply put, it uses the power of white eyes to open a black portal. When the surgeon travels in the same space, it can also allow the surgeon to move in and out freely between the real space and the different space. There is such a ninjutsu in the world. After listening to Youngzi's explanation, Hyoga Nizu could already imagine the horror of this ninjutsu. Shuttle between space and space. In the heart of Hyoga Hizu, this is no longer a ninjutsu that humans can accomplish. Only God can do this. In other words, as long as you have the ultimate form of white eyes, he is God. He is the only true God of ninja world. This guy won't be fooled by me crazy, right? Yoon Xi looked at her eyes and laughed and sometimes excited Hyoga Sun Foot, while secretly thinking in her heart. It's just that if Youngzi knew what Hyoga Nizu was thinking at this time, she would definitely tell him. You think too much. There are many people who want to be the gods of ninja world. Pain. Pocket. Uchiha Belt Soil. Uchiha Madara. Yoon Xi thought for a while, the ending of these guys seemed very miserable. There are even some pathetic. Hey, don't he want to be a Konoha shinobu to be honest? Chapter 34, Outrageously Fast. Quickly tell me, what method is needed to make Bun evolve? After some illusions, Hyoga could not bear the excitement in his heart, and while thinking about Yun Xi's question, he tightly grasped Yun Xi's arms with both hands. I'm afraid that Youngzi will run away. Bad uncle let go of brother Youngzi. After seeing this scene, Tian, who was standing next to Yun Xi, instantly reprimanded the Hyoga Sun Foot, but Yun Xi signaled Tian not to be impulsive. After stopping Tianatian's behavior, Yun Xi first glanced at Hyoga Sun Foot with serious eyes, and then faintly said, "Let go. Tell me how to make Bun evolve." But it was clear that the Hyoga Sunsu had entered a crazy state at this time, and he did not pay attention to Yun Xi's words, but continued to look at Yun Xi with crazy eyes. And the strength in the hand is obviously a little heavier. This guy is crazy. After seeing this scene, Yun Xi could only shook her head helplessly, and then slammed her hands to push the Hyoga Sun Foot directly away. How dare you take the initiative? Seeing Yun Xi in his hand actually broke away from his control, Hyoga Nizu's face was also a little surprised. As Konoha's veteran elite Shangren, the strength of Hyoga Nizu is naturally not weak. One-handed soft fist can be described as superb, even in the face of 3 generations of Hokage. But now he was easily broken free by Yun Xi. For a while, Hyoga and Japan football stopped doing so-called alliance matters. Now he has only one purpose, that is to forcibly bring Youngzi back to the Hyoga clan, and then to ask the secret of the evolution of Bun. Anyway, Yun Xi was just a civilian in his eyes. Even if he disappeared in the village, no one would care. At the same time, seeing the killing intent hidden in the eyes of Hyoga Hizu, Yun Xi also understood what this guy was thinking. This guy actually dared to do something. In fact, Yun Xi also guessed the possibility that Hyoga Japan Football Club would make a move at the beginning, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. I just told Hinata Nizu according to the previous Big Tube Mokura's ability to roll eyes. As a result, this guy couldn't help it. Suddenly, Yun Xi also had a silent helplessness in her heart. In fact, at the beginning, Youngzi only planned to use the secret of the evolution of the eyes to temporarily tie the Hyoga clan to her body, and then use the forces of the Hyoga clan to help Uchiha Itachi. Finally complete your task. Later, he will tell the Hyoga clan about how to evolve with a blind eye. As for whether it can evolve successfully or not, it's the Hyoga clan's own business. It's just that in Youngzi's calculations, it is basically impossible. Because Youngzi intends to give Hyoga Hindu's white eyes evolution method is actually to use a large number of white eyes and then merge, so as to make ordinary white eyes evolve into reincarnation eyes. But this method sounds very simple. But in fact, it is almost impossible to operate. Because there are hidden conditions, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, that is, the prerequisite for having reincarnated eyes is to have the direct bloodline of the Daetong Myo clan. And neither the branch of the Hyoga clan nor the clan is counted as. Only 2 people in the entire Naruto world could do this. That is the blogger and his sister, who are in the middle of the blogger transfer. Uzumaki Naruto is the reincarnation of Ajura, the son of the 6 Ways, and it is also a direct line of the Otsuki clan, and Hinata happens to have the power of white eyes in his body. Therefore, Yun Xi did not intend to help the Hyoga clan evolve from the beginning. Just intend to use them. Only, I didn't expect that Hyoga Nisuda would brazenly shoot himself in such a place. This was beyond Yun Xi's expectation. Every day, stand aside and wait for brother Yun Xi. Seeing a light blue light slowly emerging from the hands of Hyoga Hizu, Yun Xi hurriedly took Tian to the edge and kept a low profile, and then smiled at Hyoga Hizu. It's time to try your true strength. Up. Finished. Yun Xi is also ready to fight. You kid. It's too arrogant. Seeing Youngzi didn't run away immediately, but instead planned to fight against herself, Hyoga's heart was also somewhat relaxed, after all, the place where the two of them are now is in front of the Hyoga clan. It is not very far from the lively Konoha main street. If Youngzi wanted to escape at this time, Hyoga and Nizu would not have a very good way. After all, catch up with an ordinary Konoha civilian on Konoha main street. It will never be allowed. And now it's all right. Yoon Xi did not flee, but planned to fight head-on with herself. After seeing this scene, Hyoga Nizu smiled. He could already think of Yoon Xi's appearance after the defeat. Although he had observed the inside of Yoon Xi's body with white eyes before, and he felt quite shocked. But in the final analysis, Yoon Xi at this time was nothing but a kid in the eyes of Hyoga Hizu. And he, Konoha veteran elite Shangnan. Isn't it easy to deal with a child? Even before he took the shot, Hyoga Nissa had already thought of the result of the battle. The secret of white-eyed evolution is mine. After that, the excited Hyoga and Sunsu rushed over like Yoon Xi. So fast. And Youngzi here. As Hyoga Hizuda took the initiative to attack, Yoon Xi's face instantly showed a serious look. It can be said that this battle should be regarded as the first battle since Youngzi's crossing. The previous battle with Uchiha attack, it was actually not a battle at all, it was more of a kind of practice. So today's Youngzi is very serious. After all, although Hyoga Nissa is weaker than Uchiha Taki, it is definitely a strong one. The veteran elite is Shinobu. Yoon Xi is not afraid. But it didn't take it lightly. Boom. However, in an instant, the swift and fierce Hyoga Sunfut's attack came as scheduled, but fortunately Youngzi's physical skills were not weak. Facing the full attack of Hyoga Hizu, Yoon Xi used a delicate sliding step to directly avoid his heavy punch. Boom! The dull sound spread all over the place instantly as the fist of Hyoga Hippocampus touched the wall behind Yoon Xi. And the wall completely made of azure rock also fell directly to the ground under the attack of Hyoga Hippodrew. This kid has already surpassed Niji. He slapped off the rubble stuck to his fist, and Hyoga Nizu discovered an amazing fact. That is, Yoon Xi's strength has far surpassed Hyoga Niji. And the civilian teenager in front of him even has the strength above Zhongren. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to dodge a full blow from Hyoga Hizu. Who is your master? Following Youngzi's successful evasion, Hyoga Sunzuo stared at Youngzi on his side with his peripheral light, while slowly speaking. Chapter 35, Youngzi, Physical Immunity. Master. Faced with the inquiry of Hyoga Hippodrome, Yoon Xi just smiled, and did not answer Hyoga Hippo's meaning. Instead, after adjusting her position, Yoon Xi said, I didn't expect the Hyoga clan of the second family of Konoha. Actually, he would take the initiative to attack a civilian like me, so the previous transaction and cooperation will be cancelled. After that, a trace of cold blood and killing intent flashed in Yoon Xi's eyes. The terms transaction and alliance can only be used for people with the same identity. Hearing Yoon Xi was about to cancel the transaction, Hyoga Nizu just sneered, and then secretly condensed the power in his body, and the moment he attacked again, Hyoga Nizu spoke again. Want to cooperate and form an alliance with me? You do not deserve. As the three words "you are not worthy" are passed into Youngzi's ears, the Hyoga Sunfut, who was standing not far from Youngzi, disappears instantly. Faster than before. At this time, Yoon Xi also realized that the attack speed of Hyoga Hizus this time far exceeded the previous attack speed, and Yoon Xi has not even seen the figure. A pair of feminine fist wind with inexplicable penetrating power has appeared in front of Yoon Xi. Is this the strength of the elite Shangnan? It seems that I have to fight back. Originally, Yoon Xi estimated that she could at least be equivalent to a normal Zhongren without opening the burning fruit and riding wheel eye, and some Shangren could hover somehow. But with the fight against Hyoga Nizu, Yoon Xi found out that she was thinking too much. If the power in the burning fruit is not activated, it is estimated that Hinata Nizu will only be beaten. Bagwa empty palm. Suddenly, after Youngzi escaped the attack of Hyoga Sunfut in a dangerous way, a strong palm wind appeared again. And the target of the attack was Yun Xi, who was still in the air. Oops! After feeling a strong danger, Yun Xi's expression instantly became solemn. Without any hesitation, Yun Xi no longer planned to hide her strength. Elemental. As Yun Xi spoke, a hot breath instantly appeared on Yun Xi's body, and then the gossip empty palm of Hyega-san's foot also hit Yun Xi. Only, what Hinata did not expect was, at this moment, Yun Xi was hit by the gossip empty palm and nothing happened. How can you ignore my gossip empty palm? There have been more than 10 years when Hyaganazu became a ninja. During this period, he participated in many battles such as the Third Ninja War, the Kyuubi incident, and the Yunnan village attack. He is definitely an experienced ninja. And to such an event, it was also the first encounter with Hyaganisa. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. In principle, gossip empty palm is a kind of chakra shock wave attacking the target with the hand, causing damage to the opponent. Although it is essentially a physical skill, it is more like a long-range attack method. The speed is so fast that even some tribesmen who have opened their eyes can't dodge. And the Yungzi at this time did not have any scars. Very good attack method. Compared to the shocked-faced Hyaga, Yungzi, who stood opposite, praised Hyaga's gossip empty palm, and then slowly said, "But it's a pity. I am immune to your attacks." Yun Xi was not stupid, and did not intend to tell Hyaga-hizu the secret of immunity, but instead used the word attack instead. Blood succession boundary. Looking at the burning red mist on Yungzi's body, Hyaga is not stupid. Naturally, I can think that this might be Yungzi's ability. Realizing that Yun Xi had used her whole card, Hyaga Sunzu also opened her eyes. As a large stretch of thick blue veins appeared on the forehead and temple of Hyaga, an aura of mastery of the whole situation burst out from Hyaga Hippo. From this moment on, the 360 degrees around it were all within the control of Hyaga Sunfoot. It's just that Hyaga and Nisab are also a little confused at this time. Follow the normal battle flow of the Hyaga clan. When you encounter an enemy, you just open your eyes, then look for the flowing meridians of the enemy's chakra, and finally use the family's soft fist to prevent your enemy from launching an attack. In the face of different enemies, Hyaganisa will also adjust its methods. But the general process momentum has not changed. But the current Hyaganizu faced the Yungzi who turned on the burning fruit. Unexpectedly, there was a feeling of inability to start. Although Yungzi also has chakra meridians in his body. But all of this has just been shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere, making Hyaganizu completely unable to understand Yungzi's meridians. It's exactly the same as before. Boy, your blood succession limit is indeed very good. Hinata, who stared at him for a long time, also slowly spoke at this time, but only a few seconds later, Hinata said again, "These are just temporary delays to your defeat. You still have to be defeated by me." Although Hyaga-hizu could not know the exact meridian position of Yungzi, he relied on years of combat experience. Hyaganizu can still roughly guess the location of these main meridians. That's enough. Soft fist bagwa palm. After making the decision, Hyaganisuda came directly to Yun Xi with extremely fast speed, clenched his hands into fists, and blatantly attacked Yun Xi. In the midst of such intensive attacks as storms, Hyaga-hizusuka can already imagine the tragic situation of Yungzi. But the accident happened again. With the moment when Hyaga-hizus first came into contact with Yungzi's body, the hot aura floating around Yungzi instantly wrapped the fists of Hyaga-hizus. Before he could attack again, there were already burned scars in the skin of Hyaga hippopotamus. And even more terrifying is, in spite of the injury-for-injury situation, Hyaga successfully hit Yungzi. But it looks like Yun Xi did not suffer any harm. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. The reason for ignoring your attack is very simple, that is, I am immune to any physical arts in this state. Although Hyaganizu showed a surprised expression, Yun Xi's face showed an inexplicable smile. In fact, Yoon Xi dared to face Hyagonizu with such confidence? The main reason is the physical immunity of burning fruit. And the main attack method of the guy Hyagonizu is physical skills. It can be said that although Yoon Xi is inferior to him in terms of comprehensive strength, it can be defeated by this characteristic. P.S. Introduce the white eyes after evolution. Actually, the rebirth eye is not original by the author, but something in the official setting. It is the big tube Mokpo style eyes. They have the ability to predict the future and travel through time and space. I hope everyone can go take a look, then don't spray me randomly. Chapter 36, Have Equal Shares. Boy, you don't think I'm a fool, do you? Hyagonizu has crossed the ninja world for many years. Although he is not the pinnacle powerhouse in the ninja world, his years of combat experience tells him that there is no blood inheritance limit of absolute immunity in this world. Even the legendary armor of the Uchiha clan can't completely resist the attacks of physical arts. This must be an illusion, it must be the use of illusion to create illusion to make my attack disappear. While observing Yoon Xi's movements, Hyagonizu speculated how Yoon Xi was able to avoid her attack. At the same time, Yoon Xi saw that Hyagonizu did not believe what she said, her face was inexplicably embarrassed. Hey, no one believes the truth. After silently spitting out, Yoon Xi also pulled his thoughts back into the battle, looking at the cautious Hyaga Sunfoot in front of him, Yoon Xi immediately said, "It's time for you to see the strength of the younger generation. Only you." Hyagonizu is full of disdain. In his eyes, Yoon Xi is just a clown. Watch out! Soft boxing bag was 64 palms. In an instant, a ray of blue light flashed again in both of Hyaga's fists, and he rushed towards Yoongzi again. Compared to the last attack, the attack method used by Hyagonizu this time is obviously sharper. What? With a heavy shout, Hyagonizu once again struck Yoongzi's heart with the long fist. Obviously, this time Hyagonizu obviously intends to kill Yoon Xi directly on the spot. Brother Yoon Xi, be careful. Although Tian didn't know the attacking method of Hyaga, but only by relying on his revealed killing intent, he could easily determine that Yoon Xi must be in danger now. And this time, even the face of Hyaga Ningji, who was standing on the side, flashed a hint of surprise. Although in the mind of Hyaga Ningji, the patriarch has always been stern and solemn, but this is the first time that the patriarch has seen him. Every day, don't worry, I'll wait for my brother. While others were worried about Yoon Xi, who was the party concerned, did not panic. Not only that. At this moment, a playful smile appeared on Yoon Xi's face. I said that physical skills are useless, you still don't believe it. It seems it's time to fight back. Yoon Xi narrowed her eyes, and instantly condensed the flame power in her body into her hands. Next second, a fierce flame instantly appeared in Yoon Xi's fists. The orange-red flames not only brought an inexplicable aura. Even the strong burning sensation made the attacking Hyagonizu a little bit of fear. What is this? Physique. Unique blood succession boundary. After seeing this scene, Hyagonizu had several different thoughts in his heart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, but the only thing that remains unchanged is to attack Yoongzi. It's just a little trick. Although I don't know what is different about Yoon Xi's body. But Hyagonizu firmly believes that he will not lose. Boom! Hyagonizu and Yoongzi collided again. It's just that this time it's not that Yoongzi was beaten unilaterally, but the aura of two different colors, one blue and one red, violently collided. Following the violent collision, the sparks attached to Yoongzi's fist directly splashed nearby. At the same time, the soft fist with chakra directly hit Yoon Xi's body. How can that be? Looking at the burning marks on his fist, and the unscathed Yoongzi, Hyagonizu's face was taken aback, and then he murmured in a surprised tone, "This is impossible, there is absolutely no immune system ninjutsu or blood inheritance limit in this world. It's so naive." Looking at the Hyaga Sunfood, who still didn't believe in her own, Yoon Xi shook her head, and then murmured, "Let the violent flames end this battle." Fire punch! As Yoon Xi spoke, a stronger flame condensed in Yoon Xi's hands again. "Impossible, it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat me." In the face of Yoon Xi's counterattack and words, Hyaganissa obviously did not believe that he, an elite, would be defeated by a child. "Will you give it a try?" Yoon Xi murmured. As soon as the words fell, the flames in Yoon Xi's hand were already ready to move. There was no hesitation, but in an instant, Yoon Xi, like an arrow from the string, suddenly attacked Hyaga for the first time. Bagwapam returned to heaven. Although the words Hyaganissa looked down on Youngzi very much, he felt the powerful force in Youngzi's fists with his white eyes. Hyaganissa did not have any hesitation or arrogance. Directly used Hoishin. In an instant, while Hyaga Hippodrew was spinning rapidly, a white breath was also enveloped in front of Hyaga Hippodrew, and formed a circular barrier. Hinatanazu is completely covered in it. It's because of me that I can use Hoishin. Originally, Yoon Xi thought that Hyaga would definitely underestimate herself. At most she would just use some simple defensive methods to deal with her offensive. Now it actually used Hoishin. Yoon Xi was also a little surprised. After all, Bagwazang Hoishin can also be regarded as one of the most powerful secret arts among the Hyaga clan, and it is known as absolute defense. Can rebound most physical attacks, as well as some long-range ninjutsu. In principle, at the moment of an attack, a large number of soft fist chakras are released from the chakra acupoints in the body, and then they make a circular rotation like a top, which can rebound all physical attacks and some ninjutsu attacks. Such a secret technique. It also made Yoon Xi a headache. After all, Yoon Xi's current strength without opening the writing wheel eyes can only be regarded as a high-level ninja level at best, and it was only because Hyaganizu had no advantage in the battle before. The most important reason is that Youngzi's burning fruit has innate restraint on his physical skills. It is not possible to prove that Hyaga is weak. Although Youngzi is open. But he is not stupid. Sometimes things will happen if you forcefully pretend. Boom! Sure enough, immediately after Yoon Xi's fire fist attack and Hyaga Hizuka's return to the sky, Yoon Xi could feel a powerful rebound force converging into his fist. Not only that, Yoon Xi could also feel that the flame aura attached to her fist was also bounced back. In an instant, as Yoon Xi's attack ended, the surroundings are once again caught in a strange atmosphere. "Every day, let's go." For a long time, Yoon Xi took the lead to speak. Because Youngzi understands. As far as the current situation is, if this battle continues, it will definitely not end so soon. The reason is simple. Yoon Xi couldn't break the defense of Hyaga and Hezuo. And Hyaganazu's soft fist also has no effect on Youngzi. Chapter 37, Unexpected Visitor. The sun seems to be stronger in early summer, but only in the morning. The blazing sun has shown his power. And Tian and Youngzi, who were on the main street of Konoha, also left a thin sweat on their foreheads. "Big brother Yoon Xi, why don't Tian tell what happened this morning?" Yoon Xi took Tian to find a ramen shop at random and sat down. While waiting for the meal, Tian also asked her doubts. Half an hour ago, after Youngzi proposed a truce, Hyaga Jizoda did not stop him, only a trace of resentment leaked from his eyes. But after some entanglement, he took the lead to leave, taking Hyaga Niji back to the residence of the Hyaga clan. Yoon Xi didn't speak either, just looked at the back of the departing Hyaga Sunfoot, and then took Tian back to Konoha Main Street. "By the way, explain every day not to tell what happened before." But what Yoon Xi did not expect was, this guy Tian actually started asking Yoon Xi why he didn't let him tell this matter when he left the Hyaga clan residence. Facing Tian like a curious baby, Yoon Xi felt a bit of toothache. Because of this. after thinking for a long time in my mind, Yun Xi still didn't come up with a reasonable excuse, but Tian Tian took the initiative to speak when Yun Xi was upset about this. Big brother Yun Xi, is this a secret and can't be let others know? After asking Yun Xi, Tian Tian did not continue to inquire, but murmured on the side. Tian Tian promised not to speak out that day. After speaking, a lovely smile appeared on Tianation's tender cheeks, as if talking to Yun Xi. She promised that she would not tell anyone about it. Exactly. After Yun Xi listened, the depression in her heart disappeared instantly, and then she said in a solemn tone, "Every day is the best, next time Yun Xi will take you to other places to play. It is good." Upon hearing this, Tianation's eyes were filled with joy, but Yun Xi thought about what had happened before. Obviously, Yun Xi did not expect such a thing to happen after she proposed an alliance with the Hokage clan. Originally Yun Xi thought that after throwing out her own assassin, the Hokage clan would definitely agree to this matter. But I didn't expect that the honest people in the original Naruto would actually take the lead. Instead of alliance with yourself. However, Yun Xi also gained a lot of experience from this matter. At least, let Yun Xi understand that the roles in the original Hokage are just one-sided. In reality, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, anything can happen. It seems that there is one more person who needs to be careful among Konoha. While eating ramen, Yun Xi also thought to herself. After this incident in the morning, Yun Xi naturally understood that the guy Hyoga Hizu would definitely not give up, and might even use the influence of the Hyoga clan in Konoha to avenge herself. But I'm not a vegetarian, if he really dares to retaliate, then it will definitely make him pay the price he deserves. In an instant, a trace of killing intent flashed through Yun Xi's solemn eyes. Big brother Yun Xi. Okay. When called by Tian Tian, Yun Xi instantly pulled her thoughts back to reality, and then temporarily suppressed the things in the morning, and asked with a smile, "Tian Tian, what's wrong?" "No. It's just that the eyes in front of the older brother are terrible." After hesitating for a long time, Tian Tian said in a timid tone, then lowered his head to sneak a glance at Yungzi. "Is it?" After hearing these words, Yun Xi smiled bitterly, and then said, "Sometimes it is a good thing to be scary in this world if you want to be better." Big brother Yun Xi, why? Because it's scary that makes people afraid to do it. I don't understand. If you don't understand, it's right. Yun Xi patted Tianation's head, then looked at the pale blue sky in the distance and muttered, "It may be a good thing not to understand." You're back. After what happened in the morning, Yungzi naturally didn't have time to accompany Tian Tian on his spring outing, and Tian Tian was also very obedient, and did not ask much, just a little bit reluctant. But what Yun Xi didn't expect was that on the way home after sending her away every day, she actually encountered Matere Red Bean. Seeing the little girl sitting on the eaves of her house while eating meatballs in front of her, Yun Xi instantly felt a little more vigilant in her heart. No, except Tian Tian and Ninkai, no one else will know what happened this morning. Hyoga Nissa will definitely not be so stupid to tell the 3 generations of Hokage about this. How could it? In fact, this is not too much to think about Yungzi. After all, the fight with Hyoga Nizuo happened in the morning, and at this time, when he returned home, Matere Red Bean was already waiting for himself in front of the house. Yun Xi can't help but think about. Why are you here? Do you want me to treat you to meatballs? Although he didn't think of the purpose of Mitarashi Azuki coming here, Yungzi still pretended to be calm and took the initiative to speak. Seeing that Matere's red beans hadn't spoken before, Yun Xi said first, "It's okay to ask for meatballs, but I seem to see meat on your stomach. Although the meatballs are delicious, you should eat less there is." Listening to Yungzi's words, Matere Red Bean immediately put the last ball in his mouth, and then shot the bamboo stick in his hand to the big tree beside him. Then he leaped into the air and came to Yun Xi, and said in a resentful tone, "There is meat, and I rarely eat meatballs." "I saw it anyway." Yoon Xi didn't expect that she just found a topic at random. This little girl actually took it seriously. To be honest, not only was there no fat on Matere's belly, but Youngzi even saw an extremely obvious vest line. And the current Matere Atsuki Bean is only about 15 years old, but the overall figure is already very good. Not only the unevenness. And under the fishnet tube top on the chest. Do you understand the mountain? It shouldn't be here to talk with me today, come in and say. Seeing Matere Red Bean in front of him still touching her belly with her hand, a smile appeared on Yoon Xi's face, and then she didn't say much, but walked into the house first. Coming. Seeing Youngzi had disappeared in front of him, Matere Red Bean immediately chased him up. After all, there was a serious business to come to Youngzi this time. Only. On the way to catching up with Youngzi, Matere Azuki still couldn't help but mutter, "Is there really meat in my stomach? It seems that the meatballs are really going to be eaten less." Chapter 38, Goodbye Matere Red Beans. Sit down, by the way, there's no tidying up at home. After Matere Atsuki Beans followed, Yoon Xi found a place to sit down at random, and then asked, "Who asked you to come to me?" "It's Hokage-sama who wants to see you." After speaking out the purpose of coming to find Youngzi, Matere Atsuki also found a place to sit down. While looking at Youngzi with curious eyes, he said to himself, "You seem to have become stronger last time. When I came to you, I still couldn't feel the chakra in your body, but now it has become much better. Is it?" A trace of caution flashed across Yoon Xi's face. He didn't expect that Matere Red Bean in front of him could actually feel the changes in his body, but Yoon Xi didn't think much. Because for Yoon Xi, this is nothing but a trivial matter. On the contrary, the summoning of the 3 generations of Hokage is what Yoon Xi needs to pay attention to. Except for Uchiha Itachi and Hyaganezu, Youngzi is nothing but the tail of a ninja school crane in most people's eyes. According to normal circumstances, a person like Yoon Xi would never be cared about. Not to mention that the 3 generations of Hokage will take the initiative to summon. After all, Yoon Xi is not after Hokage. There is no tail beast sealed in the body. But such a thing actually happened. Is it the matter of Hyaganezu fight? Or Danzo? Or Itachi? In an instant, more than a dozen possible instances appeared in Yoon Xi's mind. "Hey, Youngzi, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Yoon Xi who was distracted in front of her, Matere Atsuki waved her hand in front of Yoon Xi, and then whispered, "It is very rude to distract in front of a girl." "Sorry, just thinking about something." Upon reminding Miss Xiao to wash the red beans, Yoon Xi immediately turned her attention back, and then said in a flattering tone, "Red beans, do you know why Grandpa Naruto asked you to come to me?" "No." "Tell me quickly." "No, as a ninja, I must have the ethics of a ninja. This is the secret of the mission and cannot be told to you. Can't even the parties tell?" "No." Matere Atsuki shook his head, and directly refused Yoon Xi's request. "Hey, did you know that Konoha has opened a new super delicious meatball shop, which not only has red bean balls, but also all kinds of super delicious meatballs?" Since there was no answer to the direct questioning, Yoon Xi simply took a lure route. While talking about the balls, Yoon Xi's face also made an extremely exaggerated expression, as if the deliciousness was right in front of her eyes. "Ball." Hearing Yoon Xi's words, Misera Red Bean's eyes instantly lit up, and then she asked Yoon Xi, "Which meatball shop is it?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, tell me why Grandpa Naruto is looking for me, and I will share it with you. "No, this is my task, I can't tell you. Please go eat once." "Nor, I will never betray my mission just because of a meal." 2 meals. The task is very important, even 2 meals. 4 meals. Seeing the tangled expression on Matere Azuki's face, Yoon Xi felt a play for an instant. In order to make Matere Azuki do a quick bait, Yoon Xi said directly, "Hey, 4 meals balls, super delicious, and I have promised to find Grandpa Hokage. Now, your task has been completed, can't you share the task you completed?" But, although I felt something was wrong, what Yoon Xi said made Materai Adzuki Beans feel very reasonable. Essentially, at the moment Youngzi promised to take the 3rd generation of Hokage, her mission had already been completed. It shouldn't be too much to share with your friends what you have completed. Seeing Materai Red Bean with a tangled face in front of her, Yoon Xi continued to tempt her. "I told you about this, but you can't tell others." In the end, under the temptation of Youngzi's words and Mariko, Materai Adzuki still took the initiative to speak. "In fact, I don't know why Grandpa Naruto asked you to meet him in this matter, but I vaguely heard the name of Uchiha Itachi." The tangled face of Materai Red Bean, after telling Yoon Xi what he knew, his face instantly relaxed a lot, and then he looked at Yoon Xi before cautiously exhorting, "I told you this, but you can't tell others, although I don't know what the specifics are. I think it's definitely not easy, it's more than simple, this matter." After listening to Mitarashi Red Bean's words, Yoon Xi's heart instantly became nervous. Uchiha Itachi. Myself. What exactly does this old guy want to do? Yoon Xi is not stupid. After Materai Azuki mentioned the name of Itachi Uchiha, Yoon Xi had actually guessed why the 3 generations of Hokage would let herself go to see him. Although the places where Youngzi and Uchiha Itachi practiced are in the mountains behind Konoha, no one knew about this. But the 3 generations of Hokage, the old guy, are different. With the skill of telescope, he can grasp almost anything that happened in Konoha village. It is not strange that Yoon Xi knew this. What makes Youngzi tangled now is the attitude of the 3 generations of Hokage to this matter. Is it an enemy or a friend? Or neutral? This makes Yoon Xi a bit tangled. "You are lost again." Seeing Yoon Xi in front of him again ignoring himself, Materai Red Bean immediately put his hands on his waist, looked at Yoon Xi in anger, and then shook his fingers and said, "I promised to ask me to eat balls once, plus these 4 times, 5 times in total, can't you forget?" "It's safe, I will definitely not forget it." Yoon Xi nodded, opened the mouth to deal with it, and then actively asked Materai Adzuki, "Anything else?" "Gone." Materai Azuki shook his head. "Then I won't give it away. I just want to go to sleep, balls. Next time please." Randomly looking for an excuse, Yoon Xi stood up directly, and sent Materai Red Beans to the door, just as Yoon Xi was about to wave his hand. An inexplicable threat poured into Yoon Xi's heart instantly. Someone. In an instant, Yoon Xi looked around cautiously, but apart from a breeze, Yoon Xi did not have anyone around. "What's wrong with you guy?" But at this moment, Materai Red Bean also noticed the strangeness on Yoon Xi's body, and immediately asked, "What happened, why all the fuss?" "It's okay, you go first, I will not forget the balls." At this time, Yoon Xi's attention was not on Materai Azuki's body at all. Although Yoon Xi did not notice anything unusual. But this feeling of being watched is absolutely not wrong. "It's fine." Seeing Youngzi, Materai Red Bean didn't want to say more, and didn't stay too much, so he left directly. Just before leaving, he spoke to Yoon Xi with a solemn tone, "You guy still owes me 5 meals of balls. I don't want you to be gone if you don't eat them. Be careful." Chapter 39, See the 3 Generations of Hokage. "This guy. I'm really worried about me." As she left, a wry smile appeared on Yoon Xi's face, and then temporarily forgot the messy thoughts in her mind. Begin to think seriously about what will happen next. According to the plot in the original Naruto book, Uchiha Itachi will return to the village after this task is completed, and start the extermination plan after teaching Uchiha Sasuke's last Shuriken training. From the perspective of the whole incident, the 3 generations of Naruto Tobihiro did not seem to realize this, and still believed that they could solve this matter through negotiation. But actually, does not. Does the 3 generations of Hokage want me to participate in this matter? Suddenly a weird thought emerged in Yoon Xi's mind. After all, in the original book, Uchiha Itachi was tortured between Danzo and his family, and there are no allies. Now it's completely different. One more self. Is this the variable? Yoon Xi murmured. Wrong. The 3 generations of Naruto only mentioned Uchiha Itachi's name, and would never think that his relationship with Itachi has reached the level of an ally, and so let me go is another matter. After some thinking, Yoon Xi finally didn't want to understand why the 3rd generation of Hokage would let herself see him in such a tense time. But Yoon Xi did not panic. At least whether it is from the plot in the original book or the current situation, going to meet the 3 generations of Hokage is definitely not a dangerous thing. Thinking of this, Yoon Xi did not hesitate anymore. After looking at the Hokage building in the distance, Yoon Xi walked over directly. At the same time, the roots. Under the darkness, Danzo slowly walked out of the darkness, and Shinobu immediately lowered his head in the 2 roots in front of him, full of respect. Uchiha Itachi has been out of the village for a few days. Danzo looked at the 2 men in front of him with disdain, and asked the 2 men in front of him in a seemingly random tone. There are a few days. Genbu Zongren replied immediately. At this time, Uchiha Itachi will be sent out on a mission. After hearing the answer from his subordinates, a cloud of haze flashed across Dan Zhang's face. What on earth do you want to do, son slash? After murmured, Danzo also put away the thoughtful expression on his face, and continued to use emotionless words to ask the 2 men in front of him, let him see me when Uchiha Itachi returns to the village. On the one hand, that matter can't be dragged on. Yes. After hearing Danzo's order, the 2 Genbu Zongnen immediately became serious, and at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. Without any reason, he came directly behind Tenzu and said in a faint voice, Master Tenzu, just now, Master Naruto asked Mitare Akito to ask Youngzi to go to the Hokage building. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, Yoon Xi. Hearing this name, Tuanzang was taken aback. Upon seeing this, the subordinates immediately explained, the Lord had the kid who was supervised before. So it was him. Danzo nodded, his face was somewhat inexplicable, and he murmured on the side, this waste. How could this old fellow Rijan go to see him? At this time, a trace of doubt flashed through Danzo's eyes full of vicissitudes. After pacing in place for a long time, Danzo spoke again. Don't worry about him, just continue to monitor. This guy is just an irrelevant waste. The most important thing now is to monitor the Uchiha clan. Subordinates understand. The 3 men in front of him immediately spoke. At this time, Danzo just waved his hand to signal them to go down. The root ninja comes and goes fast. As Danzo finished waving his hand, the 3 people in front of him disappeared instantly, and Danzo disappeared into the darkness again. I didn't expect the Naruto building to be so far away. Looking at the Hokage building in front of her, Yoon Xi was also somewhat helpless. After making a random rant, Yoon Xi went straight upstairs and came to the door of the Hokage office. Seeing that the door was unlocked, Yoon Xi knocked on the door softly and directly said, Is Grandpa Hokage inside? If I'm there, I will come in directly. The door is unlocked, come in. With the sound of Yoon Xi's knock on the door, a thick old age sound came into Yoon Xi's ears. Okay. Yoon Xi didn't hesitate either, she pushed the door away and walked in. As soon as Yoon Xi entered the door, Yoon Xi felt a powerful aura from the 3 generations of Hokage sitting quietly at Hokage's desk. Obviously, there are only Yoon Xi and the 3rd generation of Hokage in the office, but Yoon Xi actually feels an inexplicable sense of suppression. Call. After taking a deep breath, Yoon Xi was able to restore her state to normal, and then immediately asked the 3rd generation of Hokage, Grandpa Hokage, is there anything going on calling me today? Camouflage. Youngzi's means. Although in the original Naruto works, the role of the three generations of Naruto has been criticized for some kindness, and even some virgins. Before taking Hokage for the first time, he was able to let go of Danzo who assassinated him. When his disciple Ashimaru was found in Konoha during a human experiment, he was able to release him. Sarutobi Risen has done a lot of things like this. But Yun Xi would never be foolish to believe that the person who can become the highest authority in a village would only do such a thing. At least not for an ordinary Konoha civilian. That's why Yun Xi intends to use Tibetan and young age as a disguise. I hope to reduce the alertness of the so-called Dr. Ninja world in front of him. But, as the three generations of Hokage's eyes flashed an inexplicable smile, Yun Xi also realized that this plan was rash and useless. Yun Xi. Okay. Seeing the three generations of Hokage take the initiative to speak, Yun Xi was taken aback, and then asked in a confused tone, "What happened to Grandpa Hokage? I heard that you haven't been to the ninja school all this time." The three generations of Naruto did not take the initiative to tell Yun Xi the specific reason why he was here, but the first to ask why Yun Xi did not go to the ninja school in this half-month. Obviously, the problems of the third generation of Hokage made Yun Xi feel a little surprised. He didn't even think about why the three generations of Hokage would ask him such a question. Why not go to the ninja school? Because Youngzi forgot. From the first day of the journey, Yun Xi never thought of going to the ninja school. Coupled with the encounter with Uchiha Itachi, Danzo, and others, Yun Xi even forgot about this matter. How should I answer? In an instant, Yun Xi felt an inexplicable pressure in her heart. Chapter 40, Yun Xi is a little confused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the selection system, lying/answering truthfully. Option 1, tell the truth about what happened during this period of time to the three generations of Naruto. Reward, an additional 20% increase in training speed within the scope of the ninja school. Option 2, use an excuse to change the subject and become a bohemian rebel after getting out. Reward, the cultivation speed outside Konoha village increases by an additional 20%. Option 3, lying. Reward, Konoha's cultivation speed increases by 20%, except Ninja Academy. MMP. The system is messing up again. Looking at the three options that emerged in her mind, Yun Xi, who was already a little irritable, became even more helpless. But now that the selection system is activated, Youngzi can only start to choose. After all, this 20% increase in cultivation speed still looks very fragrant. Of course. Before choosing, Yun Xi had already ruled out the second option of becoming a traitor. What really entangles Youngzi is the first option and the third option. Lie. Tell the truth. After some hesitation, Yun Xi didn't think too much about it, and directly chose the third option. After making a decision, Yun Xi directly spoke to the three generations of Hokage who was smiling in front of her and said slowly, "Because I am playful, I don't want to go." Okay. In fact, this statement is not actually a lie to Yun Xi. Because he really doesn't want to go to ninja school. After all, the current 12 Xiaoqiang hadn't enrolled, and they were teammates with a group of cannon fodder. Yun Xi might as well mix in this Konoha. On the contrary, it is more secure. Okay. Obviously, the three generations of Hokage did not expect Yun Xi's answer to be so direct. Because I don't want to? So don't go. Although such an excuse is true, the three generations of Naruto never thought that someone would actually use this reason to reply to themselves. In an instant, three helpless black lines appeared on the forehead of the third generation of Hokage. Ahem. A low cough instantly pulled Yun Xi's attention back, and the third generation of Hokage also suppressed the complex emotions in his heart at this time, and then spoke to Yun Xi in a painstaking tone, "It takes extremely hard to become a ninja. Don't you want to be a ninja?" What does this old man of 3 generations want to do? Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage who were bitterly persuaded to go back to school, Yoon Xi was also a little confused. Before coming, Yoon Xi thought that the people waiting for her were a group of Anbi bosses, and then she directly took herself to the Anbi prison to question her relationship with Uchiha Itachi. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, but unexpectedly, it was such a situation. Obviously the style is wrong. There is a kind of Youngzi who has made desperate preparations, and as a result, someone told him why you didn't go to school. What's wrong, are you still not going to school? Seeing Youngzi hadn't spoken for a long time, the 3rd generation of Naruto Tobihiro spoke again. After asking again without an answer, the 3rd generation of Naruto directly said, perhaps ninja is not the best choice, but I hope you don't be so decadent. Decadent? FK, where did the old man see my decadence? In an instant, Yoon Xi was a little dazed. It can be said that this is completely different from what he imagined. At the same time, I never thought of what decadence is all about. Grandpa Naruto, you see, I have been in the ninja school for such a long time, but in the end I still haven't become a ninja, otherwise. Although Yoon Xi was very confused at this time, Yoon Xi still intends to follow the topic of the 3 generations of Hokage under this situation, intending to see what the old guy 3 generations of Hokage wants to do. After all, Yoon Xi didn't believe that calling herself was just for such a thing. After looking at the expressions on the faces of the 3 generations of Hokage again and again, Yoon Xi did not hesitate, and went on to speak directly, Grandpa Hokage, do you think you can let me relax for a while and go to ninja school next year? I don't know what happened. After Youngzi made the request, the 3 generations of Hokage did not have any objections, but directly agreed to this matter, and then continued to speak, let's do it today, wait until you think about it. You want to go to the ninja school? Just come over and talk to me when you are there. Can I go now? If the Youngzi in front is just a little daunting, then now. Yoon Xi has been completely confused. Is it because you called me today to ask me why I didn't go to school? Doubts turned to doubts in her mind, but Yoon Xi did not ask too much. After bidding farewell, Yoon Xi also left the Hokage building directly, returning home with an inexplicable expression on her face. And at the same time Yoon Xi left, a middle-aged shinobu suddenly appeared in Naruto's office. If Youngzi was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the middle-aged shinin in front of him was the Marino Ibiki of Anbi. In the original book, Marino Ibiki is the leader of the Konoha Anbi torture department, and he is also the chief examiner for the first exam in the Nikkanin exams taken by Naruto and the others. The character is extremely strict, belonging to the direct line of the 3 generations of Hokage. Ibizai, what do you think of Youngzi, this child? Suddenly, the 3rd generation of Hokage spoke. Okay. Ibizai didn't expect that the 3rd generation of Hokage would take the initiative to ask himself, and a hint of surprise flashed on his face. After all, in his mind, Yoon Xi, the little devil, didn't seem to be peculiar. Extremely mediocre ninjutsu talent, no pure family background. If someone must remember him, it can only be thought that he has not graduated from ninja school for many years. Little devil with terrible talent. After thinking about it, Ibizai said truthfully. Then stood behind the 3 generations of Huo Ying, looking at him with suspicious eyes. Is it bad? After hearing Ibizai's comment on Yoon Xi, the 3rd generation of Hokage actually flashed a smile on his face, and then murmured, Yoon Xi is not easy. Finished. The 3rd generation of Hokage came to the office, and then stretched out his hand to signal Ibis to come to him. Come and see this. After Ibis came to the 3rd generation of Naruto, the 3rd generation of Naruto directly asked Ibis to take a look at the scene in the crystal ball. Is this the true strength of this child? Looking at the picture in the crystal ball, Ibis, who was extremely serious most of the time, couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Then Ibis suddenly woke up and asked the third generation of Hokage, "Master Hokage, is this the purpose for you to call him to see you today?" "It's not." Seeing the scene of Yun Xi's ninjutsu released near the Death Forest appear on the crystal ball in front of me, the three generations of Hokage thoughtfully. Chapter 41, Uchiha Itachi returns to the village. This kid actually has such strength. Looking at the picture that emerged in the crystal ball in front of him, a flash of shock flashed across Morinoi's face as a special shinobu. Although he didn't know Yun Xi, according to some previous information, Yun Xi did not seem to be a genius. And the scene in front of you is definitely not something ordinary people can do. The fire escape ninjutsu that can explode. While the power is amazing, it also has a huge scope of destruction. What kind of fire escape ninjutsu is this? Under all kinds of questions, Marino Ibiki couldn't help but speak to the third generation of Naruto. At least he has not seen this unique ninjutsu in the 10 years since he became a ninja. Do not know. The third generation of Hokage shook his head, and then closed the picture in the crystal ball. While staring at the Yungzi that has come to Konoha Main Street, he muttered, "In my impression, there seems to be no fire escape. Ninjutsu can do this, maybe it's the blood of this kid. How can a civilian have the blood limit?" After listening to the three generations of Naruto's answers, Marino Ibiki also gave out his own questions, and then a hint of curiosity flashed across his face, and then he said, "Hokage-sama, do you need me to monitor it?" "No, I have already sent someone." The third generation of Hokage waved his hand and signaled Marino Ibiki not to take any arbitrarily, and then said in a solemn tone, "There is no problem with Yun Xi, but I am worried that Danzo has also discovered his strength, so you are here to protect this child in secret. Subordinates understand." Marino Ibiki's face was taken aback, and then he directly agreed to the matter. "Three generations of Naruto, this old guy called me here for the purpose of sending me back to the ninja school, right?" Yun Xi, who returned home, was still full of doubts. Obviously, judging from the words before Materai Ajiki, the third generation of Hokage should know that he has a certain relationship with Uchiha Itachi. But did not imply that he was in the previous conversation. This makes Yun Xi a little curious. Even at this time, Yun Xi was eager for the three generations of Hokage to clarify this matter. After all, in the clouds and the mist is a bad thing after all. Forget it, don't care about him, if you come, then you will be safe. After thinking about it, Yun Xi didn't think about what the third generation of Hokage was doing this time, and Yun Xi stopped thinking about it. Immediately prepare to start practicing. The 10 times the previous cultivation speed and the 20% increase in cultivation speed instantly made Yun Xi, who was originally talented in ninjutsu, feel the cultivation speed of genius. Just sat down. A surging chakra power instantly poured into Yun Xi's body. And the flame power brought by the devil fruit is also about to move in Yungzi. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, 12 times the training speed. Obviously, Yun Xi was also shocked by such a speed of cultivation. After a sigh of emotion, Yun Xi did not continue to waste time, but entered the state of cultivation again. It's just that Yun Xi who is practicing doesn't know. In front of my own house. There have been various forces. Okay. Looking at several Konoha from different forces in front of Yungzi's house. A realm flashed across the face of Uchiha Itachi who had just returned to the village. The roots. Anbi. The Hyuga clan. After figuring out the origins of these three forces, Uchiha Itachi's originally calm face instantly added a touch of realm. Could it be that my transaction with Yungzi was known? In an instant, Uchiha Itachi had a vigilance in his heart. After evading the investigation by the three forces, Uchiha Itachi also quietly entered Yungzi's home. Ready to ask Yungzi. Who is it? With a slight movement, Yun Xi, who was in a cultivating state, opened her eyes instantly, and at the same time she was ready to fight. Boom! But in an instant, Yun Xi condensed the power of his body in his hands, and instantly attacked the place where the sound was made. There was a resounding sound. Yun Xi looked back. I realized that the guy standing behind him was not someone else, it was Uchiha Itachi. When did you come back? After seeing that it was Uchiha Itachi, Yun Xi's face was also a little shocked. He did not expect Uchiha Itachi, who was on a mission, to come home at this time. After hurriedly dissipating the flame aura from her body, Yun Xi immediately opened her mouth and said, "Itachi, I didn't expect it to be you, why would you come back at this time? When the mission is complete, come back and see you." After blocking Yongzi's attack, a smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face, and after he found a place to sit down, a surprise flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. "Yun Xi, I didn't expect your strength to become stronger again." After feeling the chakra in Yongzi, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but praise. It only took more than a week to grow from the strength of the ninja to a ninja. Uchiha Itachi has seen countless geniuses. But only Yun Xi made him feel this amazing. "Hey, after all, I haven't been lazy when you were out of the village." Facing Uchiha Itachi's praise to her, Yongzi's mouth also flashed a smile, and after putting away the kunao in her hand, Yongzi also asked Uchiha Itachi curiously, "Is the mission over? I thought you were going back to the village in a few days." "Well, the mission is over, so after returning to the village, I will come and see you directly. Just come back." Yun Xi smiled. "By the way, Yongzi, have you found anything strange recently?" As both parties were silent for a while, Uchiha Itachi took the lead to remind Yun Xi. "Did you find something wrong?" Yun Xi, who was still full of smiles, immediately became cautious when he heard these words, and then immediately came to Uchiha Itachi, and told Uchiha Itachi about his previous fight with Hyaganezu and the 3 generations of Naruto summoning him. No wonder so. After listening to Yongzi's recent experience, Uchiha Itachi finally figured out why someone would secretly monitor Yongzi's home. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi no longer concealed it, and directly told Yun Xi that several groups of forces had been watching him before. At the same time, he spoke in a cautious tone, "Yun Xi, you seem to be stared at. Have you been spotted?" Thinking of the Hyuga clan, the Anbu controlled by Hokage and the Root organization controlled by Danzo were outside the house, and the pressure in Yun Xi's heart instantly increased. But compared with Yongzi, which is full of pressure. At this time, Uchiha Itachi didn't really care much. And an inexplicable smile appeared on his face instead. Chapter 42, I will kill him. "Itachi, what are you?" Looking at Uchiha Itachi, whose expression in front of her was the opposite of her, and then, Yongzi was also a little confused. He really didn't expect that he would be spotted by various forces so quickly. According to normal thinking, Uchiha Itachi should be the same as himself. Being full of caution is normal. But judging from Uchiha Itachi's current expression, it seems that he doesn't really care about this matter. In an instant, Yun Xi felt a little inexplicably confused. "Itachi, what shall we do now?" Since Yun Xi didn't understand, Yun Xi stopped thinking about it, but directly asked Uchiha Itachi the question in her heart. Because Yun Xi understands. Apart from his great strength, Uchiha Itachi is also a guy with a very high IQ. Just let it go. While looking at Yongzi with both eyes, Uchiha Itachi continued to look at the scenery outside the window from the periphery, and the smile on his mouth never stopped. Let's go with the flow. Upon hearing this, Yun Xi couldn't even understand. It can be said that his situation at this time can definitely be regarded as a dangerous situation. The Root organization, backed by Danzo, will take the initiative to monitor himself. This means that Danzo has been monitoring himself. And the people of the Hyuga clan will come here naturally to get the secret of evolution from their own mouths. As for the Anbu ninja, Yun Xi is a little confused. After all, from the previous 3 generations of Hokage, this old guy does not seem to be hostile to him. At first I was a little worried after seeing this scene. Seeing Youngzi's tangled face in front of him, Uchiha Itachi spoke directly. Then he took out a kunao from the ninja backpack and placed it in front of Yun Xi, and said, "The value of a kunao is actually very low, but you know why everyone has such a kunao in his ninja backpack? Is it? What a problem." Yun Xi thought secretly in her heart, but after thinking about it, Yun Xi replied subconsciously, "Because it is easy to use." No. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Then, after breaking Kyowa directly, he slowly said, "Because of this thing. Everyone needs. It's just a different use." After speaking, Uchiha Itachi looked at Yun Xi with a smile on his face. Is kunao me? Although Yun Xi was just a simple otaku in his previous life, he was not stupid. Coupled with the fact that Uchiha Itachi reminded him so clearly, Yun Xi also understood the hint in Uchiha Itachi's words. The kunao in Uchiha Itachi's words is him. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. The tripartite forces outside Youngzi house are the so-called ninjas. Although Yun Xi is nothing more than a crane tail in the eyes of ordinary people. But almost everyone wants to have Youngzi. MMP, when did I become Xiongmo? The actions of the Hyoga clan Yun Xi is understandable. After all, Youngzi holds the secret of Bun evolution, but Danzo and the third generation of Hokage mean. Yun Xi didn't understand. Perhaps it was because of the entanglement of Youngzi. Uchiha Itachi did not hesitate, and said directly, "The three generations of Hokage should not be hostile to you. Before I entered your house, I could clearly feel that the ninja of Anbu was not hostile. Measures, but more like protecting you. As for what the old fox Danzo is thinking, I don't understand." After all, Uchiha Itachi was also born in Anbu. And he is still in Anbu, so he knows some of the behavior of Anbu well. This guy Danzo. After listening to Uchiha Itachi's analysis, a trace of killing intent flashed in Yun Xi's eyes. In fact, in Youngzi's conjecture, the only reason why the three generations of Hokage will send the dark part is to protect themselves, other than surveillance. After all, according to Yun Xi's understanding of the three generations of Hokage, as long as he didn't do anything harmful to Konoha, the old guy, the third generation of Hokage, would definitely not take the initiative against him. As for the two forces of Hyoga and Danzo, a trace of killing intent appeared in Yun Xi's eyes instantly. Yun Xi, now is not the time to make a move. After feeling the killing intent in Youngzi's eyes, Uchiha Itachi spoke immediately. Then he looked at the surrounding environment, and when he was sure that he was safe, Uchiha Itachi directly said, "We are not suitable for shooting right now. I have a hunch that Danzo will definitely act after returning to the village this time. Hey, it's not something to do, it will definitely let you take it." After hearing Uchiha's guess, Youngzi was also thinking in her heart, but Youngzi did not speak to Uchiha Itachi. After all, in this tense time period, Youngzi did not want to put Uchiha Itachi under too much pressure. The thief ship is already on board. Yun Xi naturally wants to change the plot. And the best way to change it is to disrupt the arrangement of Danzang. The Hyoga clan. Yun Xi suddenly flashed through her mind. Then he spoke directly to Uchiha Itachi, "Come here, I will tell you one thing. This is too risky, is it really feasible?" As Yun Xi told Uchiha Itachi of his plan, a trace of depression and entanglement appeared on the face of Uchiha Itachi, who was still very calm. The reason why Uchiha Itachi is like this is very simple. Because Yun Xi's plan is too risky. After Youngzi played against Hyoganazu before, the Hyoga clan had already focused their attention on Youngzi. Even at any cost, ninjas from the Hyoga clan were sent to see Youngzi. This is something the Hyoga has never done in the past 10 years. It can be seen how important to them the secret of White Eye evolution that Yun Xi has mastered. So Youngzi intends to use this so-called secret to let the Hyoga clan stand on Youngzi's side. You have already left unhappily before, will they agree to do this? After thinking about it, Uchiha Itachi also asked his doubts. Itachi, what would you do if someone told you a way to open the kaleidoscope to write round eyes 100%? Suddenly, Youngzi spoke to Itachi Uchiha. This one. Hearing this question, Uchiha Itachi smiled, and then suddenly said, then I will kill him. The secrets of the Uchiha clan cannot be known to others. Yun Xi. After hearing Uchiha Itachi's answer, Yun Xi was silent. Helpless. He really didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to say such an answer. This is the answer Yun Xi never expected. In an instant, an inexplicable helplessness emerged in Yun Xi's heart. After finally suppressing the emotions in her heart, Yun Xi said directly, you will do this, but the Hokage clan will not. Chapter 43, Accident. This risk is really too great. The strength of the Hokage clan is not weaker than that of the Uchiha clan. Is it really good to do this in such a tense time? After Youngzi informed Uchiha Itachi about the plan to be implemented, a tangled entanglement flashed across Uchiha Itachi's face. After all, any action at this time may touch the hearts of the Hokage clan. Although Youngzi's plan did make Uchiha Itachi a little heart-stirring. Not trying at this time may make us more passive. Yun Xi has never been a person waiting to be killed. When he learned that the Hokage clan was ready to do something to himself, he was already ready to fight back. Although Uchiha Itachi thinks that such a plan is too risky. But Yun Xi thinks, you can try this plan. In fact, Youngzi's plan is very simple. It is to use the White Eye evolution method as a bait to make Hyoga and Nizu cooperate with him. Although there was a conflict between the first meeting with Hyoga Nissa, Yun Xi did not think that as the head of the Hyoga clan, Hyoga Nissa could really give up such a temptation. Is it really decided? Seeing Youngzi in front of him seemed to have made a decision, Uchiha Itachi asked again, and then came to Youngzi and said, if you make a decision, let me come forward. Okay. Yun Xi nodded, and then spoke to Itachi Uchiha in a solemn tone, this plan is set in this way. As for the time of contact, you decide by yourself. Okay, I'll go back to the family first. As Yun Xi nodded, Uchiha Itachi was not a fearful person, and directly agreed to this matter. After discussing some of the details of the plan, Uchiha Itachi also took the lead to leave Youngzi's home. In an instant, there was only Yun Xi in the silent house. Whether it can change the plot of the original story depends on this plan. Looking at the dark shadow slowly moving outside the house, Yun Xi also felt a trace of tension in her heart. Although it is from the plot in the original book or the control of the plan, Yun Xi has an inexplicable confidence. But everything is just a plan. It is impossible not to be nervous. And what Yun Xi is most worried about is not the failure of this plan. But will there be penalties if the choices the system gives to me fail? This is what Yun Xi is most worried about. Thinking of this, a throbbing flashed in Yun Xi's mind. System, are you there? In order to find out whether there will be a penalty if the choices that appear in the selection system are not completed, Yun Xi directly speaks to the system. This time, the selection system did not remain silent, but spoke directly. It was also a mechanical sound without emotion, but Yun Xi heard something unusual from this sound. It is clear. This so-called selection system is smart. I want to ask, if I don't complete the requirements in the options after making a choice, will the system penalize it? Temporarily suppressing these messy thoughts in her heart, Yun Xi directly spoke. After all, compared to anything, obviously, figuring out the system is the most important thing for Youngzi. Not really. The system opens the door. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, then a reminder suddenly appeared in Yun Xi's mind. Yun Xi immediately opened. I found that this is actually a simple introduction to the system. Ding! The main purpose of this system is to help the host become the strongest in the ninja world. There will be no additional punishment for any choice, but But after making some choices, it may put the host in danger, and can't go back after the choice, otherwise the reward will be withdrawn. With the explanation finished, the selection system disappeared in Yoon Xi's mind again. But Yoon Xi felt a little dumbfounded at this time. This system? Yoon Xi shook her head helplessly. Although there is no option for punishment found in the explanation of the system. But Yoon Xi could still understand the subconscious in this prompt. It's nothing more than that. Any choice is free, and even if it is not completed, it will not be great. But some choices put Yoongzi in danger. Simply put, the right to choose is in Yoon Xi's hands, but it is very likely that after making such a choice, he will fall into danger. Even die. This system is really simple and straightforward. After understanding the punitive measures of the system, Yoon Xi was a little helpless instantly. It seems that such a rule is relatively free, but the risk is actually not small. Just like the choice this time. Although choosing to help Uchiha attack, it will get a good reward. But incorporating into the Uchiha clan extermination incident, the risk Yoongzi faces is not low. Danzo. Bring Soil. Akatsuki Organization. And many more. These organizations and people are definitely not what Yoon Xi can face head-on. A little careless. It's really possible to die directly. It seems that you have to be careful when making choices in the future. After understanding the rules of the system, Yoon Xi's heart instantly felt cold. Fortunately, the previous choices are irrelevant. Yoon Xi did not fall into the pit. Okay. At the same time Yoon Xi asked about the system, a figure suddenly appeared outside Yoon Xi's house. And haven't left for a long time. Moment. Yoon Xi is directly ready for battle. Who is it? While slowly approaching the door, Yoon Xi thought secretly. One of the two forces, Anbu and Roots, represents the three generations of Hokage, and the other is the old fox Danzo. It is absolutely impossible to appear so clearly in front of oneself and expose one's identity. Then, are you the Hyoga? While speculating in her heart, Yoon Xi also came to the door. After some adjustments, Yoon Xi directly asked the person outside the door in a puzzled tone, "May I ask you who?" But as Yoon Xi asked, the people outside the door did not respond at all, and Yoon Xi was more cautious after seeing this. Do you want to open the door? At the same time, Yoon Xi also fell into hesitation. He himself was wandering in front of Yoon Xi's house with three forces, and now there is another middle-aged man who is inexplicable. This made the already tense atmosphere even more solemn. And Yoon Xi has an inexplicable sense of crisis. No, I still have to figure it out. Originally, Yoon Xi didn't want to open the door, but thinking that someone was spying on her secretly, Yoon Xi finally decided to see who was standing in front of her door. Pang! The moment Yoon Xi opened the door, a middle-aged man standing in front of the door fell straight down. There was also a sound when the body collided on the floor. It's an Anbu Nakanon. And what shocked Yoon Xi even more was the dark part in front of him is obviously already died. Chapter 44, Orochimaru. Fire Punch. Seeing that the wound on the neck of the Anbu Zongren who fell on the ground had solidified, Yoon Xi did not hesitate. After releasing the flame aura in his body, he was also ready for battle. Simultaneously, with the help of agile footwork, Yoon Xi immediately jumped into the open space outside the house. But it does not matter if this one goes out. A scene that shocked Yoon Xi appeared in front of Yoon Xi. The people who watched him died. Whether it is the roots of the Anbi or the people of the Hyoga clan. No one is left. All fell to the ground. Judging from the corpses, all of these people died in suffering. Who did it? If it is only the death of a member of one force, it can also be explained that the other two parties acted together. But it's all dead. In an instant, an inexplicable chill emerged directly from Yoon Xi's back. Run! Yun Xi at this time has no time to think about it. The guy who was able to kill the 9 Zhongren quietly and at the same time shot extremely vicious was definitely not something Yun Xi could handle now. And it hasn't been long since Uchiha Itachi left. It's only a few minutes. And in just a few minutes, you can kill all these elites buried near your home, shadow level powerhouse. Only the shadow level powerhouse can do this. And this is not what ordinary shadow level powerhouses can do. Because Yun Xi hadn't heard any movement before, which meant that it was time to kill these Zhongren. This guy did not use any ninjutsu, but only relying on assassination. Who among Konoha is proficient in assassination or a strong shadow rank? Yun Xi kept thinking about who did it in her mind while she was driving away. The current Konoha can be called a strong shadow level should only be 3 generations of Hokage. And Moonlight Hayate is just a Zongnin now, he can't do it at all with his strength. Kakashi. K. After thinking about all the familiar characters, Yun Xi did not find anyone who doubted. Could it be? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Yun Xi's mind. Orochimaru. Once one of Konoha Sunin. Strong and proficient in assassination methods at the same time. And in this timeline, Da Shiwan seems to have been studying the Mudun cells of the first generation of Naruto with Danzo. Isn't it really Ashimaru? After thinking of this, a wry smile appeared on Yun Xi's face instantly. Judging from the strength, the methods of killing and the behavior, it's really Ashimaru that can do such a thing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, but Yun Xi still has a question in her mind. If these people were really killed by Ashimaru, then the reason. If Ashimaru is really in Konoha now, calculated according to normal conditions, low-key is the most correct choice. And killing is definitely not a low-key statement. Although the place where Yun Xi's house is located is within the border of Konoha village, except for some ninjas who routinely patrol, no one else will appear here. The Tian family, the nearest to Yun Xi's house, is also on the next street. But even idiots know that such a big thing as murder will never be known to no one because of the remoteness. And the people killed are the people of the Dark and Roots. At the same time, there are members of the Hyoga clan. How could such a thing happen? My head hurts. Yun Xi looked helpless now. He really didn't expect that things would develop in this situation. Originally, in Yungzi's plan, those who watch him are his own amulet. As long as you retain your strength and don't be discovered by them, it is definitely not the Danzo behind the meeting, as the 3rd generation of Hokage has noticed. But I didn't expect. They actually died. And the death is still inexplicable. Although Yun Xi could prove that this matter was not done by herself. But after all, Danzo will be more alert. The main thing is, among those who died there were members of the Hyoga clan. I knew that Itachi would leave later. Yun Xi also regretted a bit at this time. If Uchiha Itachi had not left so quickly, this matter might not have happened. Even if it still happened. If Uchiha Itachi was by his side, Yun Xi would not be so passive now. You have to report this matter to the 3rd generation of Hokage first. As Yun Xi ran at full strength, Yun Xi had already come to the edge of Konoha Main Street. After thinking that the person behind him might be Da Shiwan, Yun Xi immediately planned to tell the 3rd generation of Hokage the news. After all, among these 3 forces, only the 3 generations of Hokage were the safest to Yungzi. As for Danzo and Hyoga, Yun Xi does not hold any hope. Boy, it seems that Danzo is still small for you. Just when Yun Xi was ready to go to the Hokage building, a soft voice came from behind Yun Xi. Yun Xi turned her head and took a look. It is Ashimaru. One day with long black hair, a weird smile flashed across his pale face, and a trace of curiosity about Yungzi flashed across the grey-brown snake pupils. Oh, it's really him. Yun Xi's body was tight after seeing that the person was Da Shiwan. Although it is not far from Konoha Main Street now. Can It is definitely a remote place among Konoha. And coincidentally, Yungzi is located in a darker alley. Let alone people, even stray dogs may not come to such a place. Could it be that Dashimaru has always been behind? After seeing her position so embarrassing, Yun-Xi also secretly calculated in her heart. To say that this is a coincidence. Even if Yungzi was killed, I didn't believe it. What is the purpose of Yuan? First kill the Zongnan who is monitoring him, and then follow him to come here. Yun-Xi's heart was full of doubts. But Yun-Xi did not panic either. After seeing that there was no way to go back, Yun-Xi listened directly. Looking at the big snake pill above the eaves, Yun-Xi slowly said, I have seen Senior, I don't know what Senior is asking for me. What a clever guy, even Tuanzang has been kept in the dark by you. Unlike Yun-Xi, who was full of nervousness, Ashimaru stared at Yun-Xi with a smile at this time, while a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Boy, tell me your name, and what is the name of the fire escape ninjutsu you used before? Finally, Dashiwan spoke up. In an oppressive tone, she asked Yun-Xi. At the same time, staring at Yungzi as if a poisonous snake found a beautiful prey. It seems. It's really troublesome this time. This time, Yun-Xi did not speak to the Dashuan, but figured in her heart how to escape from here. After all, the most difficult character in the entire Hokage definitely has the position of Ashimaru. Chapter 45, The Win of Ashimaru. Boy, do you know me? Just as Yun-Xi was thinking about how to get out, Dashiwan, who was standing not far away staring at Yun-Xi, suddenly spoke. Then, without waiting for Yun-Xi to explain, he walked towards Yun-Xi slowly. It seems to be ready. Do it. I can't say if I know it. After seeing this scene, Yun-Xi secretly complained in her heart, while she kept backing away, trying to find opportunities to leave this narrow alley. But obviously, Dashiwan didn't want to give Yun-Xi a chance to escape. At the moment Yun-Xi retreated, Dashiwan directly used an instantaneous spell to come to Yun-Xi's back. At the same time, a sharp sword also appeared on Yun-Xi's neck. Give Yun-Xi no chance to escape in the slightest. Boy, I believe you are definitely a smart guy. I like your genius very much. But I don't like guys who are too smart. As soon as the words stopped, a cold killing intent appeared in Ashimaru's eyes. What the hell does Ashimaru want to do? With Dashuan taking the initiative, Yun-Xi was also full of doubts at this time. Facing the fellow Ashimaru, Yun-Xi's thoughts were more that he didn't want to provoke him. At least for this period of time. If it is said that the reason for daring to take the initiative with Hyagajisa is because of Yun-Xi's self-confidence in her own strength. So now this situation. Doing nothing is the most correct choice. Sanguyu writes round eyes. Burn the fruit. The peculiar fire escape ninjutsu. These things may be absolutely killer to the average ninja. But Dashuan is different. If Yun-Xi showed these things one by one in front of him, it will surely make Oshimaru more interested in him. This is a situation Yun-Xi does not want to see. After thinking about the worst possible in her heart, Yun-Xi was not pretending to be stupid, but decided to take the initiative. Master Dashuan. Yun-Xi suddenly said. Interesting kid. When Yun-Xi called out her name, a hint of surprise flashed across Dashimaru's originally calm face. You really know who I am? One of Konoha Sunin, I still know the name of Lord Ashimaru. Facing the big snake pill in front of him, Yun-Xi didn't have too much fear, and said the words prepared in her heart with a serious expression. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At this time, Dashuan was a little surprised. Boy, you are too calm, so calm that I can't believe it. After a few breaths of silence, Dashiwan suddenly spoke again, then put away the sharp sword placed on Yun-Xi's neck, patted it on Yoon Xi's shoulder after the operation, and slowly said, "Little devil, do you want to become stronger?" "What the hell?" After hearing the words of Yoon professional abducting a child in the original Naruto book, Yoon Xi's face was also a little pale. "Are you surprised?" But Yoon was a little curious when she saw it, and then came directly to Yoon Xi and smiled. "Originally, I came to you this time just to see who the test product in Tuanzang's mouth is suitable for Mu-Dun experiment. But I didn't expect that after I came to your house, I discovered that apart from the people of Danzou, the old man Hokage and the Hyuga clan were also near your home. So I will help you solve all these guys. Come with me, I can make you stronger, you no longer need to be watched, and you no longer need to make mistakes in this vain world of tolerance. You can even get what you can't imagine. Eternal life." With the end of Ashimaru's words, Yoon Xi didn't know what to say, but looked helplessly at the Ashimaru in front of her. "You have a ghost if I believe in you." If Yoon Xi is not a traverser, she doesn't understand the plot in Hokage at the same time. Maybe he will be fooled by the big snake pill in front of him. After all, the most important thing in this ninja world should be getting stronger. And the Ashimaru in front of him is considered to be a veteran shadow master. Basically no one can resist such a promise. But Yoongzi is different. The thought of the ending of the teenager who was fooled by Da Shiwan in the original work makes Yoon Xi feel painful. Whether it's Junmuro, Near Left and Right, and many more, all have no good ending. So what have you thought of? Seeing that Yoon Xi hadn't spoken for a long time, Da Shiwan opened his mouth again to force Yoon Xi. Simultaneously, the pheasant sword that had been put away before also appeared in the hands of Dashimaru again, accompanied by the killing intent on Yuan. It seemed to be telling Yoon Xi that if he didn't agree to this matter, death would be his only fate. "Ashimaru, what if I refuse?" Although the killing intent on Dashiwan was pervasive, Yoon Xi did not agree to this matter temporarily. Instead, he tentatively asked Ashimaru about the outcome if he refused. "Will die." Dashimaru spoke straightforwardly, and then murmured, "The power and eternal life are right in front of you, but you don't cherish it. What a funny kid." Dashimaru smiled, and at the same time the pheasant sword in his hand pointed directly at Yoon Xi. "Are you going to do it?" After feeling the breath of Yuan, Yoon Xi also understood the meaning of Yuan. Obviously. He is ready to do it. "I didn't expect that I would be spotted by Ashimaru. Did something go wrong there?" While searching for the best defensive position, Yoon Xi wondered where Yuan noticed it. But these are already a story. Faced with the unidentified Yuan, Yoon Xi no longer thinks about it. He began to concentrate all his experiences on Shiwan in front of him. Although from the perspective of positive strength, even the two Yunexis are definitely not the current opponents of Ashimaru. But if you don't give it a try, waiting for the result of Yoongzi will definitely not be any better than death. Boy, are you ready to do it? Worthy of being a veteran movie-level powerhouse, at the moment Yoon Xi just moved. Shiwan has seen through Yoon Xi's plan. But at this time, Yuan did not make a direct shot. Instead, he looked at Yoon Xi with a meaningful look. After Yoon Xi pulled a certain distance away, Shiwan smiled and said, "Let me see your true strength." Ashimaru is a pervert. At this time, Yoon Xi had no time to pay attention to the words of Ashimaru, and while preparing for the battle, Yoon Xi was also thinking about what method she needed to escape from the palm of Ashimaru temporarily. The Hokage building. Suddenly, Yoon Xi looked at the towering Hokage building, and at the most luxurious building among Konoha. A gleam of light appeared in Yoon Xi's eyes. After all, the only people among Konoha who can subdue Osaemaru are except Uchiha Itachi. There are only 3 generations of Hokage sitting in the Hokage building. Chapter 46, Yoongzi's counterattack. It's safe to escape into the Hokage building. After a glance, Yoon Xi made a decision in her heart. But the idea is simple. In fact, the operation is not as simple as thought. After all, the strength of the Ashimaru in front of him is definitely the ceiling of combat power before the Zongnin exam. Among Konoha, there are almost few people who can match him. In the original book, the only person who can clearly restrain Ashimaru is Uchiha Itaka's writing Round Eyes. Although Yun Xi also has a writing wheel. But the gap between the Sanguya Shaolin and the Kaleidoscope Shaolin is no less than the difference in combat power between the General Ninja and the Peak of the Shadow. Yun Xi was a little panicked. And most importantly, the place where Youngzi and Dashyuan are located is really embarrassing. The Naruto building is right in front of you. But in fact, the distance from the place where Youngzi is to the Hokage building is at least more than 2 kilometers. And this is the speed of running at full force. Forget it, I don't want to. As the plan was calculated in her mind, Yun Xi was also a little helpless, and after thinking that the chance of escape became increasingly slim, Yun Xi simply stopped thinking too much. Get rid of these complicated ideas directly from your mind. After leaving only the escape route in his mind, a trace of warfare flashed in Yun Xi's eyes. Although I don't know how powerful your little devil is, but with this courage, Dashyuan is willing to give you another chance. Will you come with me? After the words, Dashyuan and Youngzi fell into immersion again. Obviously, Dashyuan clearly knew that Yun Xi wanted to escape. According to normal practice, the current Dashyuan should give priority to subduing Youngzi before doing other things. But Dashyuan disdained to do so. The person in front of him is just a 12-year-old boy, even if there are some things that make Ashimaru curious. But in the eyes of Dashyuan, Yun Xi is just an interesting ant. Early shot? The Youngzi in the eyes of Dashyuan is really unworthy. Thank you, but I still don't want to go. As Dashyuan spoke again, Youngzi refused decisively, without any hesitation afterwards. Yun Xi moved. Because Youngzi had moved to a relatively perfect escape route before the shot. At the end of the words, Yun Zipping tried his best to run out. It's just a matter of a few seconds. With full burst, Yun Xi finally rushed out of the alley. But looking at the environment in front of her, Yun Xi's face was still a bit ugly. Unexpectedly, no one. Looking at the deserted wilderness in front of him, Yun Xi instantly felt a wave of malice. Originally in Youngzi's plan, if there were other Konoha villagers outside the alley, as long as Youngzi escaped, it would basically be considered safe. Ashimaru dared to kill the ninjas who were monitoring Youngzi because there were no other people in Youngzi's home. Facing the civilians close to Konoha Main Street, Onoshimaru absolutely did not dare to do it. Dashyuan is indeed strong, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, but compared with Konoha, it is still a bit weaker after all. And Yun Xi knew that at this time, Dashimaru was still cooperating with Danzo, so he actually didn't want to reveal his identity. Yun Xi's plan is perfect. Only bad luck. Here and now. Apart from Youngzi and Dashyuan, there is no one. It looks like your luck, kid, is not good. At this moment, Ashimaru also slowly walked out of the alley, and at the same time spoke to Yun Xi in a joking tone. It seemed that Yun Xi was not worried at all that Yun Xi would escape from her palm. He's meow. Originally, Yun Xi's mood was a little uncomfortable, and coupled with the stimulation of Dashyuan's words, Yun Xi instantly felt an inexplicable malice. But Yun Xi did not give up either. While scanning the surrounding environment, Yun Xi is also looking for a new escape route. Suddenly, a dense grove appeared in front of Yun Xi. Looking at the woods in front of her, Yun Xi suddenly thought of something. Brother Yun Xi going to play. Big brother Yun Xi, I can tell you that as long as you walk through this small forest, you can go directly to the ninja school, which can save a lot of time. In an instant, Xiao Tianatian's lovely face appeared in Yun Xi's mind. At the same time, there are the words from the previous chat. Just ran here. Although in Youngzi's plan, going to the Hokage building to find the shelter of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi is the safest way. But at the thought of the distance before Yoon Xi had no choice but to give up. The ninja school is also a good choice, although there are no powerful ninjas in the school. But Yoon Xi didn't believe that the current Ashimaru dared to attack herself in the ninja school. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. At the same time Yoon Xi made a decision, Yoon Xi found that Da Shiwan was slowly approaching herself. Upon seeing this, Yoon Xi was about to condense the chakra in her body in her mouth, and then her hands quickly formed a seal. No more than half a second. A red fireball about the size of a basketball was directly released from Yoon Xi's mouth. And the place to aim at is the Ashimaru that is constantly approaching Youngzi. It seems I still underestimate you, Crane Tail Kid. After feeling the temperature in the fire escape how fireball art, Dashimaru did not panic, only a faint smile appeared on his face. Obviously, from the experience of Dashyuan, to be able to release such a fire escape ninjutsu so skillfully is definitely not something a crane tail who has not graduated from a ninja school can do. In other words, the Youngzi in front of him has at least the strength of Zhongren. 12 years old, Zhongren, Da Shiwan's face was also thoughtful. Then, Dashyuan suddenly spoke. If I remember correctly, a genius named Uchiha Itachi from the Uchiha clan is just such an achievement. Such a kid. It was actually used as a crane tail. Sure enough, Konoha is still rotten. At the same time as Ashimaru sighed, Yoon Xi's arrogant fireball technique also appeared in front of Oshimaru. Brush. Suddenly. Draw the sword with a bang. The flame, which was the size of a basketball, was instantly cut open by the pheasant sword in the hands of Onimaru. Then it dissipated directly between heaven and earth. Really? This level of ninjutsu is just a play for Ashimaru. Seeing this scene before her, Yoon Xi was not too surprised either. On the contrary, some expressions were taken for granted. After all, the fire escape ninjutsu released before is just a very simple technique of fireball. Not only did not add the power of burning fruits to it, even the writing wheel eyes and the power given by the system are not used. If this degree of fire escape ninjutsu could damage the Ashimaru in front of him, that Youngzi would be shocked. Chapter 47, Invite Again. It seems it's time to expose some whole cards. From traveling to this Naruto world, Yoon Xi has never wanted to expose her true strength prematurely. But looking at the smiling Ashimaru in front of him, Yoon Xi understands. Can't hide this time. The battle with Uchiha Itachi is different. This time Yoon Xi could clearly feel the killing intent on Dashyuan. If you lose, the result of waiting for yourself must be death. Don't run away. Seeing Yoon Xi standing in place, a trace of loss appeared on the face of Dashyuan who was still smiling. Then let me see how powerful you as a kid is. After a long murmur, Dashyuan's pupils tightened instantly. Call out. The pheasant sword came out of its sheath again and was held tightly by the Ashimaru. In the blink of an eye, a sword shadow appeared in front of Yoon Xi. So fast. At the same time that Dashyuan shot, Youngzi was also ready for battle. But the speed of Dashyuan's shot was obviously beyond Yoon Xi's expectations. The sharp pheasant sword in front of him was already close at hand. Behind. It is a dead end. Do not care. Out of a dilemma, Yoon Xi couldn't care about hiding her secret of writing round eyes, at the moment when the pheasant sword was about to hit her. Yoon Xi directly opened the writing wheel. Moment. A pair of dark red eyes appeared in Yoon Xi's eyes. With the help of Sangguyu writing round eyes, Jian Ying, which was almost invisible, was instantly slowed down a lot. It's now. Yoon Xi seized a gap with her powerful dynamic vision and rolled back directly. After paying the price of a few hairs, Yoon Xi was able to escape the tentative attack of Dashyuan. Writing round eyes. Looking at Yoon Xai's blood-red pupils, Shiwan was taken aback. Boy, if it's the front you just attracted my attention. Then now you have moved my heart. Just when Yoon Xai wanted to take a break between the attack of Ashimaru, the attack of Ashimaru struck again. And this attack obviously made Yoon Xai feel that Yuan is serious. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. She seemed to realize that Youngzi had an advantage over physical skills in the state of writing round eyes, and Shiwan did not use the pheasant sword in his hand again for the second shot. Instead, he slowly put away the pheasant sword. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, quickly seal with both hands. At the moment Jian was completed, a violent hurricane accompanied by sand and dust hit Youngzi again. Although it was only a sea-level wind escape ninjutsu, it was under the blessing of the powerful chakra of Ashimaru. Before Yoon Xai was attacked, Yoon Xai has already felt a strong killing intent. Ashimaru is really strong. Facing the powerful wind escape in front of him, Yoon Xai's expression was slightly solemn. Obviously. With the current Youngzi, under normal circumstances, there is no way to withstand such wind escape ninjutsu. Right, the dynamic vision of the will eye. No, it's impossible to see through Feng Dun's trajectory in this state. And Yoon Xai understands. Even if Shailunyan can see through the big breakthrough ninjutsu released by Ashimaru, this kind of physical fitness alone can't completely evade. It seems that writing round eyes is not enough. After realizing the battle situation in front of him, Yoon Xai gritted her teeth. Boom! A detonation of the god came from Yoon Xai's body in an instant. Before Shiwan could react, a crimson mist appeared on Yoon Xai's body. Although the burning fruit did not form a powerful flame in Youngzi, the high temperature in the mist has already caused some weeds around Youngzi to appear withered. Writing round eyes. High temperature mist. After seeing the changes happening to Yoon Xai's body, Shiwan laughed wildly on her face. At the same time, the attack methods that had been prepared were stopped. He wanted to see what tactics were hidden in the ordinary young man in front of him. What? Anything else? And the second after Yuan stopped, Yoon Xai once again appeared a little strange. With a flame similar to the previous mist, it resurfaced. The Youngzi in front of him instantly turned into a burning man. Fire escape ninjutsu. No, normal fire escape ninjutsu can't do this at all. Could it be? Unknown blood succession boundary. After Yoon Xai took out all the cards on her body, the heart of the opposite Ashimaru had a unique glow of joy. He has a hunch. The boy in front of him is definitely the tail of the crane. But 10 years. Do not. A rare genius in Konoha village in a century. Thinking of this, Shimaru slowly raised his hand, waved his hand and actively signaled a truce. What is Ashimaru thinking about? As Yoon Xai showed the bonus of fire escape ninjutsu, the power of burning fruit, and the writing wheel eyes that were rewarded by the system, he was ready to fight the big snake pill to the death. Result. The Ashimaru in front of you doesn't want to fight anymore? Upon seeing this, Yoon Xai did not take the first shot, but stepped back, watching what the Yuan wanted to do in front of her. Little devil, your name is Yoon Xai, right? Well, are you planning to let me go? Yoon Xai replied, and then jokingly said, I can't imagine that Yuan, one of the 3 forbearances, would take the initiative to a child like me. Maybe no one would believe it. Haha, you are not a child. Shimaru was not angry, but continued to stare at Yoon Xai with a squinted smile, but it was a little more deliberate compared to the previous smile. Seeing this scene, Yoon Xai couldn't guess what Shimaru was thinking. Follow me, you can't become a real powerhouse if you stay in Konoha. Youngzi and Yuan confronted for a long time, and finally Yuan took the lead to speak. And there was a glimmer of expectation from the cold eyes. Digging the groove, what is Ashimaru after me? Can I change it? As Shiwan spoke again and wanted to make herself his subordinate, Yoon Xi's face also showed helplessness. Indeed, the current Yuan is very strong. Becoming his subordinates will surely gain substantial growth in the short term. Even within the next 3 to 5 years, he can become an elite-level powerhouse. This growth rate is definitely an opportunity for ordinary people. An opportunity that is enough to change life. But for Youngzi, it's tasteless instead. Youngzi, who has the system, actually does not need the help of Yuan to become a strong one. And the more critical point is if Youngzi agrees to the request of Yuan. As a price, Youngzi must be cursed by Yuan as a countermeasure. Facing something like curse. Of course Yoon Xi stayed away. Chapter 48, The Gift of Dashimaru. Obviously. With the autumn wind blowing in the sleeves, the agreement between Yuxi and Ashimaru did not reach a consensus. The two sides were silent for a long time. Dashiwan suddenly moved forward slowly. Are you going to do it? A trace of alertness also appeared on Yoon Xi's face, and at the same time she was secretly ready to take the lead. Boy, don't be so vigilant, I'm currently not ready to do it. After walking about half the distance from Youngzi, Yuan stopped again. Just want to ask why you rejected me. I can give you both status and strength, why would you refuse me without hesitation? I really didn't want to understand this. After the words fell, a trace of doubt flashed across Dashimaru's face, and at the same time, he put his hands around his chest, looking at Yoon Xi. Because you are Yuan. Of course, this was just Yoon Xi's thoughts, and she did not intend to speak out. After hesitating for a while, Yoon Xi still euphemistically said, you are not for me. Compared to you, I prefer to stay in Konoha. Stay in Konoha. I understand. After hearing Yoon Xi's reason for rejecting her, Dashiwan's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and it took a long time before she returned to her usual indifferent appearance. Only. At this time, a trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of Yuan. The real killing intent. It's over, Yuan is serious. Feeling the emotional change on Dashiwan's face, Yoon Xi felt bad in her heart. Yoon Xi understood at this time. It must have been the words that wanted to stay in Konoha that angered Ashimaru. But Yoon Xi was also a little helpless at this time. Although the previous words are just an excuse, Yoon Xi is indeed telling the truth. Although Dashimaru is currently in Akatsuki's organization, he has already begun a plan to abduct orphans. Prepare in advance for the establishment of Otanin village in the future. If Yoon Xi agrees to Dashiwan's invitation, she can definitely be regarded as Dashiwan's confidant. But comparing Otanin village with Konoha village, no matter it is, anyone can think of it better. Let's talk about the big snake pill itself. Although it is a good thing to have a shadow-level powerhouse to guide his own practice. Unfortunately, Yoon Xi stayed in Konoha also had the same treatment. Uchiha Itachi. Although he was a newly promoted film-level powerhouse, he didn't have much popularity in the ninja world. But it's definitely not worse than the current Ashimaru. And the strength of the future Uchiha Itachi can definitely be regarded as the pinnacle powerhouse in the ninja world. And Ashimaru. In Yoon Xi's memory. Starting from the Four Wars, Dashimaru has been pretending to be dead all the time. So, Yoon Xi can still understand the immediate reasons and future development. Hey, I didn't expect that the first time I saw a seedling that made my heart beat, it turned out to be such a result after the invitation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, since I can't get it. Just kill it. While muttering to himself, Dashiwan slowly put away the pheasant's sword. A killing intent that permeated the audience instantly appeared from Dashiwan, and then Yoon Xi was locked. Then, a domineering arrogance that is exclusive to the strong burst out of Yuan. As can be seen, Dashimaru is real. Damn, my luck. After feeling a wave of nameless oppression, Yoon Xi also quietly complained about her luck. Yoon Xi could feel a unique malice after he descended on Konoha. First, it was treated as a spy by Uchiha Itachi. Although Youngzi's snakeskin operation eliminated Uchiha Itachi's hostility, he was also drawn to become an ally. But just when this matter just ended, Danzang was eyeing it again. At the same time, 3 generations of Hokage. The Hyuga clan. Plus the big snake pill in front of me. Yoon Xi is a little flustered. Rotten wood can't be carved. While Yoon Xi sighed, Da Shiwan suddenly spoke, before Yoon Xi could react. A purple-black poisonous snake directly attacked Youngzi. An unpleasant stench instantly pounced on the tip of Yoon Xi's nose, accompanied by a cold breath. The poisonous snake of Yuan. Before he could think about it, facing the deadly poisonous snake Youngzi in front of him, all the flame powers in his body were gathered together in an instant. Then use the writing wheel to lock it. Fire escaped the art of Phoenix Fire. As Youngzi opened its mouth, dozens of flames emitting bright red light spread around Youngzi. Go with. With Yoon Xi waved one hand, the Phoenix Fire floating in the air seemed to grow eyes. A part of the poisonous snakes still attacking the road were intercepted. And the other part is to attack Oshimaru. Boom! Boom! The 2 explosions, in no particular order, exploded almost instantly. And the vigorous snake, which was still aggressive, was instantly swallowed by the high-temperature flames. And on the Oshimaru side, the same is true. But Yoon Xi is not stupid. Although the Phoenix Fire technique he released was not the same as the ordinary Phoenix Fire technique. Not only is it extremely powerful, it also has the ability to explode. The enemy you can face is Oshimaru. Kill the shadow-level powerhouse in one hit? Yoon Xi does not have such self-confidence. And the enemy facing him is still Oshimaru. Really? As Youngzi guessed right, the smoke diffused with the flames. Yoon Xi did not see the body of Yuan, but a piece of wood that had been burnt black. Stand-in surgery, when was it released? Yoon Xi's thoughts began to turn instantly, and at this moment, a black shadow hit Yoon Xi. The speed is so fast that Youngzi can't react. What? In the next second, a nameless sting swept across Youngzi's brain. Yoon Xi immediately took a first look. It was discovered that it was Oshimaru who launched the attack, and there was a smile on his face that conspired to succeed. Sure enough, it is a good seed. With such a powerful Huodian ninjutsu and unique blood succession boundary, it is like a talent born for Huodun. Perhaps you are a natural fit to stay in Konoha, but my heart is moved. Rotten Konoha doesn't deserve to have a genius like you. Not worthy. Feel the gift I left for you, I believe that one day we will meet again. Following the success of the attack on Youngzi, Dashimaru said a lot of things before disappearing in the vicinity. And Youngzi? The situation is not good at this time. Covering the previously injured wrist with one hand, Yoon Xi on the other side is also constantly looking at the surrounding wind and grass. After careful investigation, Yoon Xi was a little relieved after discovering that the Yuan had really gone. But a trace of entanglement also appeared on Yoon Xi's face after seeing the 3-hook jade mark emerging on her arm. Curse seal. At this time, Yoon Xi knew why Yuan had taken the initiative to leave. After all, there is this thing. Facing the gift that Dashimaru left for herself. Yoon Xi felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. But at this moment, the system actually sent out a prompt. Chapter 49, 3 Generations of Shock. Congratulations to the host for activating the God-level choice, the temptation/trap of the curse seal. Option 1, surrender to Oshimaru and become a bohemian domineering rebel. Reward, the effect of the curse of the sky is doubled. There is a risk of being controlled by Oshimaru. Option 2, give up the imprint of the sky. Reward, Fire Drain Ninjutsu Mastery Evolution Edition, use any Fire Drain Ninjutsu to get the burst effect. This system has only been stable for a few days and I want to do something. Looking at the two options given by the system, Yoon Xi also had a hint of helplessness on her face. But this does not mean that Yoon Xi disliked the reward given to herself by the system this time. Honestly, for either of these two options, Yoon Xi was a little excited. If the first option is not to ask for refuge in Yuan, Yoon Xi might really choose. After all, the imprint of Heaven's curse is definitely a good reward. In essence, the imprint of the curse of the sky can be regarded as a forbidden technique developed by Ashimaru through Shigeo at the beginning of the plot. At the same time, it is a kind of technique that is researched based on the concept of the human pillar fighting method. The user of the curse seal can have strong power when using the curse seal. At the same time, the state of the curse seal is divided into State 1 and State 2. The whole body is covered with black prints at the first state. Its appearance is related to the chakra of the curse sealer. The two-time mark spreads over the whole body, causing a huge change in its skin and appearance. After turning on the second mode of curse, it can make chakra close to infinity. To put it simply, the curse imprint created by Ashimaru is more like an incomplete version of the fairy model. And the system can double the effect of the curse. If it weren't for the second half of the reminder, Yoon Xi really moved a little. It seems that this system really intends to allow me to continue walking on the road of fire escape ninjutsu. After silently complaining about the system, Yoon Xi did not hesitate and made a choice directly. With the moment Yoon Xi confirmed, the 3 black Go-Jade curse marks that originally appeared on Yoon Xi's arm disappeared. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling of being controlled also gradually disappeared from Yoon Xi's heart. Great! Realizing that the system had lifted the curse mark on her body, Yoon Xi's face instantly added a hint of surprise. In addition, Yoon Xi didn't carry it in place after Dashiwan had already left. Instead, rushed to the Hokage building for the first time. At the same time, after planting the curse seal on Youngzi, Yuan returned to the roots for the first time, but he hadn't waited for Yuan to enter the roots. A connection with Youngzi disappeared in Yuan's mind instantly. After realizing this, Yuan immediately stopped in place. While staring into the distance, he muttered, "I really underestimated this kid. Can the curse mark be eliminated?" After speaking, the figure of Ashimaru also disappeared into the darkness. The other side. After arriving at the Hokage building, Yoon Xi did not hesitate. I went directly to the Hokage office and saw Youngzi rushed in without closing the door. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Grandpa Hokage, the big thing is not good. Seeing that there were only 3 generations of Hokage in the office, Yoon Xi pretended to be anxious, and at the same time said, dancing, "When I was planning to go out earlier, I found that someone died near my house." Okay. As soon as Yoon Xi said this, the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi immediately stopped their work, stood up, and walked towards Yoon Xi and asked, "What's the matter?" "Just when I went out, I found a few more corpses at the door of my house." After seeing this scene, I wanted to tell Grandpa Hokage about you the first time I saw this. But what? Seeing Yoon Xi hesitated to say something, the 3rd generation of Hokage also had a little more doubt on his face, and then spoke to Yoon Xi in a serious tone, "Don't worry about this, tell everything you see." With the end of the 3rd Ninja World War, the 5 great ninja villages have fallen into a relatively peaceful environment, and Konoha took advantage of this time to develop rapidly. Although it is a very normal thing to die in the ninja world. But someone dared to make a move in the village, and the people killed were from Anbi. This is undoubtedly provoking Sarutobi's authority. Coupled with the strange look that leaked from Yoon Xi's face, the 3 generations of Hokage instantly felt that this matter must not be so simple. "Grandpa Naruto, I understand." After seeing the 3 generations of Hokage's so concerned expression, the tension in Yoon Xi's heart also disappeared. Because he understands. The 3rd generation of Naruto has basically been able to guarantee its own safety. After calming down her inner feelings, Yoon Xi continued to speak, but when I was about to find Grandpa Hokage, I found an uncle outside the door seemed to be waiting for me. Uncle. After listening to Yun Xi, the 3 generations of Hokage immediately asked, "What kind of uncle is it?" "A scary-looking uncle, white skin, and a snake." After thinking about the appearance of Yuan in her mind, Yun Xi immediately spoke out. "A snake? Oh, is it him?" Hearing this, there was a momentary tension in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, and then hurriedly asked, "What then?" "Then I kept running. The uncle didn't keep chasing me after chasing me for a while. Finally, I came to the Hokage building." Although the 3rd generation of Hokage is still a good ally at this time, Yun Xi is not stupid. Naturally, he won't talk about the fight with Ashimaru and the curse seal. Is it really him? After listening to the whole thing, the original calm face of the 3 generations of Hokage instantly became more tangled. "Yun Xi, I know about this matter, you go down first, I will let Matere Red Bean protect you before this matter is over. FK, let Mitawash the Red Beans to protect me." After hearing the decision of the 3 generations of Hokage, a look of surprise appeared on Yun Xi's face instantly. "Matere Red Beans? A Zongnan? To protect yourself? What's more, it's Ashimaru." Yun Xi wondered if the 3rd generation of Hokage was joking. After all, if the person who protects himself is really Matere Adzuki, Yun Xi suspects that the 3rd generation of Hokage intends to let Matere Red Bean to send double kills. "That, Grandpa Naruto? What's happenin'?" Seeing Yun Xi's face was a bit wrong, the 3rd generation of Hokage immediately responded. "It's... although Matere Adzuki beans are stronger, I think. Don't you think this little girl Hongdu is the opponent of the person who attacked you?" "Well, that uncle looks stronger," Yun Xi answered truthfully. After the 3rd generation of Hokage heard Yun Xi's reply, he just shook his head, and then smiled, "If it's really that guy, Matere Red Beans may be the best choice." Chapter 50, The Heart of Playing Tricks is Dirty. FK, this old guy for 3 generations is not joking with me. Let Mitawash the Red Beans to protect yourself. And the object of defense is still Oshimaru. 3 generations of old man, are you really not afraid that Matere Red Bean will be abducted by Oshimaru? I don't know who Ogenma, let Matere Red Beans come over. However, the 3rd generation of Hokage did not pay attention to the resentful Yun Xi at this time, instead, it was on the desk again. And ordered Shiranui Genma to go to Matere Ajaki. And the Yungzi at this time. Looking at the pale blue sky in the distance, a trace of entanglement and helplessness flashed across his face. Obviously, Yun Xi is a bit unable to understand the Sao operation of the 3 generations of Hokage. After all, I have reminded it so obviously that the old fox of the 3rd generation of Hokage must have guessed that the identity of the uncle in his mouth is Dashimaru. And from the time when he spoke about the appearance of Ashimaru before, Yun Xi had discovered that the expression on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage had changed briefly. From this point of detail, Yungzi has been able to confirm that the 3rd generation of Hokage must know that the murderer he said is Ashimaru. Then, thinking of Yungzi here, I don't even understand that the 3rd generation of Hokage will make Matere Red Bean take care of his own safety. What are the 3 generations of Hokage thinking? Are you going to use the emotion of master and apprentice to transform the Ashawan? Or are there other sorrows? In an instant, several different thoughts flashed through Yun Xi's mind. But, after careful consideration, Yun Xi felt that she might be thinking too much. "Hi Hokage-sama, do you have any quests for me?" Just as Yungzi was thinking about it, Matere Adzuki also came to the Hokage office. After saying hello to the 3 generations of Hokage, Matere Adzuki found that Yungzi was also standing by. A hint of curiosity immediately appeared on his face, and then quietly walked over to Yun Xi, and asked Yun Xi in a curious tone, "Hey, Yun Xi, do you know why Master Naruto asked me to come over? Maybe there is a mission." Yoon Xi didn't know how to explain for a while, so she looked at the 3 generations of Hokage with a plea for help. Baffling. Seeing Yoon Xi with a wry smile flashing across his face, Matere did not ask much, just left a sentence that you still owe me several meatballs. After remembering the words to pay back, he walked to the 3rd generation of Hokage. Looking at the somewhat solemn 3-generation Hokage, Matere Azuki thought for a while and finally asked in a curious tone, "Master Hokage, is there a task for me?" "Well, there is indeed a mission." This time, the 3 generations of Hokage did not hesitate, nodded directly, and then pointed at Youngzi standing in the corner with his finger. "Your task is to protect Youngzi, this kid." "Protect him?" Matere Atsuki stunned for a moment, and then said in a curious tone, "Isn't this guy already protected by 3 Anbi? Died." 3 generations of Hokage replied by himself. Died. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At this time, Matere Azuki finally realized that the situation might have been unexpected, and the relaxed look on his face before turned into an inexplicable nervousness. Call. After taking a deep breath, there was also a hint of shock in Matere Atsuki's eyes. She knew Yoon Xi's protective power before. The 3 Anbu Zongren who are not weak in strength and have rich mission experience. Even one of them has reached the strength of Shangnan, but lacks some mission experience, so he has not become Shangnan for the time being. And the strength of the other 2 Anbu Zongren can be regarded as absolute powerhouses in Zongren. In frontal combat, even the General Shangren could not get any benefit in facing the defense of these 3 people. As a result, the 3 generations of Hokage now tells himself, they are all dead. This makes Matere Atsuki Beans not shocked. What's happenin'? Seeing Matere Atsuki Bean in front of him, he hadn't spoken for a long time, and the 3rd generation of Hokage asked directly. "It's okay. My red bean promises to complete this task." Temporarily suppressing these messy thoughts in his heart, Matere Atsuki Bean's face also restored the peace of the past, and at the same time, he took on this task. And the Youngzi at this time. There is an unspeakable uncomfortable, this guy with Matere Atsuki Beans. Yoon Xi's true thoughts in his heart now are actually. It is better to say that Matere Red Bean protects himself. I protect Matere Red Beans by myself. In terms of combat effectiveness, by virtue of its unique snake ninjutsu and incomplete curse seal, the combat effectiveness of Matere Azuki has been comparable to some general shinobi. This is also at the beginning of the original work. Matere Red Bean has become a special shinobu. But at this time, Matere Red Bean was really not Yoon Xi's opponent. And so, Yoon Xi felt an inexplicable pressure. Old Hokage shouldn't. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Yoon Xi's mind. One is the little guy who is interested in Ashimaru. And the other one is Ashimaru's favorite apprentice. The connection is actually not difficult to guess what the 3 generations of Hokage are thinking. Looking at the 3rd generation of Hokage again, I found that apart from the solemn expression on the 3rd generation of Hokage's face, there was a hint of thoughtfulness in his eyes. Behind this scene, Yoon Xi has basically guessed the reason why the 3rd generation of Hokage would let Matere Red Bean to perform this task, bait. The 3rd generation of Hokage is not planning to let me and Matere Atsuki Bean as bait to lure Oshimaru out. In the beginning, Yoon Xi's intentions for the 3 generations of Hokage were just a guess. Until 3 generations of Hokage kicked out the 2 of them after Matere Atsuki accepted this task. Yoon Xi is convinced that this is the truth. It's an old fox. After Yoon Xi silently complained about it, she didn't stay too much. Instead, he left Hokage's office with Matere Atsuki Beans. But not long after Youngzi and Matere Red Bean had gone, the Shiranui Mysterium, who had been standing next to Hokage for 3 generations without opening his mouth, said at this moment, "Hokage-sama, Youngzi seems to have noticed something. Let him notice it, this is an opportunity, and it's worth it for the 2 of them to take some risks." Master Naruto. Hearing this, I do not know Huo Xianjian for a moment, not knowing how to speak. After a long time, he said, "Is it really Dashuan? It's the best, it doesn't matter if it's not." Looking at Konoha in the distance. The 3 generations of Hokage gave the answer in their hearts, and then directly addressed Shiranui Genma, "Let all the ninjas above Konoha lie in Yongzi's house and wait for my order."